Along Came a Spider. Chapter 1. Naruto Uzumaki was pissed. This was supposed to be a day of accomplishment for him, a day for celebration for him. Despite being paired up against an admittedly superior taijutsu user in the form of one Kiba Inuzuka, he had won and progressed into the Chūnin finals. Some may argue that his victory over the Inuzuka may have been a fluke, but at least he didn't win by something embarrassing like farting in the mutt's face. So what if he landed a lucky blow that knocked the mutt out? A victory was a victory nonetheless. However, any sense of pride or accomplishment had been sapped by his supposed sensei when he met the masked man at the hospital, replacing it with anger, hatred, and loathing instead. "Sorry, Naruto," the silver-haired Jonin commented, "but I've got other things I need to do." "Let me guess, you're going to be training Sasuke, right?" The blonde cut the man off. "Mama, don't complain." The masked man waved off the blonde's statement. "Sasuke's opponent is far more dangerous than yours. Your opponent won't kill you. Sasuke's will. I will give you that." The Uzumaki gritted out, seeing through Kakashi's attempt to guilt-trip him. "Gaara is a far more dangerous opponent than that Hyuga prick, but you're dead wrong if you think that prick won't try to kill me as well. If you had stuck around instead of coddling the Uchiha again, you would have seen him try to kill his own cousin, whom is also a Leaf Kunoichi. So yeah, Niji team has already shown he has no problem killing his own comrades." Kakashi frowned at his student's jab at his coddling of the Uchiha, but let it slide for the time being. Knowing that Naruto had no idea just how much danger the last loyal Uchiha was in, with Orochimaru after the boy for unknown reasons and his recent encounter with Kabuto in the Uchiha's room not too long ago. However, the masked Jonin did have to relent to the fact that the blonde genin was correct. His rival, Guy, had been ranting not too long ago about how unyouthful his student was for attempting to end the life of such a youthful kunoichi, which meant that Naruto was in just as much danger as Sasuke. The only exception was that at least against Niji, the proctor would be able to stop the match should the risk of death be imminent, unlike with Gaara, whom Kakashi was sure would kill the proctor just for getting in the way. Though that would hardly matter if the Hyuga already scored a direct Juken strike to the heart, which left only him one option to keep his blonde student safe. "Then perhaps you should simply quit and try again next year," the Jonin lazily advised, refusing to look up from his book. Sure, it may hurt the blonde teen for a bit, but better than dying, wasn't it? However, he failed to notice that his words had only served to infuriate the blonde further. "So that's it then?" Naruto ground out, clenching his fists. "Those are the words of advice from my sensei? Just give up." "Naruto," Kakashi sighed, finally closing his book with an annoyed clap. "The reason I am advising you to drop out of the exams is because you don't have what it takes to be a Chūnin. Sasuke does. Between the three of you, you lack the required skills and maturity to put others before yourself that comes with being promoted, and above all, you require the most work to improve." "Bullshit," the blonde scoffed, glaring up at the silver-haired man. "I probably put the most fucking work into this farce of a team. The team gets everything handed to him on a silver platter, while I work my ass off to get the skills and techniques I have. And don't even get me started on Haruno." The masked Jonin frowned at the blonde's words. "She is, without a doubt, the weakest member of this team." The whiskered teen continued to rant. "Her chakra reserves are barely above that of an academy student's, and her repertoire doesn't even extend beyond the Henge, Kourimi, and Bunshin. Basic academy jutsu." Naruto paused, looking the Jonin in his exposed eye, ignoring the gathering crowd that was attracted by their disagreement and growing tension. One in particular took special interest in the conversation, wearing a purple doo-doo on her chest, supported by 8 straps that meet on her back, forming a spider-like pattern. Her black hair styled into 2 horns on top of her head, which were secured into place with pink ribbons. Purple eyes gleaming with malicious mischief, one more so than the other. The only reason she survived her encounter with the Odo team was because they didn't see her as a threat. The Kunoichi on their team fucking toyed with her, mocking her the entire time. He continued, "At this rate, The only future Haruno will have is being a cum dumpster for an enemy shinobi until he grows bored of her holes and slit her throat, simply because of her lack and refusal to train and the fact that she foolishly believes that the damn Uchiha team will swoop in and rescue her. Kakashi couldn't help but grimace at the very bleak and all too possible fate his blonde student described for the sole female of the team. And you say I don't have the maturity to put others before myself. Naruto challenged. Who is it that figured out the purpose behind your little bullshit bell test? Me. Who is it that switched places with Haruno, taking a poison stab wound to keep her and the client safe on our way to Nami no Kuni? Me. And who was it that saved your ass when you got caught in Zabuza's water prison? Silence. Me. The Uzumaki seethed. All you do is focus on the damn Uchiha, while leaving your other two students to flounder in their training, or in Haruno's case, no training at all. If all you want to do was train the damn bastard, you should have just taken him as an apprentice. Perhaps then, Haruno and I could have been placed under an actual competent sensei that would have taken the time to break Sakura out of her damn fangirl mentality and turn her into a proper kunoichi. Maybe under a competent sensei, I would have my flaws addressed and fixed. Now, Naruto, Kakashi began, shifting nervously under the stares of the spectators that had gathered, feeling a little embarrassed due to being called out like he was. It didn't help that some in the gathering crowd were some of his own colleagues and fellow Jonin sensei. I know you're upset at me for telling you to quit, but that is no excuse for telling lies. Fuck off, Hitaki. The blonde growled, turning on his heel to leave. It's clear I made a mistake in actually placing my trust in you. You're just like every other sack of shit, always wanting to hold the demon brat back. The masked Jonin frowned at the lack of suffix that should be attached to his name, as well as the informal way the blonde had addressed him, implying that the whiskered teen had completely dismissed the man as his sensei. Know this, Hitaki. Naruto turned his head, glaring at the silver-haired Jonin. Not only will I not be dropping out of the finals, I will crush the Hyuga prick beneath my heel and your precious Uchiha as well. And regardless if I get promoted or not, I refuse to stay on this farce of a team. That's a promise. Not giving the now thoroughly embarrassed Jonin time to rebuke, Naruto stormed out of the hospital with a newly formed purpose. Not only was he going to knock the Hyuga bastard down a peg or two, he was also going to stick it to his failure of a sensei. So that is Kushina-sama's boy. The purple-eyed woman thought as she watched the teenage blonde depart, licking her lips in anticipation as she gripped a tattered and aged scroll in her right hand. Time to honor my promise. Training Ground 3. The sound of flesh colliding with hardened wood echoed across the training field as the teenage Jinchuriki unleashed his frustrations upon one of the 3 training posts. Frustrated because not only did his sensei, his father's last known surviving student, had simply brushed him off and told him to give up, but also because he allowed his carefully crafted mask to crack, giving his failure of a sensei a glimpse into the real Naruto, instead of the orange-wearing idiot that was always smiling. If he is half the shinobi he acts like he is, he should at least have his suspicions. A dark feminine voice reverberated within his mind, earning a slight chuckle from its blonde host. You and I both know that Hitaki has the Uchiha's cock so far down his throat, the only thing that bastard can see is pubic hair. The blonde teen mentally replied, I'm just pissed that I allowed him to get to me and allowed my mask to slip Sifheim. It needs to come off eventually, hopefully sooner rather than later. The kitsune stated with a sagely tone. Otherwise, you will lose yourself in your mask. I'd already planned to take off my mask after the exams. Naruto sighed as he landed another strike against the training post, creating a large crack in the wood. However, he stopped and cocked his head to the side a little, an annoyed expression forming on his face. And here, I thought you lot finally smartened up, came the whiskered teen's annoyed remark as half a dozen individuals came out of the tree line, consisting of 2 genin, 3 Chūnin, and 1 lone civilian. Especially after the beating you received the last time you tried this shit. Yeah, well, we got a surprise this time. The ringleader of the ragtag group spoke up. And that snake whore isn't here to help you this time. Bitch is probably getting bent over in an alley somewhere by some desperate bastard. Another commented, earning a series of snickers from the group. Unfortunately, the blonde teen was well acquainted with this group of idiots. While there were no shortage of people within the village that hated him for what happened 16 years ago, the majority either kept their disdain to simple glares and hateful comments, or in the case of the few shop owners, taking a more unorthodox approach by simply refusing him entry or charging him a demon tax for his purchases. While a pain in the whiskered teen's ass, not really against the law the old man put in place. These six, however, were constant pain in his ass. They were the very few that actually had the stupidity to physically assault him for the supposed murders he committed on the day of his birth, which had he group arrested on a number of occasions, heavily fined, and even demoted, not that that deterred them any. However, the ringleader of the group was right about one thing. He didn't have his best friend, Anko Mitarashi, to back him up this time. Then again, he wasn't an academy student anymore. With a grin of his own, he charged forward to meet the oncoming pack of idiots, effortlessly ducking under a poorly telegraphed punch by one of the genin before bringing his own fist up to in a devastating uppercut, knocking the unfortunate genin off his feet, landing a few feet away in a heap. Disoriented but conscious, not wasting time, Naruto slid past the downed genin and drove his elbow deep into the solar plexus of one of the Chūnin that had moved in, knocking the wind out of the disgraced shinobi. "Don't just stand there," the ringleader shouted at the other three. "Get the demon bastard." At the battle cry, the rest of the mob charged forward in an attempt to overwhelm the whiskered blonde, pulling out various weapons to give themselves an even larger advantage over the demon brat as they charged towards him. "Guess I should even the odds." Naruto grinned as he formed his infamous cross seal and created two clones to pop into existence to meet the four idiots head-on in a 3 versus 4 scuffle. The real Naruto, though, was focusing on one particular genin, the one that had made the earlier comment about his best friend. A sinister grin spread across his face as he closed in on his target, a grin Anko would be proud of as he caught the genin by the wrist as he was making a stabbing motion and gave it a hard twist, being rewarded with the sound of the unfortunate teen's arm snapping at the forearm. Without hesitation, Naruto gripped the now loosened kunai and drove it into his unfortunate victim's groin area, ripping the poor genin's testicles apart. For an added insult, Naruto channeled a little bit of right unchakra into the kunai, completely electrifying the teen's genitals. "Never," Naruto grinned as he looked into the pain-filled eyes of the genin. "Ever talk like that about my Hebeheim, understand?" Not even bothering waiting for a response, the whiskered teen pushed the prone genin to the ground and renewed his focus on his next victim, while he clones easily dispatched the lone civilian and remaining genin, leaving just a Chūnin left. Seeing their jobs done, the two clones dispersed themselves, leaving the original to finish this debacle off. "How the hell did you reach Chūnin rank?" Naruto inquired in a mocking tone as he stalked towards the lone member of the group. "Bribe the council for it? Suck them off? Because you guys are almost as weak as my failure of a teammate." However, the Uzumaki didn't get any further as an explosion of smoke erupted in front of him, blinding the blonde Jinchuriki for a split second, which was all the time the Chūnin needed to launch a barrage of 6 kunai towards the whiskered teen. One sailed harmlessly past the blonde's head, while 4 burrowed themselves deep within his torso at random points, one of which came dangerously close to puncturing his lung. The last one, however, found its mark in the Uzumaki's right eye, prompting him to elicit a pain-filled scream as he collapsed to his knees, holding his hand over his right eye socket, which still had the kunai sticking out of it, blood running down his face. "You were supposed to wait for the signal, Tsubaki," the Chūnin stated, looking towards the newcomer. She was a woman of average height, roughly around 5'2", give or take an inch, her dark eyes glaring at the blonde Jinchuriki as she approached the duo. Her long black hair braided down her back, while jaw-length bangs framed her face. "Oh, shut it," Tsubaki snarled, her glare fixated on the blonde. I got tired waiting for you dumbasses to finish playing around, and this little shit needs to pay for what happened to my fiancé. Shit, forgot that this bastard was responsible for what happened to Mizuki-san. By now, some of the others have begun to find their way back to their feet and hobble towards the group, two of which moved to get their severely injured friend to the hospital and no doubt report what the demon did, leaving only 3 of the original group and a newly arrived Tsubaki. Yeah, all this for that fucking traitor. Naruto spat, literally, as a glob of blood landed at the woman's feet. This, of course, only earned him a swift kick to his chest from the scorned woman, aggravating his wounds further. Pain exploded in his chest on the left side, and he struggled to take in oxygen, a clear indication that his lung was just punctured. Mizuki-kun was not a traitor. Wham! He was a loyal shinobi. Wham! That loved this village. Wham! And you framed him. Tsubaki raged. You are the traitor. One final kick sent the blonde Jinchuriki on his back, skidding a few feet along the ground. You took him away from me. She snarled as she reached behind her and pulled out a ninjato from where it was holstered on her back as she stalked closer towards the blonde. And now, I will have my revenge. Don't worry, demon brat. The ringleader of the mob grinned. We'll take good care of that snake whore for you. However, Tsubaki was frozen in place when she felt an eruption of malevolent killer intent behind her, prompting her and the others to turn around to see the sight of a lone dark-haired woman, standing no taller than 5'5", her hair styled up into 2 horn-like designs atop her head, her left eye gleaming brightly, promising untold pain. Who are you? The Chūnin stammered, his knees shaking in fear at the amount of killer intent the woman was releasing. No, it can't be, Tsubaki stammered, taking an unconscious step back as her ninjato clanged as it hit the ground. The purple doo-doo, the spider design the support straps created, the baggy off-white sweatpants, and purple tights, and long fingerless gloves. Her bright pink painted fingernails and kunoichi combat sandals. She recognized it all. Yuri the Widowmaker Han. What do you want? Another stammered, nearly pissing himself when the purple-clad woman licked her lips as if eyeing prey to be devoured. I happen to have a... Yuri grinned, licking her lips once more. Personal interest in that handsome blonde over there bleeding out. Yo, you want to kill the brat too? Yuri's left eye roared to life once more as she grinned madly, signifying that the idiot had chosen the wrong words to utter. Seconds later, screams echoed off the surrounding trees. Ignoring the blood that now drenched the training field, Yuri approached the prone form of Naruto, whom had finally fallen unconscious due to the wounds he had received just moments earlier. Kneeling down, she cupped the whiskered teen's cheek, allowing her to get a good look at his blood-caked face, a genuine smile creeping across her face. Defiant to the end, even when faced with death, she whispered, "Just like your mother." Gently, she lifted him up and cradled him, departing the training field. SN, Shinobi Information Network, Konoha Branch. Yuri Han observed through the observation window as a team of doctors and nurses seemingly danced around the operating room below her, working to save the young blonde's life that she had brought in not even an hour ago. 4 stab wounds across his torso, a punctured lung on his left side by one of the kunai that had been driven into his lung, multiple fractured ribs, a cracked sternum, and lastly, severe damage to his right eye, not unlike a similar injury Yuri herself had suffered years ago. Thus, having the Uzumaki teen have a feng shui engine implanted within the now empty socket. So that's him. A crimson-haired woman commented from her right. She was rather tall for a woman, standing a solid 5'9" tall, dressed in a uniquely designed gray battle suit that resembled an ordinary business suit, though 2 weapons lurked within the accompanying gloves and boots. The gloves concealing metal knuckles that could be electrically charged, that were capable of stunning and even electrocuting her victims at higher settings, while her boots were capable of granting her the ability to jump higher and further without the use of chakra. "I'm going to go have a chat with the old monkey," Yuri commented, ignoring the other woman's statement. "And if he wakes up before you get back?" The crimson-haired woman inquired, prompting Yuri to stop and turn her head slightly to look at the other woman. "Then explain what had to be done and the functionality of the feng shui engine, Maya," the black-haired woman instructed, resuming her trek. "I'll be training him how to use it after he is healed up." "Very well," the now identified Maya replied, before smirking slightly. "Try not to destroy the old man's office, if you can help it." "No promises," Yuri grinned. "Hokage's office." Hiruzen rubbed his temples, attempting to alleviate the oncoming headache. Not even an hour ago, a long-standing Chūnin was brought into the hospital with severe damage to his groin area with reports that he was attacked by the demon, which of course had prompted an outcry from those that were present within the hospital to hunt down and kill the demon once and for all. It had taken a handful of minutes for his ANBU and Chūnin to quell the potential mob from forming. However, one particular kunoichi had set off on her own to the reported training ground that the Chūnin was brought from, forcing the old man to follow, mostly to prevent the aforementioned kunoichi from doing anything too reckless with a small team of ANBU, only to be met with a morbid sight. Blood soaked the ground, splattered against the training post whilst bodies, horribly disfigured, littered the ground. Despite the mutilation, they were able to identify the so-called victims as the group that had constantly harassed the blonde Jinchuriki and were also stupid enough to target Anko Mitarashi as well. The remaining victim, who was left barely alive no doubt as a warning to others, was identified as none other than Mizuki Toji's estranged fiancée, Tsubaki Kodo. Hiruzen ordered his ANBU to take the woman to the hospital so she could be interrogated later by an eager snake mistress. However, there was a problem. Naruto Uzumaki was missing, though his blood was identified at the training ground, which led to the elder man's current situation. Due to the current mood of the snake mistress, Hiruzen had opted to have Abiki take over the interrogation of Tsubaki, knowing that even after getting the required information, Anko would have continued her interrogation of the woman. Interrogation and torture becomes an entirely different thing when it becomes personal, and due to the close friendship the two pariahs had, it was extremely personal for Anko. Something the snake mistress had not taken well, and Hiruzen was forced to ask his most trusted ANBU and personal friend of Anko to escort her out of the office to cool off for a bit, knowing that at this moment only Yugao, aka Yanbyu Nico, will be able to calm the infuriated snake mistress. At this point, Hiruzen didn't think his day could get any worse. Wham! Apparently, he was mistaken. One of the double doors to his office went flying off its hinges, embedding itself into the far wall, while the remaining door was left hanging loosely from its hinge before falling to the ground in a loud clatter. A lone female figure stood in the now empty doorway, her leg fully extended while her left eye glowed with mischievous intent and an insane grin plastered to her face. "Hey, you old bastard," the woman greeted as she jumped up on the elder man's desk, crossing her legs, inadvertently pushing off some of the stacks of paper that were once stacked on top of the desk, much to Hiruzen's dismay. "Yuri-han," the elder village leader greeted stiffly, slightly miffed at the woman's lack of respect. "I wasn't aware you were back on this side of the world." "Will, the outer lands got boring, so I decided to come back here to find something to entertain myself with." Yuri grinned. "Suppose it would be pointless to ask if you were here for business or pleasure then." "Silly monkey, business is always pleasure for me." However, her mood shifted from mischievous and playful to cruel and psychotic as her right leg snapped out of its lotus position and pinned the elder man to the back of his chair, prompting the ANBU on guard to surround the woman, their blades drawn. "You better have a damn good reason as to why I was never told about Kushina-sama's death." Hiruzen's expression shifted from one alarmed to one of confusion as he heard this. "What do you mean?" he inquired, ignoring the foot on his throat. I had ordered Jiraiya to contact you after it happened. Yuri snarled and pushed herself into a back flip off the desk, landing in the center of the ANBU gathered, though paying no mind to them. If anything, seemingly more annoyed than anything else that they thought she would be intimidated by them. You actually trusted that sleazy sack of shit. The black-haired woman commented with disdain, flicking one of the ANBU's katana, almost as if mocking them. You know that frog fucker would do anything despite Kushina-sama. Hiruzen frowned, knowing what the black-haired woman said was true. Jiraiya did have a rather unhealthy grudge against the now deceased woman, especially since Kushina had hidden highly advanced Uzumaki seals around the bathhouse that prevented his perverted student from spying on unknowing women, instead trapping the man in a multi-layered genjutsu, resulting in the pervert only seeing naked old men, sometimes engaging in sexual acts with one another, regardless of which side of the bathhouse he was on. Even better, at least for the women, if Jiraiya attempted to flare his chakra to break the genjutsu, it would trigger alarms around the property, not only alerting the women inside, but also ANBU to the area. The elder village leader also held no doubt that Jiraiya blamed Kushina for getting in between him and his student, not allowing Minato to be swayed by the Toad Hermit's perversion, as well as implementing a very strong belief of family comes first mindset within the revered Yondaime, something that Jiraiya was adamantly against, oftentimes putting himself first before others, a tendency he had attempted to push onto Minato, only to fail once Kushina had entered the picture. Looking to his ANBU, he gave a subtle signal for them to return to their posts, knowing that if the woman wanted to, she could easily lay waste to them in mere seconds. Hesitantly, they retreated back to their hiding spots, eyeing the woman carefully. I suspect that is not the only reason as to why you have returned. Hiruzen ventured, knowing well the woman before him wouldn't waste her time sticking around for something so trifling. No, if that were the case, she wouldn't waste time with words. She would have simply kicked the door in like she had done earlier and beat the ever-living crap out of him and leave. Wordlessly, Yuri produced the tattered scroll and presented it to the old man. This is... The elder man stammered as he looked upon the scroll, seeing that it bared the Uzumaki crest. A marriage contract. Yuri grinned, licking her lips excitedly. Between myself and Kushina-sama's son, Naruto Koi. Of course Kushina-chan would set up something like this. Hiruzen muttered, knowing the woman was very insistent that she was going to have a son when she was pregnant, and would even go as far as to draw up marriage contracts to ensure she had grandchildren. Unfortunately, I am currently have my YNBU searching for Naruto-kun myself. It appears he was involved in an altercation of sorts at Training Ground 3? Yuri grinned, prompting the elder man to turn his full gaze to her. Oh, don't look so surprised, old monkey. Surely you had your suspicions already. Hiruzen frowned at this. In truth, he did suspect that the woman had something to do with a massacre that was discovered in the training field when she had literally kicked in his doors, especially considering the relationship the woman had with Kushina. Where is he? The Hokage asked, looking to the black-haired woman. Since his blood was found at the scene, I can only assume you took him somewhere else. By now, he should be out of the operating room and recovering at the Sin headquarters. The purple-eyed woman replied. Bastard did a number on him before I arrived. No doubt thanks to that Jonin bitch. I'm surprised you left her alive. Hiruzen commented. Where the hell was Kakashi? Ah, that bastard. Yuri cackled. Cyclops ditched Naruto Koi at the hospital, even told him to drop out of the finals so he could focus on the Uchiha brat. The elder village leader frowned upon hearing this. Kakashi had practically begged him to put Naruto in his team. Originally, Hiruzen had thought that the man wanted to honor his sensei and train Minato's son, though it would appear the silver-haired Jonin either had other intentions or his emotions clouded his judgment. Hiruzen decided after this meeting was concluded, he would personally review all of Team 7's mission reports and look for any inconsistencies, no matter how small. Not sure what everyone sees in that arrogant brat. Yuri continued with an uncaring shrug. Kid acts like everyone should simply roll over and bow to him, simply because of a damn name. After the Uchiha massacre, many felt sympathetic for the boy and began to pamper him constantly. Hiruzen sighed. Whatever, kid can choke on a cock for all I care. She waved her hand dismissively. Anyways, just to let you know, I will be taking Naruto Koi as my official apprentice and will taking over his training. Hiruzen mulled it over in his head for a handful of seconds, though, in reality, there really only was one option. If Yuri wanted to, she could have easily taken Naruto and left the village. Not that he would object. The blonde teen deserved a chance at happiness just like anyone else. However, not only would the village lose its Jinchuriki, which for all intent and purpose was a deterrent for war, he would also lose an extremely skilled Kunoichi and last loyal snake summoner in Konoha in the form of Anko Mitarashi, whom would no doubt depart after her whiskered friend. Sometimes the elder village leader wondered if the two were just friends or something more with how loyal they were to one another. I see no problem with that. The elder man replied as he brought out a blank scroll from his desk drawer to make it official, since Hataki has failed in his duty as the boy sensei. However, Naruto-kun will have to remain a registered Konoha shinobi to avoid any unwanted headaches in the future. Meh, I suppose I could hang around for a little while. The purple-eyed woman shrugged, reading over the scroll the old man had just given her. Who is Anko Mitarashi? She is someone extremely precious to Naruto-kun. Hiruzen answered, pulling out his tobacco pipe and filling it. The two of them have been friends for years now. I have no doubt that once she learns of you taking Naruto-kun under your tutelage, she won't be far behind. Which leads me to our next topic, Naruto-kun's heritage. More precisely, him being the last of his clan. You plan to put him in the village's Clan Restoration Act. Yuri commented with a slight smirk. Kushina-sama mentioned the likelihood of Naruto Koi being put in it, and she only had one demand. And what would that be? No fangirls, no shy wallflowers, and absolutely no gold diggers. The purple-eyed woman stated with a feral-like grin, and I will personally test any potential bride. Naruto Koi will need women that can stand beside him, not behind him. Very well then, the Hokage stated with a smile, knowing that things were finally going to start looking up for his surrogate grandson. I leave Naruto-kun's training and other interests in your hands, Yuri-san. I look forward to seeing the fruits of your labor in the finals. By the time I'm finished with him, Yuri grinned madly, her left eye glowing with mischief. Naruto Koi will crush everyone and leave only dust in his wake. Review Corner. Clan V. I wanted to set the stage before things started and what lead to the event in the training field, while at the same time portray Kakashi in a different light than I normally do, with him having his students' safety in mind, though his choice of words could use some work, since they came off as being dismissive and insulting. Pseudocode Samurai. To be honest, I only know bits of Yuri's background and been piecing together her characteristics for video clips, though I did invest in a few Street Fighter games so I could get a more hands-on experience with her story. As for Big Red, that would be Crimson Viper, also from Street Fighter. She's a bit of a spy-like character, with Maya being her alias, hence why I used it as her name. As for the dolls, I will probably only use the primary four. Majestic Yokai Fauntleroy. By the time the finals roll around, Naruto will have completely discarded his mask, which, to clarify, is only his act of being an idiot and having a crush on Sakura. As for Naruto's personal summon, I am giving him Shelob from Lord of the Rings, with her mother, Ungoliant, being the primary boss summon for the Spider Clan. Sheriff 11. Currently, there's only two people he will actually forgive in this story, and no, it's not Kakashi or Jiraiya. Kakashi has already severed their bond with his parting words and the man's extreme hands-off approach to his training. And Jiraiya, well, the old pervert is just going to dig himself a grave and jump in when they finally meet. Dragon and Swordmaster. Yeah, I decided I wanted to give Fem QB a slightly different name than usual, though I still got to settle on a look for her. Not to mention a comfortable spot to give some background as to why she chose that name without it feeling like it just got crammed in the chapter somewhere. As for the spider contract, I'm looking more towards Lord of the Rings stuff, but other spider-themed characters will make appearances. As stated above, Shelob, complete with her human form, will be Naruto's personal summon. And Jiraiya, well, suffice to say that Hiruzen will doubt any of the pervert's claims, since as stated, the man has no actual documentation of being named Naruto's godfather. Only his word, whereas Yuri actually has a binding contract written up by Kushina. Also, Jiraiya will be lucky to survive his encounter with Yuri. Board King. No, Naruto does have choice. Yuri is simply staking her claim as the alpha of the women. But she will only respect the other women if they are able to stand beside Naruto and her, not behind them. So, for example, if Naruto chose to bring in Hinata, Yuri would not respect her like she would Anko. Harem. Current, Anko Yuri. Along came a spider. Chapter 2. The bitter antiseptic aroma, with undertones of artificial fragrance contained within the soaps and cleaning solutions used by the staff, assaulted the young teen's nostrils as he slowly became aware of his surroundings. A dull, rhythmic beating of the heart monitor droned on in the background. Due to the lack of discomfort, it was clear that he was not in Konoha's hospital. His bandages wrapped firmly around his torso, with extra gauze around the stab wounds he had received from the kunai. While the IV lines were properly inserted, instead of being haphazardly thrust into his arm. While the doctors and nurses at Konoha's General Hospital didn't do anything that would hamper his overall recovery the few times he had been forced to go there, either for regular checkups or self-inflicted training injuries, it was clear that their bedside manners could use some work, at least when it came to him. Tentatively, he reached up and brushed his fingers over the cloth that covered his right eye, a frown forming on his face as he recounted the events that had transpired at the training ground. He had hoped that Sif-chan's chakra would have been able to help replace the eye he had lost, but it appeared there were limitations to what injuries she could heal, as well as his own legendary Uzumaki healing factor. Still, the socket didn't feel empty. No, there was something behind the bandage. "Ah, you're awake." An alluring voice came from the doorway, prompting the whiskered teen to take notice of the crimson-haired woman that stood there. She stood roughly the same height as himself, around 5'9", a pair of yellow-tinted sunglasses obscuring her bluish-green eyes. Most notable, aside from her vibrant crimson hair that cascaded down to her knees in a tight braid, was the gray skin-tight catsuit with black trimmings she wore that enhanced her feminine curves, accompanied by a black choker around her neck. The zipper down far enough to give him a rather generous view of her impressive cleavage. Draped over the catsuit was a simple white lab coat. "With the injuries you had, I had expected you to be out for the remainder of the day," the woman continued as she entered the room. "Not many can bounce back from multiple fractures, a punctured lung, and severe ocular trauma. Though, then again, not many have that legendary Uzumaki healing factor, nor are they the current Jinchuriki of the Kyubi no Kitsune." Hearing this, Naruto visibly stiffened. Though he tried to rationalize how she would have access to such information, while not exactly a well-kept secret within the village. If he was even in Konoha anymore, it was one not openly talked about. For now, he simply marked it up to her having access to his medical file. "You may relax, Uzumaki-san," the woman stated, offering a friendly smile. "Name's Maya C. Viper, and it was my boss that was the one who brought you here." "Your boss?" Naruto inquired as he took a look around the room he was in. "And just where is here, exactly?" "In reverse, you are in the SN headquarters, acronym for Shinobi Intelligence Network, within Konoha," Maya explained. "As for who my boss is, you'll be unfortunate enough to meet her as soon as she returns. She left to go talk to your Hokage about something. However, I have been instructed to go over the fundamentals of the feng shui engine that has replaced your right eye." "The what?" was Naruto's intelligence response. "The feng shui engine," the crimson-haired woman repeated with a slight sigh as she hated repeating herself. Though, she would let it slide as the whiskered teen was not familiar with such technology. As such, she would no doubt have to repeat various things. Is a miniaturized version of our Tandon engine. Its purpose is to enhance your fighting potential by emitting very powerful chakra, sometimes called ki, due to how dense and potent it is. Naruto stared at her for a moment, as his mind tried to process what he had been told. While he didn't know exactly whatever a Tandon engine was, but it did sound like a powerful piece of technology. And now he had something similar to it implanted where his right eye once was. I am curious to see how yours will react in combat. Maya commented, a thoughtful expression on her face. I have seen it in action before from Yuri, and it was truly impressive. I wonder how the QB's own chakra will affect it. Yuri Han, my boss and the current head of Estin, Maya explained. Also known as the Widowmaker, due to her penchant for killing her enemies brutally. And she was the one who brought me in, Naruto stated, remembering the woman had said that her boss and brought him in shortly after the woman had entered the room he currently resided in. That is correct. She nodded. Once you are healed up enough, she will not only be training you for the Chūnin finals, but also how to properly utilize your new upgrade. This had caught the young Uzumaki by surprise, as he had half expected to rely on himself and Sif-chan for his training for the month. Not that he didn't have options. He knew Anko would have helped him during her free time when she wasn't busy in the torture and interrogation building. Though with knowledge of Orochimaru infiltrating the village, she would no doubt be very busy the next few weeks, if not longer. However, that did remind him that he needed to have a serious talk with the snake mistress for the stunt she attempted to pull in the Forest of Death, having overheard what had happened from a loose-lipped ANBU member that was in the hospital earlier. Anything else you can tell me about her? Naruto asked, earning a mischievous grin from the redhead. Only that she was close to Kushina, the evil Uzumaki, your mother. Elsewhere in the village, an irate young woman aggressively pushed her way through the crowd of civilians that swarmed the main street that led into the village, earning herself mutterings of irritation of those she had jostled. Not that she cared. She wasn't in the mood to deal with anyone's shit right now, shinobi or civilian. Her loss in the preliminaries didn't just sting. It burned within her like a raging inferno. Not necessarily the loss in itself, a loss she could handle. After all, defeat is how one learns of their weaknesses and how to correct them and grow. Loss is natural. No, what infuriated her was who she had been forced to lose to. Sakura Haruno. The bubblegum-haired girl was a civilian, with her head filled with stories of knights in shining armor rescuing their princesses, masquerading as a kunoichi. It was an insult to true kunoichi everywhere. Now granted, she was little better, but at least she had the excuse that she was hiding behind a mask to conceal her true potential under her parents' insistence. While she could understand where her father was coming from, not wanting his little princess to attract too much unwanted attention. Understandable, given the man's position, but Inoichi should have eased off the insistence once she became a genin and allow her mask to slowly fall off. But no, the Yamanaka clan head had stood firm in his stance to not reveal her skills until the time was right. Though Ino was beginning to doubt her father would ever decide when it would be the right time. Instead, preferring his little princess to stay in the back where it was safe and let her teammates and sensei put themselves at risk while she offered support. If Daddy was so insistent on me being safe, why did he allow me to enroll in the academy in the first place, knowing full well what being a kunoichi entailed? Ino mentally ranted, puffed clan pride and being an overly protective father like oil and water. Her mother, on the other hand, was a completely different story. At the time, when the woman had suggested she pursue the lone Uchiha survivor, Ino had thought it was the perfect addition to her mask. Blend in with the masses and not stand out. The perfect live training exercise for an aspiring kunoichi. And so, she had mixed in with the other fangirls and played her part perfectly. Perhaps too perfectly. Not only was she forced to push away the boy she actually did have a crush on in order to keep up her visage, and her one-time childhood friend, Sakura, had broken off their friendship. All for the damn Uchiha. Ino began doubting her mother's intentions when a young blonde was easing her father into the idea of her having a boyfriend by mentioning that she was interested in another boy in her class. Not mentioning exactly who the boy could be, only alluding that it wasn't the Uchiha. While Inoichi was relieved to learn that his daughter wasn't only focusing on just the Uchiha, her mother, on the other hand, was an entirely different matter. The woman had looked downright insulted that the young heiress had even dared to look at another man that wasn't the sole Uchiha, and had gone into an entire rant of how she should focus only on the Uchiha and no one else. Ino was jarred out of her thoughts when she collided with something, or rather, someone that wasn't going to move like the other she had pushed through, almost sending the young heiress on her rear. Mutterings and whispers echoed as the crowd around them silenced, prompting the blonde mind walker to look at what had stopped her. "Oh shit," came a frantic whisper from somewhere within the crowd of people. "I am not going to be the one to tell Inoichi how his little princess was murdered." Another harshly whispered, "She's gonna die." "Mamai," came a taunting voice from in front of her, prompting the blonde teen to look at the individual she had bumped into. Someone should watch where they're going. Blue met purple as their eyes connected, as Ino found herself face to face, then none other than Yuri Han. While never having met the woman personally, Yuri's reputation was well known throughout the elemental nations. Most notable were her ventures into the outer lands, uncharted lands outside the veil that surrounded the elemental nations, and stories of her conquests, spread by those that had either witnessed or survived their encounter with the Widowmaker. "Yuri Han," Ino acknowledged, trying not to show the fear she felt swelling up inside of her. "It's rude. Not excuse yourself after bumping into someone." Yuri chastised the young blonde in a sarcastic manner. "Didn't your parents ever teach you manners?" "The same could be said for you," Ino retorted, not breaking eye contact with the woman, earning a series of gasps from the crowd that was silently watching them. All the while, ignoring her instincts screaming at her to flee. Her pride had been battered, bruised, beaten, and left in an alleyway stripped of its dignity. If standing her ground before, arguably, one of the most dangerous women in the known world didn't uplift her in the eyes of her peers, then nothing would. Silence hung in air between the two until Yuri threw her head back and began cackling with glee, causing those that had gathered around the two to scurry back, hopefully out of the line of fire. The sudden laughter prompted the young mind walker to tense her muscles, preparing to defend herself should the need arise. Though she wasn't delusional, she knew that if Yuri decided to attack, she would only be able to last no more than 3 seconds. 5 seconds if the woman decided to play with her. Ah. Yuri laughed, turning her attention back to Ino, licking her lips. "I like you, princess. You actually have a set on you." Ino stood there, confusion written all over her face. "Unlike all these pathetic bitches that piss themselves just at the sight of me, you actually had the tits to stand up and look me in the eye and challenge me. I love it." The black-haired woman cackled before it died down, and she sauntered over to where Ino stood, draping an arm around the blonde's neck, bringing her in rather close, to the point their cheeks were almost touching, making Ino feel slightly uncomfortable. "So, are you going to give me shit about my match during the preliminaries like everyone else?" Ino groused, figuring she may as well get it over with. Didn't see it and don't care." Yuri shrugged. Ino didn't know if she should feel relieved by the fact that the woman didn't see her match against Sakura, or insulted by the fact that the woman so casually dismissed it. "You see, I'm looking for a woman by the name of Anko Mitarashi," the purple-eyed eccentric woman explained. "Know her?" "Yeah, she works with my father," Ino replied, a little unsure and concerned as to why this woman was looking for Anko of all people. If she isn't interrogating someone, she is usually at the dango stand just down the road. "Well, let's go then," Yuri exclaimed as she began to drag the poor Yamanaka heiress alongside her. "Wait," Ino cried out. "Why am I going?" "Well, I don't know what this Anko person looks like," was the response. "And besides, I like your company, princess." "My name is Ino." Ino ground out, getting annoyed at being called princess by the older woman. "Noted, princess," Yuri stated, earning another growl from the blonde as she was dragged along. "Now let's go." Estin headquarters, late afternoon. Naruto laid back in his newly assigned bed, having been disconnected and released from the medical wing, trying to wrap his head around everything Maya had explained to him. First and foremost was his new eye. While the technical aspects were still lost on him, he did understand that it operated a lot like the Uchiha Prick Sharingan eye to a degree. While it couldn't copy the techniques being used, unless certain conditions were met which Maya had been tight-lipped about, it could, however, predict attack patterns and movements, something that would no doubt prove to be very useful in the finals. Though he still had no idea what the red-haired woman meant about the eye increasing his fighting potential. Originally, the whiskered teen thought that she was talking about its utilities on the battlefield, but Maya had stressed that they were two completely different things, reassuring him that Yuri will instruct him on how to utilize it when she returns. Of course, with a reminder that there would be no training until he was full healed, which knowing him wouldn't take more than a day or two, despite the severity of some of his wounds. Another thing that Maya had conversed with him about, regarding his newly implanted eye, was its appearance. Due to it being an implant that was cybernetic in nature, it could have its appearance altered to look like his normal eye color, or change its appearance entirely. Currently, the Uzumaki was considering if he wanted it to look like his normal eye, so as not to attract attention, or if he should say fuck it, and have it take the appearance of something shocking and horrifying to intimidate those around him. However, what occupied his mind the most was this Yuri Han. The only thing he knew about her so far was that she was the current head of the Shinobi Information Network, which was the organization that foot the bill for his surgeries and the ones that designed his new eyeball. But above all that, Maya had said that this woman personally knew his mother and was really close to her, which filled his head with so many questions. Mainly due to the fact that he couldn't just openly ask about either of his parents in the village, due to the fact that technically he wasn't supposed to know just yet. So he couldn't just walk up to someone that would know of his mother or father and ask them about his parents. Mainly because it would incite a panic for two reasons. First and foremost would be the collective of idiots that would be in denial about being the son of one of their most feared kunoichi and their revered hero. Secondly would be that of his parents' enemies, both outside and inside the village. The ones from outside the village he could handle, the ones inside was a different story. He knew full well that both his father and mother had rubbed a lot of people the wrong way throughout their respective careers and rise through the ranks, some of which are now sitting on the civilian council. And diplomatic enemies with a pen were far more dangerous than any shinobi or kunoichi he would encounter outside the village. Now, though, he had someone he could openly ask that personally knew her and hopefully get some answers and perhaps a few stories about his mother. He had asked Sif about her, but much to the embarrassment of the vixen, she had admitted that she had slept most of the time while being contained with the hot-tempered Uzumaki woman, due to the fact that Kushina hardly ever called on her power, instead relying on her own, which had earned the woman a large amount of respect from the kitsune and the primary reason as to why the foxy woman had given the Uzumaki princess's son a fair chance early on. All I gotta do is wait for this Yuri woman to return. Naruto mumbled softly to himself as he closed his lone eye, allowing a peaceful sleep to fall over him. Dango standing bar, same time. Thunk. Another dango stick found itself embedded halfway into the wall across from an incensed Anko Mitarashi, completing the last touch on the Uzumaki clan symbol she had made out of the dango stick she had thrown. A clan that had been essential in the founding of Konohagakure, acting as a mediator between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan, only to be nearly wiped out nearly 3 decades ago by the combined forces of Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure. And how did those sacks of shit that sat on the Elder Council pay tribute to their fallen clan and longtime allies? By removing every mention of them from the Academy's curriculum, as well as the public library, and stealing their clan symbol, supposedly to honor their fallen comrades. Enko had thought otherwise. Without a doubt, The snake mistress was sure the real reason the swirl was even implemented in the leaf symbol was due to the fact that the Uzumaki clan had more renown than Konoha did and those jealous old bastards, and bitch, that an independent clan had more recognition than an established hidden village. And now the only known surviving clan member of the Uzumaki clan has been attacked and is now missing. Anko muttered to herself, taking another bite out of her dango before slamming her fist on the countertop, startling nearby patrons. And damn that old man. Hey, watch the countertop, came an annoyed voice from down the bar, earning the barkeep a scowl from the snake mistress. Bad enough you use my wall as your own personal dartboard. Kami almighty, why the hell did Ambi Unico have to leave you unattended? Hey, blame the old man, Anko retorted. If it wasn't for him, I would be thoroughly enjoying my work, getting every ounce of information out of that bitch, and then some. Look, hon, the woman sighed as she moved down to talk with her regular customer and friend. I know you're afraid. Anko shot the woman a dirty look. Oh, don't give me that look. The barkeep scoffed, not the least bit intimidated by the snake mistress. You can still be a badass bitch and still be afraid for someone. Now, as I was saying, the woman continued. I know you're afraid, but you have to trust in Hokage-sama's decision and trust that he did what he did to protect you, not the suspect. What would he tell your little pocket of sunshine after you got yourself locked up for going too far with the suspect? A frown formed on the snake mistress's face. She had been so upset due to the fact that her little Whiskers was missing, and all they had found were traces of his blood at the scene, that she didn't even think nor care about the consequences of her actions, should she have been allowed to go through with them. Maybe, Anko sighed, relenting to the fact that the barkeep was correct. Still would make me feel a lot better if I could hear that bitch scream, though. Anyways, thanks for the pep talk, Kimiko. Yeah. The woman now identified as Kimiko responded as she set to work wiping down the countertop in front of them. So, Anko repeated. When he turns up again, Kimiko grinned mischievously. You finally going to make him as yours? A light blush dusted the snake mistress's cheeks due to being called out so bluntly by her friend. You know, if Nai-chan were here, she would be chastising you about encouraging me to go after a younger man. Anko commented with a sarcastic undertone. While she knew the famed Genjutsu mistress had good intentions, it was just beyond frustrating that the woman constantly tried to hook Anko up with men her own age range. Of course, every attempt had ended in one disastrous failure after another. Not due to any fault of her own. Each of the supposedly good guys Kurenai had set her up with had all been after one thing, and when they didn't get it, they would hurl insults at her. The worst, however, had been none other than Iraki Yumino. The bastard had attempted to use his own connection and supposed brother-like relationship with Naruto to weasel himself in. Though the snake mistress knew, not only from the man's body language, but from Naruto himself, that the whiskered teen didn't see the man as a brother in the slightest. Hell, the two of them even had suspicions that Irika was one of the primary culprits in attempting to sabotage the blonde studies. Ah yeah, the expert on relationships. Kimiko scoffed, because her love life is so perfect. Anko couldn't help but snort at this. It was a sad fact that both the snake mistress and Kimiko knew. While Asuma was a respectable shinobi and an overall decent person, his eyes wandered. While she had no proof, Anko was fairly certain the man would spend time in brothels while out of the village. The two of them had attempted to warn the Genjutsu mistress about her man's wandering eye, but it fell on deaf ears as she casually dismissed it of him being observant of his surroundings like a proper shinobi should. Well, the snake mistress sighed. We tried to warn her. Just so you know, the barkeep said, when it happens, I'm going to fly a big-ass banner over my bar, saying I told you so. Anko couldn't help but chuckle at the thought of Kimiko flying a massive banner over her bar top, while an emotionally distraught Kurenai drowned her sorrows in sake. Thanks, Kimiko, for talking some sense into me. The snake mistress expressed her gratitude. No telling what I would have done if I kept my original mindset for much longer. Well, I'll waive my usual consular's fee this time. The woman jested, before turning her attention to a group of patrons entering the establishment. Anyways, I need to get back to work. Call me if you need anything. Anko nodded silently, turning her attention back to her dango before she noticed the entire stand suddenly go silent, almost as if everyone had suddenly disappeared. She didn't have time to ponder as she suddenly felt the weight of someone's arm hanging casually of her shoulder. Looking to her left, brown pupil-less eyes met with purple. The woman that was now hanging over the snake mistress was a little shorter than herself, with her black hair tied up into horns at the top of her head, her left eye seemingly glowing brighter than her right. Behind her stood a visibly concerned Ino Yamanaka, whom had seemingly been dragged her by the strange woman. "So you're the infamous Anko Mitarashi, Konoha's snake mistress," the woman stated, licking her lips as if in anticipation. "I hear that you're really, really close to my fiancé." "Listen, lady, I don't know who the hell your fiancé is, but I can promise you I'm not close to him. Hell, there's only one guy I'm interested in, and as far as I know, he's still single," Anko retorted, offended by the fact that yet another woman thought she was seducing their man, no doubt thanks to the rumors spread about her. "Who the hell are you anyways?" "Name's Yuri Han." The black-haired woman grinned before bringing the unfortunate Yamanaka in close with her other arm. "I trust you already know Princess here." The snake mistress looked at the blonde teen in concern. "You all right?" "Not the worst thing that's happened to me today." The mind walker sighed, having since resigned herself to her fate of being a tag along to one Yuri Han. "Hey, barkeep, rounds or the three of us?" Yuri called out, getting the tender's attention as she placed a rather generous sum of money on the countertop. "This is going to be a long night," Ino sighed, as a bottle of warm sake was placed in front of her. Not wanting to insult her companion whom had already paid for multiple rounds for the three of them, the young teen took the bottle and took a long drink from it, taking note that the taste was agreeable to her, surprisingly. "So, what's this about?" Anko inquired. "You accuse me of being close to your fiancé, and then buy us a round of drinks." Without saying a word, Yuri produced a single scroll and handed it to the purple-haired woman to read. Upon seeing a familiar clan symbol on the scroll, Anko's stomach plummeted. Cautiously, she unrolled the paper and read over the contents, a look of confusion marring her face. "This is—" "Yup," Yuri cut off the snake mistress. "We have some things to talk about." Eston headquarters, evening. Light breathing could be heard in the darkened room as two feminine figures stumbled through the doorway of the room, surprisingly not waking the lone occupant in the bed. Both women clearly intoxicated as they tried to stifle their giggling as they approached the rather spacious bed. As quietly as they could in the drunken state, the two removed their clothing and slowly crawled under the blankets with their unsuspecting victim. The only response the whiskered teen had as two warm bodies pressed against him was a small groan in satisfaction. Without a doubt, the next morning was going to be interesting for on Naruto Uzumaki, Review Corner. Neto Hikari 1. Yeah, I noticed that about myself too. While I don't bash on Sakura like roughly 60% of the fandom tends to do, I do tend to prefer Ino over the Cherry Blossom. As stated above, I am keeping it to just Street Fighter and Tekken, so while IA may be out of the running, Ibuki is very much a potential candidate. Hyper A 2019. Sadly, a cybernetic implant cannot become a dojutsu, unless Naruto's kids develop a habit of gouging their eyes out to get one. Reads 22. Yuri is only interested in training Naruto, her future husband and the son of the woman she thought of as her own mother. So while Yuri will not be open to training Hinata, there are other options for our little wallflower to go to. Lord Poseidon-san, no need for anything higher than AT rating until I add scenes that require such a change. And kind of funny you mention Yuri and Tsunade meeting, because in a future chapter, I do intend that to be Naruto and Yuri's mission to bring back Tsunade. Dragon and Swordmaster. There will be a lot of blowback against Jiraiya, especially revolving around his claim of being Naruto's godfather, despite the lack of evidence stating so. Meanwhile, Yuri has a written and signed documentation from Kushina for a marriage contract. Narafu forever. Sadly, I will not be adding Fu to the mix, which I will explain below. However, both Elena and Laura are potential candidates to be added to the lineup. Harem. Current. Anko Yuri. Note, I will only be adding 3 other Naruto females to the lineup, so there are no surprises. Those 3 will be Ino, Shizune, Tsubaki, and Koyuki. The rest of the list, which I'm still debating on just how large I want the harem, will be filled out by Street Fighter and Tekken girls. Along came a spider. Chapter 3. Hokage's office, 1 week later. Hiruzen let out a tired sigh as he read over one of the countless mission scrolls that were now stacked upon his large desk, separated in 2 separate piles, all of which pertained to the missions completed by Team 7. On one side were the reports given to him by Kakashi Hitaki. The other, client testimonies of how the team performed their given tasks, with AMB Unico encouraging all the clients to be unbiased in their assessments. Needless to say, Hiruzen was deeply disappointed in Hitaki. It was evident upon comparing the 2 reports of the team's earlier missions that the masked Chūnin downplayed the teenage Uzumaki's contribution towards the mission while elevating, and in some cases, exaggerating the Uchiha's own work ethic. The particular mission scroll from one of the few clients that didn't need any coercion from Nico had gone into detail as to how the Uchiha had nearly destroyed his garden due to Sasuke's inability to tell the difference between crop and weed, while the Uzumaki worked diligently to repair the damages the Uchiha had caused. A stark contrast to Kakashi's own report that blamed Naruto for the damage, and had even gone as far as to dock the Genin's cut of the mission payout. Something that Hiruzen would notice would become a reoccurring theme with each and every mission scroll, much to the elder man's regret as he allowed it to happen, trusting his shinobi to be truthful in their reports. Each and every scroll, it was the same thing. The Uchiha would do something to upset the client. Naruto would repair the damage his teammate did, and Kakashi would report the mission's completion while chastising Naruto, and heaping praise upon the Uchiha before docking Naruto's cut of the payout. Seems I will need to reimburse Naruto-kun for his wrongful pay cuts. Hiruzen sighed, setting down the latest mission scroll in its designated pile. And it looks like I will need to have a long discussion with Hitaki about his actions and blatant favoritism. The elder village leader then picked a large scroll that held the testimonies of Tazuna, Tsunami, and the rest of the villagers that resided within Nami no Kuni, mentally preparing himself for what was to come. He already knew Kakashi's version of how Naruto disobeyed direct orders, endangering the mission and risking his teammates, namely Sasuke's, lives. As expected, the client's report heavily differed from the report Kakashi had given. Tazuna had praised the blonde for putting himself in harm's way to protect not only the super bridge builder, but also his teammate Sakura when one of the demon brothers had gotten away from Sasuke and charged towards the two. Naruto, with his quick thinking, had replaced himself with Sakura and took a puncture wound to the palm of his hand from the spiked gauntlet that had been laced with poison, before knocking out his assailant. Tazuna's report then recounted the events during the team's first encounter with Zabuza, and how Kakashi had gotten himself captured by Zabuza, something the masked Chūnin had seemingly forgot to include in his own report, and how once again, albeit with a little help from the Uchiha, Naruto had devised an ingenuous plan to free the silver-haired Chūnin from the water prison Zabuza had the man trapped in. The next part of the scroll depicted the team's time spent at the bridge builder's home, clearly written by the man's daughter, Tsunami. The young woman wrote that during the team's stay at their home, Kakashi would be apathetic to their hospitality, while both Sakura and Sasuke would be downright rude to their hostess, the latter making demands when something wasn't to his liking. Lastly, there was Naruto, the only one on the team that went out of his way to thank Tsunami for her time and effort, and even helped the young widow around the house. Hiruzen couldn't help but grin to himself. With the way the young woman was writing about the whiskered teenager, one might think she developed a crush on the lad. She also began to recount how Kakashi would train his students. giving both Naruto and Sakura some mundane exercise, while he would disappear with the Uchiha for hours at a time. Of course, Sakura would only do the bare minimum of her assigned training before taking off to stalk her crush or to lounge on the futon and daydream. Meanwhile, Naruto would continue training well into the evening hours when he would come in to shower. Is that dry blood? Hiruzen mused as he peered at the brownish-red droplets that stained the scroll, his aging mind quickly putting the pieces together as it became evident that Tsunami was fantasizing about something she wanted to do, or perhaps already did with the whiskered teen. The last half of the scroll depicted what had transpired both at the home of the bridge builder and the Battle of the Bridge, clearly written by both father and daughter. The first few paragraphs went into detail how Kakashi and the other two and left with her father, leaving Naruto behind, which she was thankful for, as shortly afterward the pair of Gado's lackeys had shown up to kidnap the young woman and kill her son. The report from the young woman went on to regale how Naruto had swooped in, saved her son, and rescued her in the process, eliminating both would-be kidnappers and securing them before creating half a dozen shadow clones to watch over her, then leaving towards the bridge to aid his team. The next part was clearly written by Tazuna, as the bridge builder went on to explain how despite their best efforts, the outlook was grim for both Kakashi and Sasuke, as both Zabuza and his accomplice, a young teenage boy by the name of Haku, were backing the two Konoha shinobi into a corner. Without a doubt in the bridge builder's mind, Naruto's arrival was the turning point of the Battle of the Bridge, as it was dubbed. According to the elder bridge builder, Naruto had managed to distract Haku long enough for the Uchiha to escape the dome of ice mirrors the rogue shinobi had trapped him in with a clever use of shadow clones and distractions. It was unfortunate that neither Haku nor Zabuza survived the battle, Haku having taken a lightning jutsu to the chest courtesy of Kakashi to save his father figure, while Zabuza massacred Gado and his army of thugs in his final breath. Hiruzen was positive that the teenage Uzumaki would have been able to talk the two into joining Konoha with his patented Talk No Jutsu. Having read over all of these reports, I am glad I agreed to let Yuri take him as her apprentice. Hiruzen thought to himself as he tossed the scroll onto the ever-growing pile of mission scrolls. Though I feel a great swell of pity for the boy and anyone who will be unfortunate enough to face him once she is done with him. A knock at the freshly repaired door broke him from his musings. "Enter," he called out. Upon the invitation, both Ibiki and Anko entered the room. Over the past week, Hiruzen had noticed that the snake mistress had been in better spirits, almost giddy at times. Enough so that the elder village leader deemed her safe enough to sit in on the interrogation of Tsubaki as it was conducted by Ibiki. "Here is my report, Hokage-sama," Ibiki stated as he handed the village leader the scroll, detailing all the information they had extracted from the disgraced Chūnin. She was rather forthcoming when Anko mentioned inviting Yuri Han into the room. Hiruzen could only sweat drop as the snake mistress shrugged her shoulders. Anyways, it appears that Tsubaki was given falsified reports of the now dubbed the Scroll Incident, elaborating Mizuki's innocence, as well as implicating that Uzumaki framing Mizuki for the theft. Ibiki informed the elder man, If it wasn't for the fact that I wrote up the original reports, I would have thought they were genuine as well." Who would have access to such reports? Hiruzen questioned out loud, mostly to himself as he tried to think of any potential subjects, and to have such intimate knowledge of what had transpired that night. Unfortunately, Tsubaki does not know the identity of her informant, Ibiki stated, crossing his arms over his chest, which is not surprising considering how emotionally fragile she was. I doubt she even thought to question this unknown informant's motives. Something I will have Jiraiya look into. The elder Hokage sighed, hoping the village's spy master will be able to shine some light on this mystery, and why this unknown individual would target young Naruto. In the meantime, there is another matter we must address. Reparation. The head of the torture and interrogation replied, earning a nod from the Hokage and a small frown from the snake mistress, whom seemed to have something on her mind that she was mulling over. Unfortunately, with her not being for any notable family, compiled with the fact that she refused to do any missions after Mizuki's betrayal, Tsubaki has little in the way of monetary value to pay for reparations. Hiruzen stated, due to the fact that Naruto was the son of the revered Yandami Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and the sole heir of the Uzumaki clan after the disappearance of his mother, Kushina Uzumaki, even if both were kept secret from the general populace and the whiskered teen himself for security reasons, the attempted assassination on him would send a shock wave of ramifications throughout the village and beyond. Clans such as the Hyuga and Inuzuka would demand answers as to why it was allowed to happen in the first place and would no doubt question the Hokage's ability to keep the village safe. Namely, some, due to the feral woman's close friendship, almost sister-like relationship with Kushina. The feral woman had still yet to forgive him for not allowing her to adopt Naruto at a young age. So, monetary compensation is out of the question. Anko spoke up for the first time since she entered the office. Unless we liquidate all of her assets. Indeed, the Hokage side. The medical treatment Naruto-kun required would make even our more prosperous of clans hard-pressed to pay them off. So even if we were to liquidate all of Tsubaki's assets, it wouldn't even make a dent in the overall bill. We are fortunate that S-Jin foot the bill for his operations. S-Jin, Ibiki inquired, having vaguely heard of the organization before, primarily that they operated outside the Veil in the Outer Lands. Shinobi Information Network, Hiruzen answered, giving a side glance to the snake mistress before continue. The current head, Yuri Han, has a vested interest in Naruto-kun and has taken over his training. Damn, not sure if I should feel sorry for the kid or not, knowing what that woman can do. The large, scarred man stated, should be entertaining, if nothing else, to see what he will be capable of in the finals. That Hyuga prick won't have a prayer. The snake mistress grinned. Anyways, back to the topic at hand. The village leader turned the discussion back to where they started. What action should we take with Tsubaki Kodo? Silence hung between the three for a handful of seconds. In all honesty, Hiruzen was surprised and relieved that Anko had not outright suggested execution yet, considering her mindset a week ago. No doubt in his mind that Naruto himself was the primary reason for the snake mistress's good mood. I may have an idea. Ibiki finally spoke up, prompting the other two to look at him. An unorthodox idea. Holding cell 143, Tsubaki Kodo. The young woman of 24 years old sobbed in the corner of her cell, her jaw-length black bangs matted to her wet skin as tears streamed down her cheeks. All throughout her cell was papers and partially unraveled scrolls strewn about. Official reports of the night her fiancé had betrayed the village, as well as condemning evidence taken from Mizuki's own home after his arrest. Papers detailing meeting points between himself and the notorious traitor Orochimaru. Written transactions for women the man had seduced and given to the snake Sannin for experimentation, as well as plans to acquire the two clan heiresses from his own class to sell off after he had grown bored of them. The most damning, however, was the journal of her late fiancé lying face down on the ground before her. In it, detailed his biggest betrayal of all. After the scroll heist, Mizuki had made an agreement with Orochimaru that she would be given to him as well, in exchange for a moderate compensation. Not to be used for experimentation, but rather to be used as the traitor's next body when his current one finally gave out. 250,000 Ryo. That was all her loyalty was worth to Mizuki. Having read through all of the evidence that had been presented to her, Tsubaki could only curse herself. She had allowed her unknown informant to manipulate her emotions with honeyed words, sweet lies and false promises, foolishly believing them, as if Mizuki would magically be released from prison after she had succeeded in killing the Uzumaki. And now my foolishness has led me to my death, she mentally lamented. To attack a fellow comrade carried its own severe consequences, but to attack the village's primary war deterrent practically guaranteed her execution. While the fool she had agreed to help in their attack on the Uzumaki teen had believed she wanted to kill him due to some misguided notion that he was the Kyuubi incarnated, she wasn't that narrow-minded. She knew full well the difference between the prisoner and the warden. No, her sole purpose in targeting the whiskered teen was to avenge her wrongfully imprisoned fiancé. Tsubaki was brought out of her self-loathing by a loud, clanging sound as the door to her cell opened, revealing a cat-masked ANBU with long flowing purple behind the feminine figure. Tsubaki Kato. The cat-masked ANBU stated in a neutral tone, "You are to accompany me." Didn't take the old man long to sign off on my execution. The black-haired woman sighed, seeing little point in addressing the village leader by his title. Having resigned herself to her fate, Tsubaki pushed herself off the floor and allowed the ANBU to cuff her before being lead out of her cell, unaware that it was not her execution she was being lead to, but rather a second chance at life. Training Ground 44, Forest of Death. Desolation. That was all that surrounded the two combatants. Large trees that had once reached towards the heavens were charred and broken in hundreds of pieces and strewn across the forest floor. Massive craters, measuring at least 2 meters wide and 3 meters deep, scared the earth below them as the two continued to trade blows with one another in quick succession. The whiskered blonde dodging another blow aimed at his head before returning one of his own, putting his opponent on the defense for a few seconds. His right eye glowing a malicious red, taking the appearance of a certain nine-tailed fox. Over the course of the week when he was not being trained into the ground by his fiancée, he had settled on having his new eye remain his normal blue color for the most part, until he activated it. Then it would take the appearance of Sif's eye to strike fear into his unfortunate victim's soul, much to the vixen's enjoyment and approval, finding it flattering even. No doubt it would cause a panic amongst the populace of Konoha. That wasn't the only change the blonde Jinchuriki had undergone. Gone was his horrid bright orange tracksuit. His new attire consisted of a pair of black ANBU pants held up with a dark red belt adorned with a fox head buckle, surrounded by 9 tails, along with a pair of combat shinobi sandals and accompanying fingerless gloves that had metal plates with the Uzumaki swirl on the back of the hand. His torso remained bare, showing off his toned chest and abs, having foregone a shirt, though he would sometimes wear a mesh sleeveless shirt much to a certain snake mistress's enjoyment. The last piece of his new outfit hung loosely from a lone branch, a burnt orange trench coat with a blood-red inner lining. Jumping back, he avoided an axe kick that shattered the ground once more. Quickly moving to create more distance, Naruto bounded backwards a few more meters before settling in a defensive stance as he awaited the black-haired woman to renew her attack. Her purple left eye glowing brightly as she licked her lips in anticipation, clearly enjoying their exchange. "You've gotten better, Naruto Koi." Yuri grinned before launching a renewed attack, putting her fiancé on the defensive once more. "Well," Naruto grunted as he caught the punch she had thrown at him, grappling her arm and bringing her face in close to his while his hands locked behind her head, keeping her close. "It helps that I have an attractive and sexy sensei that actually instructs me. Are you trying to use Anko-chan's seduction tactics to unbalance me, Naruto Koi?" Yuri grinned as she threw her weight backwards, breaking his hold on the back of her neck and delivering a quick kick to his chest, sending him sprawling backwards on the ground, while she landed softly with practiced grace. "While a good attempt, such tactics won't work on me," the black-haired woman stated with a confident grin. Yeah, Naruto groused as he pushed himself up off the ground. "You, in your damn trance." Trance was what Yuri had called her mental discipline that allowed her to focus on just the battle and nothing else, making any distractions practically useless against her. Even varying degrees of genjutsu were useless against her, due to her potent chakra that created her ki. "Don't worry about it, Naruto Koi. I will be teaching you how to utilize your own form of trance after I am comfortable with your progress of your feng shui engine," she reassured, as she wanted to give her fiancé every advantage he could get. I've been meaning to ask. The blonde began, taking a relaxed stance. I know Maya-san explained that the feng shui engine is a miniaturized version of the Tandem engine. But what exactly is the Tandem engine? You'll have to ask Maya for the scientific details. Yuri waved off the techno-jargon before giving a simplistic explanation. But like our eyes, it generates and harnesses ki while enhancing the user's fighting potential. What sets it apart is the sheer power it emits, and that unlike our eyes, it doesn't need to meet any special conditions to mimic techniques used against it since it can assimilate any DNA material from its opponent and store for later use. Naruto was silent as he thought over the information his fiancée had given him about the device. With the way it described, it was like the Sharingan only multiplied by 1,000. The fact that all it needed was a bit of blood to copy any technique meant that it didn't even need to see the technique used. And with blood being very easy to come by on the battlefield, there was no limit to how many techniques the Tandem engine could copy. However, only one was ever made. Yuri continued, breaking the blonde from his musing. What happened to it? The person who designed it had it implanted within her own body. The purple-eyed woman grinned. Who was it? Your mother, came the reply. Kushina-sama also founded S-Jin as a means to keep an eye on things around the elemental nations and beyond, as well gather intel on what exactly happened to Yuzusho Bikure. Specifically, Konoha's involvement. What do you mean? Naruto inquired, looking to his dark-haired fiancé to clarify. How much do you know about Yuzusho Bikure? The blank look on the whiskered blonde's face was all the dark-haired woman needed to see to get her answer, causing her to snarl slightly. The hypocrites blatantly fly the clan's symbol on their headbands and jackets, but struck them from the history books. Whether it was simply removed from the curriculum of the academy or the entire history of the village remained to be seen. Something she intended to find out. Should have figured, fucking bastards. Yuri sighed, gaining a hardened look. She would be having words with the old monkey about this blatant dishonor against one of the founding clans of Konoha. Deciding it would be best to give Naruto a short rundown of what she knew, she relaxed in a lotus position on the ground, prompting the blonde teen to do the same. Anyways, nearly 30 years ago, your mother's homeland, Yuzusho, which was located in Yuzunokuni, was invaded and razed by the combined forces of Awagakure, Kyomobikure, and Kirigakure, as well as half a dozen small villages. She began. Thing is, that should have been impossible. Hearing this, Naruto adopted a confused expression. Yuzu, by definition, was an impenetrable fortress. Whirlpools enhanced by chakra that naturally flowed from the village created a natural defense surrounding the island. Only an Uzumaki would know how to navigate through the whirlpools to reach the island, and that secret was only shared with their most trusted ally and village they helped found, Konoha. That doesn't make sense. Naruto frowned. GG would never betray an ally like that. Nah, I don't think the old monkey has it in him to betray anyone. Yuri dismissed the possibility of the old bastard doing such a thing. If anything, the old monkey's forgiving nature had been the source of at least 2 of Konoha's major problems, and a few minor ones. But there are those within the village that would go behind the monkey's back to do such things. Fucking rancid sacks of shit. The whiskered teen cursed, knowing exactly who his fiancée was referring to. The 3 old bags of bones that sat on the elder council, 2 of which were cemented in the old ways, having a firm belief that only those naturally born within the village deserved recognition. While the last elder, the old war hawk himself, held a firm belief that only he knew how Konoha should be lead and bring every other village and nation under his heel. It was no secret that the old cripple desired to bring the village's Jinchuriki under his control under the guise of training him for the good of Konoha. No doubt to ensure Naruto would be loyal to him first and Konoha second. There was also little doubt in the whiskered teen's mind that the bastard would no doubt use him to kill the old man and take the mantle for himself. Anyways, we'll talk more about this in private. The black-haired woman stated as she kicked herself off the ground, landing in a battle stance, her left eye glowing wildly. Let's continue. Right. Naruto grinned as he felt his right eye roar to life, emitting a dense red chakra that began to form around him. Meanwhile, Yuri's own purple chakra formed around herself. However, before the two could renew their spar, a swirl of leaves caught their attention as Anko appeared in between the two. Holy shit, the snake mistress exclaimed, seeing the condition the training ground was in. I thought you said you two were only going to be doing some light sparring. It looks like all of the fucking shinobi wars happened here. A 6C beach. Yuri grinned as she saw her, as she unashamedly dubbed Harem's sister, prompting the Dango lover to look in her direction. Trust me, this is a light spar. Anyways, what brings you here? What? Anko let a seductive grin spread across her face, slowly making her way towards Naruto. Each step she took, her hips swayed side to side in a seductive manner. Reaching her victim, she slithered behind him, wrapping an arm possessively over his shoulder and across his chest while she leaned in and gave a sensual lick along his neck, causing him to shiver slightly. I can't come and check on Whiskers. Unfortunately for the whiskered teen in question, the current teasing from the seductive snake mistress was giving him vivid flashbacks of a week ago when he woke up with his head sandwiched between two pairs of heavenly valleys. It hadn't helped when he noticed that both of them were completely nude, their bodies pressed firmly against him. And to make matters worse, he had a growing problem down below. In his current position, it was taking all of his willpower to fight off the erection that was threatening to rise up. Meanwhile, the look on Yuri's face, while amused of the predicament her fiancé was in, clearly showed the Anko that she didn't believe a word she said, prompting said snake mistress to sigh and release her blonde lover. All right, you got me. Anko held up her hands in mock surrender. While I would love to tease Naruto-kun more, the old man asked me to retrieve Naruto-kun for something involving the attack on him a week ago. Yuri sneered while Naruto frowned at the memory. Suppose we should go see what the old man wants. Naruto sighed, relaxing from his fighting stance, a little disappointed as he was immensely enjoying his spar with his fiancée. Sure, she was a sadistic bitch when it came to training, having lost count of how many times she had beaten him half to death, but he thrived under that kind of training, and the results of their latest spar spoke for themselves. You coming, Yuri-chan? Nah, you have fun with the old monkey. Yuri gave a dismissive wave. There is something I need to look into. Naruto gave a knowing look before nodding his head. Considering the topic they were discussing just moments ago, he had a good idea of what she wanted to look into. Grabbing his jacket off the branch, he quickly put it on before turning his attention back towards his purple-eyed mistress. Moving in, he gave her a quick peck on the lips before leaving the ruined training ground with the snake mistress, leaving the notorious Widowmaker blushing up a storm. One thing he had learned over the week about his fiancée was that despite her aggressive and don't-give-a-fuck attitude, she was unnaturally shy and embarrassed when it came to the more tender aspects of being in a relationship. Oh, I'm going to get you for that one, Naruto-koi. Yuri commented to herself as she watched the two depart, licking her lips in anticipation. With Naruto and Anko, the two pariahs made their way out of the forest of death and into the center of the village, ignoring the various glares and dirty looks they received from random civilians that did not approve of their relationship as they walked down the main road towards the Hokage's tower. You know she's going to get you for that little stunt back there, Anko warned, a grin spreading across her face. Worth it though, Naruto quipped, with a foxy grin. Who would have thought badass bitch Widowmaker would get so flustered with a little kiss? Only because it's you. The snake mistress reminded the whiskered teen. Anyone else try that shit, she would rip their balls out of their asses and feed it to them. Naruto and a few of the males within earshot couldn't help but clench their cheeks at the snake mistress's rather graphic description of what the sadistic woman would do to anyone who made any unwanted advances towards her. Anyways, since I've been mostly with Yuri-chan all week, how about I take you out to eat after we're finished with the old man? Naruto invited, knowing he hadn't been able to spend as much alone time with the snake mistress as he would have liked to. Are you asking me on a date, Naruto-kun? Anko grinned. That depends on if you say yes. He matched her grin. Do you even have to ask? She challenged as she wrapped her arm around his shoulders, bringing him closer to her while he wrapped his own arm around her waist, giving the two pariahs a sense of contentment in one another's company. "Hey, Anko-chan," a voice called out from behind the two, prompting them to turn around to see the form of one Irika Yumino running towards them, causing both to scowl at the man for ruining their moment. "What do you want, Yumino-san?" Anko inquired in a clipped tone, making it clear that she was annoyed by the man's arrival. "Come now, Anko-chan, you can call me Irika-kun." The scarred Chūnin smiled. "And I just wanted to invite you out for—" "Not interested, Yumino-san." The snake mistress rejected the man's invitation before he could even finish. "Now, if you'll excuse us, my boyfriend and I have been summoned by Lord Hokage." At the word boyfriend, the scarred Chūnin finally noticed the blonde male next to the snake mistress, taking note of how their hands were entangled with one another, causing the man to scowl slightly, clearly despising the fact that the woman he desired had become involved with another before he could stake his claim. "Sorry, I didn't see you there, Irika attempted to save face, shaking off his disdain for the blonde young man before him. "I am hurt you don't remember me, Irika-sensei," Naruto stated in a fake hurt tone while putting some venom on the man's supposed title. Irika's eyes widened for a fraction of a second as he took a closer look at the young man. The unruly golden blonde hair, his cerulean blue eyes, and three distinctive whisker marks on each cheek. Whisker marks. "And they are Naruto," the man stammered, surprised at the change in his former student. Having not seen him since his team arrived at the tower at the end of the second phase of the exams. He had secretly hoped the brat would have gotten himself killed in the forest, seeing as the damned Uzumaki was the primary obstacle in his way for the snake mistress. Now it had appeared that something had happened between the two, bringing them even closer than they were before. Irika couldn't help but curse his rotten luck and the damn brat. He had something special planned for Anko this evening, having intended to lure the woman out for a few drinks, and with a little something added to the mix, he was all but assured she would be his by morning when the deed had already been done and she would have no choice but to stay with him. However, once again the damn brat had gotten in the way. "Took you long enough to recognize me," the blonde scoffed. "Anyways, as my lovely girlfriend has stated, we were summoned by the Lord Hokage, so unless you have something important to say, we must be off." Not to sound rude, Irika ventured, looking between the two with a hint of jealousy. "Isn't she a little too old for you, Naruto? I mean, didn't you have a crush on your teammate? Sakura, wasn't it?" Anko scowled at the jab about the age difference between the two of them. Hell, she was only 6 years older than him. It wasn't that big of a gap. She was tempted to physically lash out at the scarred Chūnin, if not for Naruto holding her hand firmly, giving it a comforting squeeze. "First off, I am not that shallow," Naruto began, narrowing his eyes at his former teacher, causing him to shrink under the blonde's gaze. "I care little about how old someone is, providing they are legally viewed as an adult. What I care about is their integrity and who they are as a person. Secondly, why would I want a girl when I can have a woman?" The blonde continued, moving his arm around Anko's waist to emphasize his point. "Now, if you'll excuse us, the old man is waiting." Anko couldn't help but laugh out loud at the shocked expression that now adorned Irika's face as she fell in step alongside Naruto, letting out a slight yelp in surprise when she felt his hand slip from her waist and gave her rear a firm squeeze. A sadistic grin spreading across her face as she quickly realizes why he did that, leaving behind a stunned and infuriated Irika behind as they made their way towards the Hokage's tower. Hokage's office. In the 37 years that he had sat in this office, never did Hiruzen imagine he would be signing off on this. The solution Ibiki had suggested certainly was unorthodox, but well within the confines of the law, albeit a law that had been established during the Warring States era that had all but been forgotten. "Is there any particular reason you suggested this?" Hiruzen inquired, looking to the head of the torture and interrogation department. "She's broken," Ibiki sighed, allowing his shoulders to sag slightly. Mizuki had done a damn good job making her see him as the perfect shinobi before his betrayal. Add in her mysterious informant that manipulated her vulnerability. No doubt she's weighed down by guilt after what she had done to Naruto-kun. The elder man sighed, rubbing his temples. From the reports he read, it was clear the young woman wasn't one of the fools that saw the Jinchuriki as the fox. No, her entire motive for her attack on the teenage boy had entirely revolved around avenging her fiancé. If anyone can fix her, it'll be him. Ibiki grunted with a soft smile. He has a way of cracking open even the most hardened of hearts. Hiruzen could only chuckle in agreement. The report he had received from Tazuna and Tsunami had highlighted that particular talent of the whiskered teen. The super bridge builder had given a complete recounting of how the blonde genin had been able to get the demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, to openly shed tears for his adopted son, whom had sacrificed himself so that Zabuza might live, as well as Tsunami praising Naruto for inspiring not only her son, but the village as a whole to rise up against Gato. Not to mention Ibiki's own experience in witnessing it in action when the whiskered teen motivated the remaining teams to continue with the exams, resulting in even more passing the first phase than he had anticipated. The two were broken out of their conversation by a solid knock at the door. "Enter," Hiruzen called out. Upon given permission, the door opened, allowing both Naruto and Anko entry into the office. "You called, Gigi?" Naruto inquired. "Is Naruto-kun en kushin?" The old man replied, gesturing for the two that had just entered to relax. Which they did, as Anko took it as her cue to hang over the whiskered blonde, her breasts firmly pressing against his back, causing him to blush slightly as the mesh fabric she used, while hiding her goods, ensured he felt everything. It didn't help that seductive snake mistress further teased the poor teenage boy by giving a sensual lick from the base of his neck, all the way to his ear before giving his ear lobe a playful bite. "Anko, could you not molest your boyfriend in the middle of the Hokage's office?" Ibiki chastised with an exasperated sigh at the woman's antics. Ever since the two pariahs had become an official couple, the Tokubetsu Jonin openly staked her claim whenever she could, either to tease the poor teen or to make a statement towards any unwanted advances. Fortunately for the flustered blonde, a knock at the door brought the woman's teasing to an abrupt end. As the door opened, Naruto's eyes locked onto the black-haired woman who had attacked him was lead into the room, her hands and fingers restrained, preventing her from performing any hand seals. Hidden out of sight, under her shirt was a chakra suppressant seal with a kill switch, placed firmly on her chest, ensuring that if she were to attempt anything, she would be killed immediately. However, he noticed that as soon as she saw him, she immediately averted her eyes, refusing to make eye contact with the whiskered teen. "Now that everyone is here," Hiruzen began, bringing everyone's attention to himself before he turned his attention to the restrained Kunoichi. "Tsubaki Kodo, by your own admission, you have been found guilty of attacking a fellow Konoha shinobi, as well as a clan heir and of noble birth." As Hiruzen spoke, Naruto took the time to observe the woman who had attacked him, noticing in her body language that this wasn't the fierce Kunoichi that he had encountered a week ago, but rather a shell of her former self, almost like she was empty inside, broken even. Such crimes would normally see you executed immediately. The elder man stated with finality, prompting the woman to nod her head in acceptance, not even offering a defense for her actions. However, Ibiki-san has offered an alternative. Hearing this prompted both Naruto and Tsubaki to look at the old man, an expression of confusion adorning both of their faces. Under Konoha Law Chapter 2, Article 4b, I am sentencing Tsubaki Kodo to servitude under 1 Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Hiruzen quoted the Warring States era law, earning shocked looks from those within the room, minus Ibiki and Hiruzen himself. "Wait," Naruto exclaimed, looking to the elder man. "What do you mean, servitude under me?" "In short, Naruto-kun, from this day forward Tsubaki will be a servant to your clan." Hiruzen explained. "Trust me when I say, this is the best solution. For both of you." How can forcing this bitch to be his slave be the best solution for either of them? Anko challenged angrily. After what the bitch had done to Naruto, she deserved to rot in a cell for the rest of her life for all the snake mistress cared. Why not just lock her up with the rest of the sacks of shit? Because Anko, Ibiki began, turning his attention to the snake mistress. For one, the prison doesn't separate the prisoners, and with the male population of the facility grossly outnumbering the female population, I don't think I need to spell out what would happen. But the guards, Anko attempted to rebuttal. The guards are there to keep the prisoners inside the facility, not keep them safe, the large man pointed out. Besides, while it doesn't excuse her actions, Tsubaki was being manipulated by false information given by an unknown source, as well as evidence of a more personal betrayal. Naruto frowned at this, getting a sense of what the personal betrayal entailed. Placing a calming hand on the snake mistress's shoulder, the whiskered teen turned his attention towards the woman in question. "And how do you feel about this, Kodo-san?" Turning her attention towards the blonde teenager, still refusing to meet his eyes, bowed her head submissively while folding her hands in front of her the best she could with her restraints. "I have committed a grievous crime against you, and must atone for my actions," she replied in a solemn tone. "I am in your care, Uzumaki-sama." "All right, none of that, Sama crap. Just Naruto, please," Naruto stated, not being fond of such titles he didn't feel he deserved. "If you insist on using a suffix, just use san." "As you wish, Uzumaki-san," Tsubaki replied in the same solemn tone as before. "Very well," Hiruzen spoke up, bringing out a piece of sealing paper with an intricate seal already drawn on it, no bigger than the size of coin. "Naruto-kun, I will need some of your blood to make this official and for all intent and purpose, Tsubaki-san's master." With a reluctant nod, the blonde teen stepped towards the old man's desk and held out his hand, allowing the elder man to draw blood from his finger and drip it onto the seal. Watching as it lit up for a moment before change color from the dull black, it was to a reddish-orange color. Getting up from his desk, Hiruzen moved around to where Tsubaki stood, instructing her to turn her back towards him. "Now, Naruto-kun, you're going to place this seal on the back of her neck and channel your chakra into it," he instructed. "This will seal the contract between the two of you that will bind you to one another." Naruto followed as he was instructed, placing the seal upon the back of her neck and channeling a bit of his chakra into it. Tsubaki hissed in discomfort as the seal was imprinted upon her skin, connecting to her own chakra coils. Once it was done, Naruto removed his hand, whilst Hiruzen removed the chakra suppression seal from her chest, which fortunately didn't require bare skin contact, and released her from her restraints. "Now, Naruto-kun," Hiruzen looked to the blonde teen. "I feel I must notify you that now that the slave seal is on her, Tsubaki-san will be compelled to follow your orders should you issue them like an order, regardless of what it is, minus inflicting self-harm on herself." Naruto couldn't help but frown at this, but nodded his head nonetheless. "Any phrases I should avoid then?" "Just avoid making it sound like a command, and you should be fine," Hiruzen offered, knowing the young man before him despised slavery. No doubt the only reason the young blonde even agreed to this was to keep the young woman from enduring a far worse fate. "Now, if there are no more questions, you are dismissed. I look forward to seeing the fruits of your training in the finals, Naruto-kun." Silently, the blonde nodded, giving the elder man a fox-like grin before he departed the room with Anko and Tsubaki in tow, closing the door behind them. Sitting down in his chair, Hiruzen let out a long sigh before turning his attention towards Ibiki. "I believe you are correct," he stated. "This was the right thing to do. Despite her technically being his slave, I know he will not treat her as such, and as you said, he has a way of cracking even the hardest of hearts." "Think we should have warned Tsubaki-san that the kid is engaged to Yuri?" Ibiki questioned with a raised eyebrow, causing Hiruzen to pale at the realization. "Shit," Hiruzen cursed under his breath. Review Corner. Marquis Shax. Refer back to Chapter 2, when Naruto was musing about how much more dangerous a political enemy with a pen can be. Also, I have something in mind for Koyuki that took place while she was on the run. Needless to say, her movies are going to be quite different than the usual Princess Gale movies. Tigress Tale, yeah, Irika didn't exactly plan that out well. Clearly, it was a plan of desperation more than anything else. And even if he had succeeded, knowing Anko, she would have just beaten the ever-living crap out of him and left him crippled. Pain 17ification. I am all for giving Tsunami some loving. And as hinted in the previous chapter, things have already gotten hot and heavy between her and Naruto. And fear not, she will earn Yuri's respect, even for being a civilian. Combat instinct. Yes, I am keeping it limited to just Street Fighter and Tekken to avoid oversaturating the story with fighters and potential waifus from all the various fighting franchises. This will also allow me to focus on the smaller cast in better detail, and thus, a better overall story. Or so I hope. Though I will make references to the other franchises, like Mortal Kombat. However, the actual characters will not appear in this story. Romance breeding. Cammy is in, fear not. I have something special planned for her that does involve her origin and her connection to M. Bison. The strange case of Kakashi Hitaki. Since this is a very common question in almost all of the reviews regarding my plans for him and his intentions. While I will not reveal his motives just yet, I will leave this hint. Unlike in other stories that I have written and read, his actions are not motivated by malicious intent towards Naruto. So you can rule out him blaming Naruto for Minato's death. His motivation, however, is selfish in nature. So make of that what you will. Harem. Current, Anko Yuri. Slaves, Tsubaki. Alright, enough yapping, on with the show. Along came a spider. Chapter 4. Konoha, 3 days later. Jiraiya grumbled in annoyance to himself as he strolled down the main street of the village, ignoring the various shops that lined both sides of the massive street. The white-haired man despised returning to the village every time to make his monthly reports, mainly because due to that thrice-damned bitch, he couldn't do any research for his beloved book series while he was in the village thanks to those damned seals around the hot springs. He had hoped that after the Kyuubi attack, the seals would have been destroyed and he would be free to peek upon the local beauties once more, but the damned seals remained intact. If anything, it was like the residual chakra left behind by the attack had empowered them and made them even stronger than before, to the point that his mere presence near the hot springs would alert the ANBU to his location, regardless of which side he was on. Hope that bitch is rotting in hell where she belongs. The Toad Sage thought darkly to himself. At least her bastard child will be useful to me. Despite claiming to be the kid's godfather, the man held no real love for the brat in any sense of the word. It was only because of the vague prophecy spoken by the Toad Elder that he was even interested in the brat. Something along the lines of a child born of two legends, guided by a mighty warrior, shall reshape the shinobi world. Or something like that. Jiraiya never paid much attention to the actual words, only what it meant. At least to him. Though it was clear to the perverted hermit that the child in question was none other than his prized student's brat, as the Yondaime had become quite infamous throughout the entirety of the elemental nations. He could also grudgingly admit that the crimson-haired bitch had a reputation of her own that had given her a legendary status throughout the lands as well. So, that covered the child of prophecy's lineage, and it was clear that he was to be the mighty warrior that would guide the boy. Just need to train the brat up just enough to barely make it to the end, and then, being the noble and virtuous man that I am, I will finish what my apprentice started and avenge his death. The white-haired perverted lucidly mused to himself, imagining his perfect scenario for the boy. Women will throw themselves at my feet, begging me to give them children. Even Tsuheim wouldn't be able to refuse me anymore. Granted, he was well aware there was no feasible way for him to accurately predict the trials and tribulations that the brat would have to face to bring about this change to the shinobi world, which is why he had put his plan in motion early on when he released the boy's status to the civilian populace and had let their own fear take over from there. thus creating his own trials for the Gaki, isolating the boy and making him desperate for any kind of attention, be it positive or negative. Then when the brat had been enrolled into the academy, he had bribed Irika Yumino to hold the kid back as much as possible without it seeming too obvious. Even keeping quiet when his spies had discovered that Mizuki was working for his disgraced former teammate, Orochimaru, allowing the silver-haired instructor to move around freely, knowing it served his own purpose as well. Due to the man's genuine hatred for the Jinchuriki, even though he hid it well, it positioned Irika to be able to act as a strict instructor in the academy, but a caring older brother figure outside the classroom. It had come as a surprise to the Toad Sage when he had learned that not only had Mizuki been captured, but had been severely beaten down by the Jinchuriki, rendering the silver-haired Chūnin immobilized, which had resulted in the blonde's field promotion to Genin. When Irika had first reported this, Jiraiya had thought that the brat had already tapped into the fox's power, but those fears were laid to rest simply by the lack of malicious chakra residue the fox would have left behind. Unfortunately, the scarred Chūnin couldn't keep the boy completely isolated as the brat had already formed a strong bond with father and daughter duo at the ramen stand, giving him a sense of extended family. Then, despite all odds, the brat had even gotten close to the resident snake mistress, Anko Mitarashi, with the two of them becoming practically inseparable and extremely protective of one another. Irika had attempted to intervene, of course, first by trying to get close to the young ramen waitress, frequenting the ramen stand multiple times a week, offering to help and even walk her home during the late nights, in hopes of diverting the young woman's attention away from the Jinchuriki. However, it had all been for naught, since the young ramen waitress had been steadily dating the young Hana Inazuka for nearly a year by that point, throwing a massive wrench into the scarred Chūnin's plan to seduce her. With Anko, however, he had found help from an unlikely source in the form of the snake mistress's best friend and practically sister-like figure, Kurenai Yuhi, whom had been trying to hook her friend up with a decent guy. However, it had proven to be fruitless, as the snake mistress took an immediate disliking the scarred Chūnin. Even more so after the man had attempted to bring up his brother-like relationship with the whiskered teen. Even to this day, after countless rejections, some more brutal than others, Irika continued to pursue the purple-haired woman, reminding Jiraiya of his own one-sided pursuit of his teammate. Jiraiya couldn't blame the man, though. Mitarashi was without a doubt one of the finest pieces of ass in Konoha right now, and the only remaining Ice Queen that had yet to be claimed. Hana Inazuka had been going steady with I Am Ichiraku for the last 3 years. Yugao Yuzuki had started dating Hei Gecko just last year, and lastly, Kurenai Yuhi had hooked up with Asuma Sarutobi a little over 8 months ago. So the question is, who will land her first, Irika or myself? Jiraiya mentally grinned, knowing he had an ace up his sleeve that the Chūnin lacked, a lure to dangle before the snake mistress to lead her on until she would cave and give him what he wanted. And after he had had his fill of her, he would leave her, abandoned with promises unfulfilled like he had with so many other women before her. A flash of purple to the right of him caught his attention as the woman in question disappearing behind the cloth flap of the dango stand she often frequented. Seems Cammy is giving me a sign. He grinned before altering his direction, following the snake mistress into the stand. It didn't take long for the large man to make his way across the busy street, his large size making it easy for him gently push his way through the crowd of people that had populated the main street of the village. Deciding to listen in to read the room, as it were, he stopped just to the side of the doorway and listened in. So, it's been just over a week. He heard the bartender inquire. He could almost imagine the woman's grin on her face, waiting to hear some juicy gossip. Go on any dates with your stud muffin yet? Date? Stud muffin. Jiraiya did not like the sounds of these 3 words together in the same sentence. Could Irika have actually succeeded in wearing her down to finally give him a chance? Not yet, sadly. In between him training for the Chūnin finals and my own duties, haven't had the time to go out. So whoever this mystery guy is, he's in the finals. The perverted Toad Sage mused. Could the Uchiha brat have landed her? He didn't seem that particularly interested in any of the girls that chased after him in the academy. Or maybe he has a thing for older women. Of course, Jiraiya didn't dismiss the possibility that she could have gotten involved with one of the visiting genin from Sunagakure or Otogakure. If that were the case, all the better. He could call into question her loyalty to the village to coerce her into sleeping with him for his silence. We were supposed to have the night to ourselves few days back, but the old man called us in and, well, that's when he got his new roommate. Heard about that. The bartender replied. How you holding up with that arrangement? I wasn't a big fan of the arrangement at first, considering what she tried to do. Anko replied before chuckling slightly. But he has a big heart and encouraged us to give her a chance, and to be fair, she has shown genuine remorse for her actions. What the hell are you doing out there, Jiraiya? Came the upset tone of the bartender, causing Jiraiya to jump comically from his position outside the door, all the while mentally cursing himself at getting caught. You got a lot of nerve coming back here after what you pulled last time. Hey, Jiraiya jovially greeted the two women as he entered the establishment, ignoring the scowl etched across both women's faces. Kimi-chan, Anko-chan, it's been a while. Well, if it isn't the frog fucker, Anko muttered loud enough for the perverted sage to hear. I thought I smelled desperation and shame. They're toads, Jiraiya corrected with a frown, hating when people called his summons frogs. You didn't deny that you fucked them. The snake mistress retorted with a snort, turning away from the large man. The toad sage scowled at this as the women chuckled at his expense. What are you doing here, Jiraiya? Kimiko inquired, leveling a glare towards the white-haired man, the tone in her voice making it very clear that she was not happy to see him again. Come on, Kimi-chan, you can't still be mad over that, right? You summoned a 300-pound frog on top of my bar, crushing 5 patrons, all to impress some guy in drag. Kimiko pointed out angrily. Toads, not frogs. He corrected once again. And it was a woman, not some guy in drag, right? The last bit he was not completely sure, having had more than usual to drink that particular evening. He just remembered being mesmerized by a blonde bombshell with vibrant blue eyes, wearing a low-cut pink dress with yellow flowers, giving him a rather generous view of her cleavage and long, slender legs. Oh, trust me, that was a man that you were trying to woo. She pointed out matter-of-factually. Taibani is a regular here, and come to think about it, he has been asking about you. So, Anko-chan couldn't help but overhear that you have a boyfriend now. Jiraiya interrupted, not wanting to continue that particular topic as his face took on a sickly greenish color. I guess congratulations are in order. How about I buy you a few drinks to celebrate? You make it sound like you expected me to stay single forever. Anko growled out, not liking that the self-proclaimed super pervert was prying into her personal affairs. And you can take those drinks and your congratulations and shove them up your ass. Now, Anko-chan, no need to be like that. Jiraiya attempted to pacify the snake mistress, only to receive a glare for his trouble. Anyways, I gotta head back before Ibiki bites my head off for taking too long, and I want to check in on Naruto-kun before my lunch break is over, and with him training in the Forest of Death, gonna take a bit to get to him. The purplet commented, turning her attention back to her friend to bid her farewell. Paying for her dango, she disappeared out the door, not paying the perverted sage a second glance. Jiraiya was silent as he stared at the entryway the snake mistress had just disappeared out of, his mind analyzing what he had just heard. While on the surface, it appeared to be nothing. After all, his reports had stated that the Jinchuriki and the snake mistress were good friends. However, there was something in her voice when she said the brat's name that suggested otherwise. So are you going to order anything, or are you just going to stand there all day? Maybe later, Jiraiya replied. I got to take care of some things while I am here. Not giving any further explanation, he disappeared out the door. Training Ground 44, Forest of Death. Boar, dog, bird, monkey, ram, Naruto recited as he went through the proper seals for the summoning technique. Early in the morning, Yuri had allowed him to sign her spider summoning contract, a great honor she had told him, as the Spider Clan were extremely selective of who they allowed to even be considered becoming their summoner, and had given him until late afternoon to at least summon the spider that would become his personal summon. While it sounded simple enough, regulating the chakra needed for a decent summon without overpowering the jutsu required a bit of finesse that he was lacking in, as was evident by the amount of spider hatchlings of varying sizes that were crawling around and on top of him from his multiple failed attempts. Any fool can pour all of their chakra and summon the largest beast they can muster to show off. Yuri had told him, "You need to be able to summon what you need on instinct." There was wisdom in the Widowmaker's words. He wouldn't always have the advantage of having a larger chakra pool than his opponent. Not to mention, it would be foolish to believe every battle will go his way. After all, there are means to seal off one's chakra points, either through Fuinjutsu, while rarely practiced, or an encounter with a Hyuga. Finishing the required hand seals, he bit his already damaged thumb for fresh blood and smeared it along his palm before slamming it down to the ground. "Kuchiyose no Jutsu," he exclaimed. A large cloud of smoke filled the area, far larger than his previous attempts, completely obscuring his vision of anything in front of him. However, his heightened senses told him that he was no longer alone. Something was with him, something rather large. As the wisps of smoke cleared, a large spider, standing roughly around 6 feet tall, stood in front of the whiskered teen. It had an outthrust head with two great clusters of many-windowed glossy eyes that reflected the rays of sunlight that filtered through the leaves of the surrounding trees, a large horn-like crest crowning its head. Its large body, which looked like a bloated bag, was a midnight black and blotched with lighter shades of gray that wove an intricate design around its torso, while the belly was pale and luminous. 8 bent legs with great knob joints stretched out from underneath its thorax with hairs that stuck out like steel spines running down towards the massive creature's clawed foot. Excited chittering could be heard from the spider as it eagerly clicked its large fangs together, roughly 1.5 feet in length each. "Beautiful," Naruto gasped in awe as he took in the sight. Having been fascinated with spiders at a young age, the whiskered teen was left breathless at the sight of the majestic-looking arachnid before him. "Why, thank you." The spider spoke in a feminine tone, indicating that it was female. "You must be our new summoner. Such a charmer." "That is correct," Naruto replied, finding his voice. "I am Naruto Uzumaki. Yuri-chan allowed me to sign the contract this morning." "Well met, young Naruto," the spider greeted. "I am Shelob, daughter of Ungoliant, and as you were able to summon me, that makes me your personal summon. Congratulations." "Thank you, Shelob-sama." The blonde Jinchuriki bowed, only to be thwacked on top of the head by one of the spider's legs. "None of that, Sama or bowing crap," she hissed, showing her displeasure at such actions. "The toads and snakes may require such lip service and adulation, but we of the Spider Clan prefer action over words." "I understand," Naruto responded, rubbing the top of his head. "For now, I must return to Brazilian Forest so that I may inform my mother of our pact," Shelob stated before giving a soft chuckle. "Be sure to summon me when Yuri-sama returns. Farewell, young Uzumaki." With that, the large spider disappeared in a puff of smoke before the sound of someone approaching from his left caught his attention. "Uzumaki-san." A soft voice came from his left. Looking in that direction, he saw Tsubaki leaping down from a tree branch, landing a few yards away. "Lady Yuri had requested I bring you lunch." "Ah, thank you, Tsubaki-san." The blonde smiled warmly at his new arrival, standing up from his kneeling position to greet the former Jonin. To say that the last 10 days were interesting would have been a severe understatement, as Naruto had learned all too late that the old man had forgotten to inform the duo of the Jinchuriki's relation to the woman that had hospitalized the raven-haired former Jonin. The poor woman had completely frozen up when Yuri had entered the compound, which had only served to amuse the Widowmaker to no end. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending how one would look at it, Yuri had kept her amusement to simple verbal harassment and teasing. Though, while Naruto was kind enough not to hang her new status over her head, Yuri lacked such empathy and made it abundantly clear of her position. She was to tend to the young Uzumaki's needs. Ever. Single. One. Of. Them. The implications were clear, which is why, much to Naruto's embarrassment, Tsubaki would join him in the bath every morning and evening to help him wash. The fact that she would bathe with him completely nude had only added to his embarrassment. She was also given the task of cooking his daily meals, which was why she stood before him with a large bento box in hand. "Smells delicious, Tsubaki-san," the whiskered blonde complimented as he accepted the bento being offered to him, catching a whiff of the tantalizing aroma coming from the bento, giving the black-haired woman a sense of appreciation for her efforts. "Thank you, Uzumaki-san." Tsubaki lightly blushed. Being complimented by a man, even one as young as her master, was a foreign experience to her, as Mizuki had rarely ever complimented her while they were dating, and usually when he did, he would expect something in return. Unlike the whiskered teen before her, whom had no ulterior motive when he paid her a compliment. Opening the box, Naruto found a typical lunch spread for him. A generous portion of steamed rice, enough miso soup for a couple of people, and various other side dishes such as grilled fish, tamagoyaki, pickles, nori, natto, and a large bowl of udon noodles. Accompanying all of this was a small kettle of green tea and 4 rice balls. The teenage Uzumaki was about to take a bite from the rice ball in his hands when the sound of a low, almost inaudible, rumbling in front of him caught his attention. Looking towards the source, he was met with an embarrassed-looking Tsubaki, whom suddenly found her kunoichi sandals to be far more interesting. "Tsubaki-san, did you eat anything this morning?" The whiskered blonde inquired with a concerned look. That is..." She stumbled over her words, clearly embarrassed of the situation she was in before composing herself. "Lady Yuri had made it clear that I was to tend to you first and foremost, every day." Naruto frowned at this. While he was aware that his fiancée wanted to ensure that the woman knew her place, he didn't want her to neglect her own health in fulfilling her duties around the compound. Making a mental note to talk with Yuri about this later this evening. "Would you like to join me?" he inquired, careful to not make it sound like a command, as he reached into the bento and pulled out one of the rice balls, extending his arm to offer it to the raven-haired woman. For her part, Tsubaki was taken aback by her young master's kindness. Despite what she had done to him, he still cared about her well-being. Graciously, she accepted the rice ball and sat down next to him, though with one burning question in her mind. "Why?" she asked. "Why are you so kind to me? After what I had done to you, why don't you hate me?" "Because you don't deserve it," he replied after a few seconds of silence passed between them, turning to look at the woman. "You were grieving, and some sick bastard manipulated your emotions with false information to do their dirty work. The way I see it, you were a victim as well." Silence fell between the two once more as she took a small bite from the rice ball in her hand, her young master's words echoing through her mind, unsure as to how to respond. Though while she felt a sense of relief wash over her, realizing that the whiskered teen did not blame her personally for her actions, she still felt guilty for her actions and the harm she had caused him. "You know, it's funny," Naruto began, breaking Tsubaki out of her thoughts. "Despite the man's hatred towards me, he actually helped me in the academy with my taijutsu and other assignments. I actually trusted Mizuki more than Irika. Sad to admit, that trust one placed in him was the entire reason I fell for his manipulation to steal the scroll. I guess that makes 2 of us that he manipulated." Tsubaki softly spoke with a sad smile as she recalled his plans to sell her to Orochimaru, meaning all of his honeyed words were nothing more than seductive lies he would whisper in her ears. "While I was in my cell, awaiting my sentencing, I was given all the evidence involving that bastard," she continued, looking down at her lap as she played with the hem of her blue blouse. Among the papers was his journal, detailing his plans to abduct 2 clan heiresses for his own twisted pleasure, as well as his plans to sell me to Orochimaru for experimentation. Naruto remained silent as she spoke, quickly making the connection that the two heiresses in question were none other than Hinata and Ino. He watched as her shoulders began to shake as she struggled to hold back sobs of anguish, prompting the whiskered blonde to move forward and pull her into a comforting hug, allowing her to cry into his chest. 250,000 Rio. She sobbed. That was all my commitment was worth to that bastard. Naruto said nothing as he tightened his embrace around her, one hand rubbing up and down her back while her body racked in sobs, while the other combed his fingers through her hair in a comforting manner. Knowing that it had to have been a horrifying experience for the woman to learn that the man she had loved and committed herself to was planning to sell her off to one of Konoha's infamous traitors. Not to mention a man known for performing cruel and inhumane experiments on his victims. It had taken a handful of minutes before Tsubaki had calmed down, now sleeping peacefully in the blonde's lap as he laid back against the large tree he had been sitting under, her head facing outwards, away from his torso, giving the whiskered blonde a good view of her face. By the expression on her face, Naruto had surmised that she had probably not had a decent night's sleep since she found out about her ex-fiancé's horrid secrets. Not to mention being burdened with the guilt of her attack on him just 2 weeks prior. To being manipulated by a two-faced bastard. Naruto mumbled to himself as he laid his head back against the tree and closed his eyes. His lunch forgotten. This was the scene that Jiraiya had come across as he came into the dense forested area where Naruto had chosen to practice his summoning. A perverted smirk spread across his lips as he brought out his notebook and began to furiously jot down notes of the scene before him. However, he paused when he recognized the woman that now lay in the brat's lap. What the hell is she doing here and with him? Jiraiya cursed. He had planned on setting her up to take the fall after feeding her falsified information through his contacts to try and further stunt and isolate the boy and stall his training until he had arrived. Still, perhaps he could still use this to his advantage and get her away from the boy and perhaps offer her a job working under him. With a grin, he stepped out from his hiding spot. Well, don't you two make a cute couple? He loudly announced his presence, waking the two from the slumber. You're a hard brat to find, you know that? Both Naruto and Tsubaki scrambled to their feet, wary of the strange intruder that had approached them, the latter sporting a healthy blush as she realized the position she had fallen asleep in, which was only compounded by the man's misguided statement. Who the hell are you? Naruto demanded, stepping in front of Tsubaki in a defensive manner, not trusting the newcomer in the slightest. Not to mention the man gave off a creepy, almost stalker-like aura that the whiskered teen did not like. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin. Tsubaki commented, having recognized the man. A deep scowl etched across her face. I see I have a fan. The now identified Jiraiya grinned, winking at the raven-haired Kunoichi. How about we go out for a drink later? Also a desperate pervert that spies on women in the bathhouses to write that damn trash he calls a novel. She continued, disgust evident in her voice. I'm not a pervert. Jiraiya defended with a frown before adopting a boisterous expression. I'm a super pervert. The fact that you say that so proudly is absolutely disgusting. Naruto quipped. What the hell do you want? Don't be like that, Gaki. The large man waved off the boy's insult in his usual jovial tone. After all, I came all the way out here to train you for your Chūnin finals. What do you mean, train me? The whiskered teen narrowed his eyes in distrust. Shishigaki, I know you're the dead last of your class, but I figured even you would know what it meant to train someone. Jiraiya retorted, taking a jab on the blonde's horrible academic performances. Anyways, talk around the village is that you need someone to help you train for. Not interested. Naruto cut him off. Come on, Gaki. You're really going to turn down being trained by a legendary shinobi like myself? Jiraiya persisted. And not just any of the Sannin, but you're looking at the man that personally trained the Yondaime Hokage. So you train my father. Is that somehow supposed to make me feel obligated to train under you? The blonde questioned, clearly not impressed by the man's boasting. partially because the teenage Jinchuriki didn't exactly have a high opinion of his father. While he understood why the man did what he did to save the village, he still felt the man was far too naive in trusting the villagers viewing him as a hero for keeping the Kyuubi at bay and their supposed will of fire. Hearing this, Jiraiya's eyes widened visibly, showing his surprise. How? How the hell does he know? Who told him? The man inwardly seethed in anger before the realization dawned on him. Damn it, Sensei. He wasn't supposed to know until I decided he was ready. The Toad Sage mentally seethed, having planned on manipulating the boy with the knowledge of his parents to gain access to Minato's and that Uzumaki bitch's notes about Fuinjutsu, as well as scrolls on their renowned techniques. Only giving the brat scraps of knowledge to keep him satisfied while keeping the bulk to himself. It had always irked him that his own student had surpassed him in the art of Fuinjutsu and refused to share his knowledge with him, no doubt due to the red-haired bitch. Regardless, he could salvage this and still obtain what he desired. And why wouldn't you want to learn under me? Jiraiya inquired, faking that he was hurt by the young teen's refusal to accept his teachings. As the man that personally trained your father and guided him to becoming the Yondaime Hokage, you should feel honored that I would offer to train you. Not to mention, due to your father being my student, I can help you with his signature techniques. Like his legendary Hyroshin, no Jutsu, and the Rasengan. Yeah, I know, and I'm still not interested. The Uzumaki cut off the Sannin once more, earning a growl of annoyance from the Toad Sage. I will learn my father's techniques at my own pace, not because some desperate, perverted frog fucker wants me to. By the sage, they're toads, not frogs, damn it. Jiraiya lashed out, once again feeling insulted his summons were called frogs. You didn't deny that you fucked them, Naruto pointed out, earning another growl of annoyance from the white-haired man. Why are you being so damn difficult, Gaki? The Toad Sannin asked with barely restrained irritation. Not to mention annoyance. Sure, maybe you can handle learning the Rasengan on your own, but you're going to need someone like me that understands the delicate art of Fuinjutsu before you can even hope to unravel what makes the Hyroshin tick. Still not interested. The blonde teen stated, not caring for the man's bragging. Besides, I already have someone that understands Fuinjutsu on a far more intimate level. Not to mention, they have seen the technique firsthand. Hearing this, Jiraiya narrowed his eyes in suspicion. There were very few that had seen Minato's signature jutsu firsthand, and only two resided within Hai no Kuni, Kakashi and himself. It was clear that Minato's last surviving student had no interest in instructing the blonde in his father's technique, and the damn brat was rejecting his own mentorship. As such, the only logical deduction that the spy master could conclude was that someone from outside the village was tutoring and influencing the boy, which made him a flight risk in the eyes of the Toad Sage. Come on, Tsubaki-sen, let's go home. I am done training for the day, Naruto stated as he turned and began to walk away and started to help the raven-haired woman pack up their lunch, especially since my current training ground is compromised. Jiraiya couldn't help but feel insulted by the whiskered teen's implication, as if he would spy on a mere genin for their techniques. Though he supposed that due to the teen's status, it was only natural for him to feel a little apprehensive about any stranger. Just as he was about to reassure the Jinchuriki that he wasn't there to spy on him, something on the women caught his attention. A unique seal he recognized on the back of her neck, prompting his eyes to widen in shock before a perverted grin spread across his face. That woman, he began. She's a slave, isn't she? While neither of the duo said anything in response, it wasn't missed how the woman stiffened at his statement, but otherwise carried on with her task. I'll buy her from you. Again, he was ignored. 250,000 Rio, Jiraiya offered with a grin as he saw both individuals stop moving, the raven-haired woman going rigid in evident fear. What does that sound? Slowly, the whiskered blonde turned towards the man, his eyes shadowed by his hair as his left eye threatened to roar to life in fury while a potent amount of killer intent began to leak out from his body, prompting the white-haired man to take an involuntary step back. What does that sound? Naruto repeated in a cold tone. It sounds like you're nothing but a despicable, decrepit pervert that is so desperate that you need to buy women for them to even be close to you. Jiraiya snarled silently at the insult, feeling his pride being attacked in such a fashion. Listen, Jiraiya the frog fucker, and listen well. The Jinchuriki continued. Tsubaki Kodo is not a slave. I don't give a shit what the seal on the back of her neck means. She is a member of the Uzumaki clan. So you can take your offer, shine it up real nice and shiny, stick it sideways, and shove it straight up your ass. To punctuate his statement, Naruto unleashed a potent wave of killing intent, while his left eye roared to life, exposing the kitsune-like eye. Much to the Sannin's horror, he was forced to his knees by the sheer potency of the teen's killer intent. Meanwhile, behind the whiskered teen, Tsubaki could only look on in awe as her master defended her status, even after what she had done to him a week prior. In the entire time she had been with Mizuki, the man had never defended her in any sense, always leaving her to fight her own battles instead of relying on him, as he had once said when she had confronted him about his lack of chivalry. Yet, here was this teenager that she had wronged, not only outright refusing the perverted man's offer to buy her, but state that she was a member of his clan, his family. Witnessing this, a light blush dusted her cheeks as she stared at the back of the blonde. Holy shit, I think I just came. A voice sounded from above the trio, prompting the raven-haired woman to look up to see Anko standing on a branch above them. So much killer intent, so much bloodlust, I think I'm going to need to change my panties. Don't lie, Anko-chan, you don't wear panties. Came another voice from behind him that the Toad Sage knew all too well and absolutely despised, almost as much as that Uzumaki bitch. Slowly turning his head to see behind him, his fears were confirmed. Yuri-han, he ground out through clenched teeth. A movement from above diverted his attention back to the snake mistress as she leapt from the branch she was on and landed behind the blonde Jinchuriki, wrapping her arms around his neck from behind and planting a kiss on his cheek, which seemed to calm the teen down a little, though it also confirmed another suspicion the Sannin had, causing him to mentally scowl at the fact that the brat and his former team, mate's disgraced apprentice, had seemingly hooked up, effectively closing the market on the last ice queen of Konoha. Damn it, he mentally seethed as he saw the two of them together. Looks like both Irika and I are out of the running to land the finest piece of ass Konoha had on the market. Regardless of the rumors that surrounded the eccentric snake mistress, the spy master knew better than anyone else that despite the way she acted all promiscuous around her friends and comrades, the woman was anything but easy, not to mention she was loyal. Well. Yuri spoke in a taunting tone. If it isn't the toad fucker. They're fro. Damn it. You know, Anko began. It's rather concerning that he is more worried about correcting the species than denying that he fucks them. This earned a round of giggles and chuckles at the Toad Sage's expense. Wrapping his arm around Anko's midsection, Naruto's left eye returned to its normal blue color as he motioned for Tsubaki to approach him, wrapping his other hand around her shoulders in a comforting manner. What are you doing here, Yuri? Jiraiya turned his attention back to the woman that stood behind him. You know, the woman ignored his question. I'm in a good mood today, so I'm going to give you a word of advice. As she spoke, her right eye began to come to life, prompting Jiraiya to make a mental note of the similarity in Naruto's left eye doing the same thing just moments earlier, giving him a rather uneasy feeling at the implications. I don't care what you do while you're in Konoha. Jack off to the women you can never touch. Spend all your Rio at every brothel in the village. Or let the toads you love so much fuck you in the ass, I don't care. Yuri licked her lips as she began to release her own unique energy, far more potent than any killer intent he had ever experienced. But you will stay away from my adorable apprentice and those close to him. The Toad Sage's eyes widened to comical proportions as he heard this, his eyes darting between the whiskered teen and the deranged woman. Recognizing that he was in a no-win situation, Jiraiya grit his teeth and turned his full attention to the Widowmaker. This isn't over, Yuri, he began. You're going to do what? The deranged woman challenged with a gleeful cackle, daring him to continue his sentence. Her right eye flaring to life even brighter than previously, giving her a more diabolic appearance. There isn't shit you can do, decrepit toad fucker. So run away, Jiraiya of the Sannin. Run away once again, just like you did the night Minato sacrificed himself to defend his home, just like you did in Amage Cure against Hanzo the Salamander, and just like you did all throughout the Third Shinobi War. Clenching his teeth in anger, the Toad Sage took the only logical course and leapt off, vacating the area as the sound of Yuri's maddening laughter echoed off the trees, as if to mock him of his past failures. So, Naruto Koi. Yuri turned her attention to her betrothed. Have you completed the task I gave you this morning? With a grin, the whiskered teen stepped away from both Anko and Tsubaki and cycled through a familiar set of hand seals before slamming his palm on the ground as plumes of thick white smoke enveloped the area around them. Somewhere underneath Konoha, the clacking sound of a hardwood cane echoed off the stone flooring and reverberated along the dimly lit hallway as a frail-looking elderly individual made his way towards a large set of double doors. With shaggy black hair and his right eye covered with a bandage, an old injury from the war, alongside an X-shaped scar on his chin. Despite his position in the village, his attire was rather simple. A plain white shirt was worn under his dark-colored robe that concealed his right arm, which was also bandaged. Reaching the massive double doors, the elderly man effortlessly pushed them open and entered what appeared to be a modestly sized laboratory of some kind with nearly half a dozen scientists moving about the room, working with various complex instruments. In the very center of the room stood a large glass-like cylinder filled with some sort of liquid. Within the cylinder containment was a nude woman with long red hair, floating weightlessly in the strange flood. Various tubes and wires connected to her body, and a respirator covering her nose and mouth. The elder man stopped just before the containment cell, looking at the woman with an emotionless eye. Danzo-sama. One of the scientists acknowledged the man's arrival. Report. The now identified Danzo commanded. Has there been any progress? I'm afraid not, Danzo-sama. The scientist reported. The seals on this woman is beyond anything we have ever encountered. They're not just imprinted on her body, but within her very cells, making it impossible to extract any viable material from her. Danzo narrowed his lone eye at the man's explanation, minor annoyance etched upon his face. The thrice-damned Uzumaki woman had always been a constant thorn in his side when she was active, ensuring he was unable to manipulate Minato to follow a path for the greater good of Konoha. Even the night the QB had been extracted from her, she still had the strength to massacre a majority of his root forces that he had sent to capture her. It had taken roughly 3.5 squads of his own ANBU to finally subdue the woman, and out of 42 men, only 3 survived in the end. We've tried everything, Danzo-sama. The scientist continued. Even extracting her eggs directly ended in failure, as the material immediately rotted as soon as we had removed it from a body. Keep working to find a solution. The Elder War Hawk commanded as he turned to leave the room. Currently, Kushina Uzumaki is our only chance of unlocking all of the Uzumaki secrets. What of her son? The other man questioned, prompting the elder man to stop mid-step. The Jinchuriki is currently out of reach, since Yuri-han has returned to the village and had taken an interest in the weapon. To provoke her would be foolish on our part, Danzo stated with a small frown. However, this may work in our favor. Hatake Kakashi has been squandering the Jinchuriki's potential in favor of the Uchiha heir, making our weapon defective. Yuri's arrival has corrected this error. Having said his piece, Danzo left the scientists to perform their tasks, unaware of a pair of violet eyes staring down at the aging war hawk before slowly closing once more, leaving those in the room unaware that the woman was regaining consciousness. Soon, Kushina, the evil Uzumaki, would rise once more and carve a bloody path with the bodies of those that had wronged her and her family. Starting with one Danzo Shimura, along came a spider. Chapter 5. A deep frown marred Hiruzen's aged face as he read over the files that he had just received from Maya at Yuri Han's behest, who was accompanied surprisingly by Ino Yamanaka. Inoichi had been rather sparse on the details, but evidently, just over 2 weeks ago the young mind walker had laid into both of her parents in a drunken rant. Since then, the young Kunoichi could commonly be found in the company of Maya and sometimes even Yuri-Han herself, making the elder man feel a great swell of pity for Inoichi and his wife, especially if any of the woman's quirks rubbed off on their daughter. The file the two young women had dropped off was a rather detailed report of the movements of one Orochimaru, more specifically, the snake's dealings with Raza, the Kazekage, as well as a detailed layout of the newly formed Otoge-cure that sprung up in Oto no Kuni, Land of Sound, formerly known as Ta no Kuni, Land of Rice, a relatively new country in the political scene that his disgraced student had become Otokage of. Accompanying the report was high-definition photos of the two meeting not once, but multiple times up until just under a month ago, when the meetings suddenly stopped. Suspiciously, this was also after the Kazekage had started wearing a veil over his face, citing an assassination attempt had left his face horribly disfigured. However, the analysts at SGN had determined that somewhere in between the final meetings, Orochimaru had captured, or more than likely, killed the Kazekage and had been impersonating Raza for the last month. In between the sudden rise of Otoge Cure, whom also had a genin participating in the finals, and the change in the Kazekage's mannerisms, it was evident to Hiruzen that his former pupil was pulling strings from behind the scenes like a puppet master and mobilizing the combined forces of Otoge Cure and Tsunade Cure for one purpose, and one purpose only. Va. I doubt the Tsunade Cure knows they are being manipulated by Orochimaru. Hiruzen mused with a frown as he placed the paper back into the folder it arrived in and laid it back down on his desk, releasing a tired sigh, pondering how to utilize this information without tipping off his former student. Though, he didn't have long to ponder in peace when the form of Jiraiya appeared in his window, looking visibly upset about something. Why is Yuri Han training my godson? The Toad Sage inquired heatedly, earning a frown from his sensei. Well, Hiruzen exhaled in disappointment. Hello to you too, Jiraiya. Don't give me that crap, Jiraiya retorted. What the hell were you thinking, allowing that psycho bitch near my godson, and allowing him to have a slave? Have you lost your damn mind? The Gaki isn't ready to have a responsibility like that. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at his student's blatant lack of respect for him and his position, but had decided to let it slide for the time being. Naruto-kun needed a sensei to prepare for the finals, and Miss Yuri was more than eager to lend a hand in ensuring he was ready. He replied with a wry grin as he took out his wooden pipe from his desk drawer and packed it with tobacco before lighting it, and took a few puffs from it, exhaling slowly through his nostrils. As for the slave, you must be referring to Miss Tsubaki. That is Naruto-kun's business. Still, you should have consulted me first, Jiraiya insisted, crossing his arms over his chest. As the Gaki's godfather, I have the right to know. Hiruzen was silent for a handful of seconds as he puffed on his tobacco pipe before turning his attention back to his old student. You say that Minato made you Naruto-kun's godfather. He began. I trust that you have written documentation as proof of guardianship, correct? Well, no. The Toad Sage coughed into his hand, as if trying to cover his answer. It was a verbal agreement. Minato never had time to draw up the paperwork, and then, well, that night happened. The elder village leader inwardly frowned at this. Minato was not the type of person to leave loose ends unresolved, especially something as important as securing his own son's welfare in the event anything happened to him and his mother. Jiraiya, verbal agreements will not hold up in front of the courts should someone challenge your claim of guardianship. Hiruzen reminded the white-haired man. Come on, sensei. My word should be good enough, right? Jiraiya commented jovially, playing it off as if it was nothing serious. Besides, it's not like anyone can challenge me on it. Actually, that is where you are mistaken. What do you mean? It just so happens that Yuri-Han has written documentation signed by Kushina-chan and sealed with the Uzumaki clan sigil, officially placing Naruto-kun under her care. While his face didn't show it, having years of experience in masking his true emotions, Jiraiya was seething internally. He had spent years and a considerable amount of effort trying to keep the damn brat isolated and stunted as much as possible, hoping to make him so attention-starved that the kid would eat up any kind of acknowledgement, positive or negative, so long as someone acknowledged him. However, even in death, that damned Uzumaki bitch had interfered with his plans once again. Sure, he had attempted to get Minato to draw up the proper paperwork and name him the boy's godfather shortly after he had learned of the prophecy, but the young Hokage had refused, stating that Kushina had already selected who their son's guardian would be, should the worst come to pass, and despite the man being a feared war hero from the Third Shinobi War. He was not brave enough to argue with his wife on the matter, and had simply left it be. And the slave, I didn't think you would be so cold as to force another into servitude, Jiraiya inquired, diverting the topic of the boy's guardianship. He would have to come up with something to make Yuri's claim over the boy invalid. Still, perhaps he could get his sensei to release the woman from the brat's ownership and perhaps even transfer it to him. As I stated, that is Naruto-kun's business. Hiruzen repeated, just know that it was the best course of action for all involved in that particular incident. Jiraiya frowned at this, as it sounded like something big had gone down between the brat and the woman whom now served him. Part of him wondered if it had anything to do with the falsified information he had fed the woman. He had speculated that the information he had passed off to her through a proxy would have triggered a violent response, but had deemed it an acceptable risk to stall the brat until he arrived. Now, since you are here, Jiraiya, the elder man broke the toad sage from his musing. Do you have anything of note to report? Nah, everything has been quiet as of late, Jiraiya replied with a shrug. Truth was, he hadn't checked in with his network in over a month, focusing instead on his plans for the Gaki. Sure, he could report what he knew of the Akatsuki, but they were not an immediate threat as of yet, so he still had time. Hiruzen's eyes brushed over the folder that Maya and dropped off not too long ago, and allowed a frown to fall upon his face. He had intended to have Jiraiya investigate whomever had given the falsified files to Tsubaki. However, with the supposed spy master disregarding a new shinobi village springing up practically overnight, he had decided against that idea. Not to mention the plot surrounding his wayward student Orochimaru and the man's dealings with Sunagakure. In short, Jiraiya's famed network was proving to be unreliable at best or incompetent at worst. If you have nothing, then you are dismissed, Hiruzen stated, a tone of authority in his voice. And I would strongly advise staying away from Naruto-kun and those close to him. I will not be held accountable if you provoke Yuri-Han. With a scowl on his face, Jiraiya departed the office through the window he had entered from, knowing full well that his old sensei would refuse to offer any aid in separating the brat from the damn bitch. No, if he wanted to salvage his plans for the prophecy, he was going to have to go behind the old man's back and seek aid from the Fire Daimyo's court itself. Though first, he had to find a way to nullify Yuri's claim over the brat. I will have to request Danzo's aid in this. If anyone can find any dirt on that damn woman, he would. He plotted, though he won't do it for free. I can't give him the Gaki, but perhaps offer the old war hawk his pick of the brat's kids when he has any. After all, children go missing all the time. Elsewhere in Konoha, Sakura. It had been 2 weeks since Sakura Haruno had seen her rival and frenemy, and the Pinkette was starting to get worried for all the wrong reasons. While the logical side of her mind was worried about her rival's well-being, those concerns, however, were drowned out by her fangirl mentality. Envisioning various scenarios, both innocent and lewd in nature, of the young Ino Yamanaka seducing her Sasuke-kun away from her, which is what led the pink-haired Kunoichi to her current destination, the Yamanaka flower shop. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. Upon entering the flower shop, her nostrils were assaulted with various aromas from the fauna that filled the room. Orchid, roses, lilies, azalea, marigold, and even the rare fire lily native to only the most remote locations within High no Kuni could all be found in this one room. Their sweet scents mixing with the wet soil used to nurture the various flora. If Sakura were to be honest with herself, she would admit that she missed hanging out with her former friend here. Ah, Sakura-san. A deep voice drew her attention to the counter, where a tall blonde male stood. Haven't seen you in a while. Yeah, it's been a while, Inoichi-san. Sakura timidly replied. She had always felt a little intimidated by the man, especially considering his position within the torture and interrogation division in the village. Second in command, just under Ibiki Marino. While Anko Mitarashi, the crazy proctor from the second phase of the exams, used physical means to extract information, Inoichi took the psychological approach. What can I do for you? Inoichi inquired with a smile. I was wondering if you can tell me where Ino is? The Pinkette asked. I haven't seen her since the preliminary rounds, and I'm getting kind of worried. Almost immediately, the man's mood seemed to plummet at the mention of his daughter's name. With a heavy sigh, his shoulders slouched a little. I'm afraid the last time I've seen her was nearly 2 weeks ago when she laid in her mother and I something fierce. The man stated with another heavy sigh, though I suppose we deserved it. Anyways, she's been staying at the SIN building last I knew. SGen, Sakura parroted. The acronym sounded familiar, but she couldn't exactly place it. Shinobi Information Network. Inoichi explained. They're a sort of freelance information broker company, privately owned. Originally founded in Konoha about 20 years ago or so, but moved their headquarters overseas to the outer lands. Anyways, he continued, you'll find their building in the financial district not far from the Hokage's tower. Very modern looking, you can't miss it. And if you see my daughter, tell her I am sorry, okay? Okay. The young Kunoichi replied with a frown. Any thoughts of Ino seducing Sasuke banished from her mind, since it was clear that whatever happened between Ino and her parents sounded very serious. Enough for her to move out. Unsure of what else to say, Sakura bid Inoichi farewell and quickly departed the shop and proceeded to her next destination that was located on the other side of the village. The building in question was not too difficult to find, being the only modern-looking building in the entire village. Standing a modest 3 stories tall, covered in dark gray marble tiles and reflective glass windows, making it nearly impossible for anyone to peer inside, with a very simple Shinobi Information Network displayed on the side of the building in white. Finding the entrance to the building, she gave the door a firm tug to open, but found it would not budge. Stepping back, she frowned before her eyes fell onto a small black box on the wall next to the entrance with a simple white button on it. Hesitantly, she pressed the button and waited. Yes, came a short response from the box. Hi. Sakura fumbled over her words, feeling a bit intimidated in speaking into the box. While the voice on the other end wasn't hostile, it wasn't exactly friendly either. Rather, it was blunt and straight to the point. I'm looking for Ino Yamanaka. I was told I could find her here. After nearly a minute of tense silence, a loud, buzzing noise sounded from the door, quickly followed by an audible click, signifying the door had been unlocked, allowing the Pinkette entrance to the building. Once inside, Sakura found herself in the reception area decorated with comfortable-looking couches and chairs, large potted plants of various green plants that lined the windows, and monitors displaying various things from regional shows to reports of what was going on not only in the elemental nations, but also the outer lands as well. Please take a seat, the receptionist instructed, alerting the Pinkette to the young blonde woman that looked around the age of 25, sitting behind the desk in the center of the room. Ino-san will be out shortly. The woman in question was a tall and slim, with curves that made the young Kunoichi envious of. Her blue eyes shielded behind a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Strawberry blonde hair flowed around her face and down her back, roughly shoulder length. Small studded earrings adorned the woman's ears, which was accompanied by a long-sleeved black dress that showed off her cleavage, which was barely restrained by the fishnet undershirt she wore under her blouse. Silently, Sakura complied and sat down in one of the empty chairs, her eyes wandering over the television screens as numbers scrolled across them, indicating the stocks of various companies, both local and foreign, as they rose and fell in the financial storm that was the stock market. Minutes ticked by before the sound of chattering echoed from down the hall as two figures entered the room. The first individual Sakura took notice of was a woman with long crimson hair that was tied into a long braided ponytail that ran down her back, stopping just above her ankles. The woman's outfit consisted of a simple-looking business suit with a long-sleeved jacket that was unbuttoned, revealing the white dress shirt underneath that had the top half unbuttoned as well, showing off her bountiful cleavage that had a purple tie running down in between the woman's large bust. The shirt showing off the woman's midriff as well. A pair of armor-knuckled gloves adorned her hands, showing that this woman was prepared for combat at a moment's notice. Black slacks, held up by a dark gray belt with a gold oblong buckle and a pair of combat-style stilettos to tie off the woman's attire. Walking beside and chatting with the woman was Sakura's longtime rival for the lone Uchiha, Ino Yamanaka, though the Pinkette could scarcely recognize the young Mindwalker. Gone was the blonde's old attire, replaced by a more modern look. A two-piece outfit that was mostly solid purple with the exception of her inner thighs being white and patches on her outer thighs and chest with a purple and white camo design. Her pants hugging her hips tightly, with a pair of soft-soled boots to protect her feet, which Sakura found odd, as Kunoichi and Shinobi used open-toed sandals to allow for better chakra control. Something else that the Pinkette noticed about her rival's new attire was the lack of kunai, or shuriken holster, instead replaced with two tonfa that hung loosely along her thighs. The top of Ino's new outfit consisted of an open-shoulder, long-sleeved vest which covered most of the Mindwalker's arms with a pair of combat gloves adorning her hands, giving the young Mindwalker the appearance of an assassin or spy from the movies the Pinkette had seen in years ago. For clarification, Ino is wearing Mina's outfit from Tekken 5. Ino pig, Sakura stammered, catching the two women's attention. The crimson-haired woman stopped and eyed the pink-haired Kunoichi, almost as if scrutinizing the teenage girl before her with contempt, a scowl forming across her face as if she had smelled something disgusting before turning her attention back towards Ino. "I have errands to run, Ino," the woman stated simply, completely disregarding Sakura's presence. "Take the rest of the day off to rest, and I shall see you tomorrow at the usual time." "All right, Maya. See you tomorrow morning," Ino replied as the now identified Maya turned on her heel and walked back down the hallway her and Ino had just come from. Once the crimson-haired woman had left, the young blonde turned her attention to her former rival. "Been a while, Sakura. What brings you here?" "Okay, what the hell happened?" Sakura finally inquired, breaking from her confusion. "You just disappeared after the preliminaries, then you move out of your parents' house all of a sudden, and now you're here in this place. I take it that since you were here, you've already been by my parents' shop," Ino commented with a small sigh. Yeah," Sakura frowned. "Your father said something about you laying into both of them before you disappeared." "Yeah," Ino nervously chuckled, rubbing the back of her head. "I kind of stayed out late that night drinking with him." "What?" the Pinkette interrupted. "But we're too young to drink in." The young blonde woman shot her former rival an unamused and mildly annoyed look. "Yes, Sakura, I was drinking. As Kunoichi, we can do that." Ino deadpanned with a heavy sigh, wondering if the Pinkette even paid attention at all when Irika-sensei had given them the lecture about the privileges that came with earning your Heidi 8. Anyways, full-on liquid courage, I went off on both of my parents. My father for being overprotective and not allowing me to show my true potential, and my mother for trying to turn me into a gold-digging whore. "Well, what?" Sakura stammered, confused by what she was hearing. "What's going on, Ino?" Ino frowned before letting out a soft sigh. She supposed that she had to talk to someone about this, if only to get it off her own chest and give her some sense of clarity as to how to approach her parents, namely her father. While she did view Maya as a friend, and in some ways, a sister-like figure, the young Mindwalker didn't want to burden the crimson-haired woman with her family problems. Sakura, however, was well acquainted with her parents, and at one point in their friendship early on, was considered to be a second daughter to them. "Look, I am hungry," Ino began, turning her full attention to the pinkette. "How about we talk about this over lunch?" "All right," Sakura agreed, her curiosity eating at her to find out what had transpired between her rival and her parents. "I'm heading out to lunch, Califa-san," Ino informed the blonde secretary sitting behind the front desk. "Want me to bring you back something?" The woman seemed to think over her options before a sultry grin spread across her face. "How about a sample of that blonde stud?" "Afraid you'll have to get in line for that appetizer." The young mind walker laughed. "I haven't even gotten a taste of him yet." Sakura could only blink in confusion as she looked between the two blondes. "Suppose I will have to settle for my usual then." Califa sighed. "Spicy roast lamb, a loaded baked potato, and a salad on the side then," Ino confirmed, earning a nod from the spectacled blonde woman. "All right, be back as soon as I can." With that, Ino led Sakura to the exit and out of the building to head to her favorite establishment to eat at, Yakiniku-Q. Konoha Market District, Tsubaki Kodo. Tsubaki hummed happily to herself as she made her way through the shopping district of the village. A medium-sized bag filled with various vegetables and other ingredients she planned on using for this evening's dinner for her young master. Shortly after their unfortunate encounter with Jiraiya, Yuri had called an end for Naruto's training for the day after he had successfully summoned his personal summon for the eccentric woman. Unfortunately for Tsubaki, her young master's personal summon was a giant spider, something that had sent chills down her spine. Still, the former Jonin had wanted to spoil the whiskered teenager this evening as a reward for not only defending her honor before the perverted Sannin, but also outright rejecting the man's offer to buy her without hesitation. Something she was extremely grateful for, as she could only imagine the humiliation the Toad Sage would have in store for her. Since the elder man lacked the same empathy and humility the young Uzumaki had. Whereas Naruto went out of his way to avoid any phrases that sounded like commands toward her, Jiraiya would no doubt abuse the fact she would not be able to refuse an order given. "Let's see." Tsubaki began to double-check her purchases for tonight's dinner. "Flour, eggs, baking powder, and chicken broth. Just need to get the pork cuts, and that should be everything I need to make ramen from scratch." "Stop dragging your feet and keep moving." A harsh whisper broke the former Jonin's attention, turning her attention towards two figures moving through the marketplace. One male with bandages covering most of his face, leaving only his left eye and eyebrow exposed, roughly pushing what appeared to be his teammate, a young woman with fair skin and long black hair that almost ran down to her calves, tied by a violet ribbon near the end. Tsubaki narrowed her eyes, and she observed it too. The body language of the young Kunoichi clearly showed that she was uncomfortable and was not being led willingly to whatever the duo's destination was. Silently, she watched as the male genin shoved the Kunoichi off of the main street and into a small alleyway. Taking that as her cue, Tsubaki secured her shopping bag and leapt into action, taking to the rooftops to follow the duo and learn more about what was going on. "Just so you know, Kin, it's nothing personal," the rapt genin stated, though his tone was less than sincere. "Bullshit, Dosu," the identified Kin retorted with a scoff. "I bet you're hoping that if you're an obedient bitch, the damn pedophile will let you suck him off while his four-eyed fuck buddy fucks you in the ass." The bandaged genin took offense to the young woman's words and roughly grabbed her, spinning her around and slamming her against the wall, earning a pained grunt from the Kunoichi. His lone visible eye narrowing dangerously as he brought up his Kiyomi eye Supika dangerously close to her face in a threatening fashion. "Don't ever disrespect Orochimaru-sama in front of me again," Dosa hissed. "If not for him, your life. And it's your life he—" However, before he could utter another word, his body suddenly became limp, causing him to fall forward, landing face first into the wall right next to Kin, knocked unconscious. Surprised by this sudden turn of events, the Odo Kunoichi turned her attention to her unlikely savior, a dark-haired woman of average height with black hair braided into a ponytail that ran down her back, while a pair of dark bangs that framed her face. Not to sound ungrateful, but who the hell are you, and what do you want with me? Kin inquired, her body assuming a defensive stance as she eyed the woman skeptically. I observed your trek through the marketplace. Tsubaki stated. Your body language indicated you were not comfortable with your traveling companion here. Not to mention, he was hardly quiet in regards to your involvement with Orochimaru. Upon hearing the snake Sannin's name, the young Kunoichi's eyes widened in fear, having assumed the worst possibilities that now lay in store for her, due to her association with Konoha's biggest traitor. It was obvious that even with her weapons, she would not stand a chance against this woman. Judging by her posture and how easily she dispatched Dosu, Kin could tell that she was not a civilian by any means. Perhaps an off-duty kunoichi, Jonin level at least, if not Umbu. So, Kin swallowed thickly. What now? Now we go see Hokage-sama. Tsubaki commented as she held out her hand to the young Odo Kunoichi. You want a way out from being under the snake? I may have a solution that will keep you safe from both Orochimaru, as well as keep you out of prison. In a span of a few seconds, Kin weighed her options. Either go with this woman whom had just saved her from being used as a sacrifice for that snake bastard and accept what she had to offer, or attempt to strike out on her own with no one to look out for her. With a reluctant sigh, she accepted the older woman's hand. In a flurry of swirling leaves, both were gone from the alleyway. Yakiniku Q, Sakura, and Ino. Sakura could only stare at the blonde young woman seated across from her, completely gobsmacked at not only at what she had been told from her companion, but what she was currently witnessing. The young Yamanaka heiress had already put away 2 hefty plates of food from the buffet and was currently working to clear her third. So let me get this straight. Sakura broke the silence as she rubbed her temples as she tried to wrap her mind around what she had learned so far. You're saying the entire time we were in the academy together, and up until just 2 weeks ago, you've been hiding what you're actually capable of because your father is overprotective of you, and you never liked Sasuke-kun and only pretended to in order to blend in with the crowd, as you say, because your mother suggested it. But she only suggested it to get access to the Uchiha clan's wealth. Not only that, but you were attracted to someone else. Did I miss anything? Nah, that's about the gist of it. Ino commented as she dropped another rib bone on her plate, completely devoid of any meat, effectively clearing her third and final plate of food. Using a napkin to wipe any remains of her meal from around her mouth as she leaned back in her chair, releasing a content sigh. So, how did you end up in that SIN place? The Pinkette inquired, genuinely curious as to how that came about. Yeah, ran into the big boss of the place that night 2 weeks ago, and after hanging out for the entire evening, got offered a part-time job. The blonde shrugged as she flagged the waitress down to pay for her meal, as well as placing an order for Caliph's lunch to go. It had been more or less the truth of how that had happened, though not in the exact stated time frame. In fact, it wasn't until the next morning that the young Mindwalker had encountered Yuri once more in another chance meeting as the Yamanaka was departing the hotel she had stayed at the previous night. Being blunt and to the point, the Widowmaker had inquired as to why Ino hadn't returned to her home. After a quick explanation, she was led to the SIN building and informed she would be staying here and had placed her under Maya's care, much to the red-headed woman's ire at the time. When asked why, Yuri merely shrugged and commented, "Because I enjoy your company, princess." And Ino didn't argue. So, Sakura broke her trip down memory lane. So who's the mystery guy you have a crush on? The Pinkette questioned with a grin, curious if it could be someone she knew. Not that she would give up on her Sasuke-kun, but she was still curious as to how this mystery guy would measure up to the Uchiha. Why so curious? Ino smirked as the waitress delivered a small bag with the to-go order along with the change from the paid bill. Giving the waitress a generous tip, the blonde turned her attention back to her former rival. Going to give up on the Uchiha and explore other options? Not a chance, Sakura exclaimed. Now that you're out of the picture, Sasuke-kun is all but guaranteed to fall in love with me, and I will help him restore his clan. Yeah, well, the blonde mind walker began as she got up and secured the bag. Good luck with the Uchiha, though between you and me, I am pretty sure he plays for the other team. Leaving the Pinkette to muse over her parting words, Ino disappeared out of the restaurant and down the street. It had taken nearly a full minute before the insinuation of the mind walker's words register in the Pinkette's mind, though once they did, she turned to retort, only to find herself alone. Damn, she didn't even tell me who the mystery guy is. Unknown location, underneath Konoha. You're asking a lot, Jiraiya. The bandaged elder stated from a seated position behind a desk that looked very similar to the Hokage's. In fact, the entire room was a mock replica of the Hokage's office. Yuri Han is not a woman to be tested, nor provoked. I am aware of the woman's reputation. The Toad Sannin replied with a scoff. But I need to get that damned bitch away from the brat, so I can seal away his memories and wipe the slate clean, so to speak, so I can train him properly. Make sure he is strong enough to fulfill the prophecy, but not too strong that he can't be controlled. While his face remained stoic, Danzo inwardly frowned at the selfish motives of the man before him. It was clear that Jiraiya had no interest in the preservation of Konoha, or even the elemental nations for that matter, and that his sole reason of wanting to isolate the Jinchuriki was for his own personal benefit. Personally, the Elder War Hawk had no issue with the woman training the boy. A weapon was of no use if it was blunted and dulled to the point of unreliability in the field. And what do you intend to offer in trade for this? Service? The War Hawk inquired. Figured as soon as the Gaki had a kid, I could ensure something happened to make that kid disappear. The insinuation was left hanging in the air for a handful of seconds before he continued. However, until that happens, I could throw my voice behind your bid for the hat, since the old man is getting senile in his later years, allowing the brat to do as he pleases, not to mention owning a slave. At this, Danzo allowed himself to quirk an eyebrow at the Sannin's words, ignoring the latter part, already well aware of Tsubaki's current servitude to the Uzumaki for her attack on him weeks prior. However, the former part had caught his attention. Having the support of Konoha's only remaining loyal Sannin in his move for the Hokage position would carry a lot of weight behind it and practically ensure his victory. It was certainly a tempting offer. It will take time to fabricate convincing evidence to bring before the Fire Daimyo, Danzo stated after a handful of seconds. This is something we cannot rush and must take every precaution as to prevent anything linking this back to us. Yeah. Jiraiya waved off the War Hawk's caution. I'll leave that to you. In the meantime, I gotta go check on my spy network and forge some guardianship papers to ensure the brat will be given to me. Having secured the deal, the Toad Sannin left Danzo to his own thoughts. This is quite the gamble I am taking. The bandaged elder mused to himself, the every slightest hint of a grin forming on his lips. But the rewards will be well worth the risk. Not only will I become Hokage, as I should be, but in years to come, I will have the key of breaking the Uzumaki clan's secrets. Hokage's office, early evening. Hiruzen let out a tired sigh as he leaned back in his chair and took a thoughtful puff from his pipe, turning to stare out the window and watch over the village as the sun began to dip below the horizon, setting the surrounding forest aflame in its orange-red glow, mulling over what had transpired not even a full hour ago. Tsubaki had arrived with the Otoge Cure team's kunoichi, stating that they had information that required his immediate discretion, prompting the old Fire Shadow to dismiss his umbu and secure the office so they could report, though he already had a good idea due to the presence of the genin, and he had been proven correct. Afterwards, Hiruzen had signed off on making one kin to Tsuchi the second slave under Naruto Uzumaki, something the now former Otogekure kunoichi had not taken kindly to, understandably so. However, Tsubaki was quick to quell the young kunoichi's anger. informing her of how she herself was a slave as well, and assured her that the young blonde had never taken advantage of his position over her, despite her actions against him prior. This had been further reinforced when the Uzumaki in question arrived and had been reluctant to accept yet another slave. The old man's musings were interrupted when a soft knock sounded from the door. "Enter," he called, turning his attention towards the doorway as the Jonin sensei of the Suna team entered. "You wish to see me, Hokage-sama?" The veiled man asked. As his loan exposed, I discreetly scanned the office for signs of this being a trap of some kind. "Yes, Baki-san," the elder fire shadow greeted as he pushed the file he received earlier this morning towards the Suna Jonin. "I believe we have much to talk about." Chapter 6. Naruto let out a low groan of relief as his battered and bruised body sunk into the waiting waters of his estate's private hot spring, allowing the heated water to soothe his aching muscles brought on from the intense training that Yuri had subjected him to. With the finals only a week away, the Spider Mistress had become increasingly ruthless in her training. However, he thrived under this kind of cultivation. His instructor held back just enough from seriously injuring him, but at the same time, still pushed him to his limits and beyond. All in all, he enjoyed it. Though with the finals only 1 week away, he couldn't help but wonder just who among the finalists would prove to be a challenge for him, considering the amount of harsh training that Yuri had subjected him to. Ultimately, Niji, whom he had previously considered a threat 3 weeks ago, would be little more than an annoyance. From what he knew of the Hyuga style, the proclaimed prodigy would not lower himself to use any jutsu. Instead, focusing purely on taijutsu in an attempt to shut down his chakra network, or perhaps land a killing blow to his heart or other vital organs. Despite this knowledge, Naruto was not worried in the slightest. Unless Niji had somehow become faster than his fiancée and sensei, there was little the Hyuga could do to against him. Dosu was no longer an issue, if what his latest slave, Kintsuchi, had reported to the old man was any indication. No doubt after his failure to secure the now former Otogekure Kunoichi, Dosu was no doubt severely punished for his failure, if not outright sentenced to death. Kankuro could prove to be entertaining with his puppets, though beyond using them in battle, the whiskered blonde had little idea what other capabilities had beyond his puppets. Aside from the fact that a majority of puppet users utilized various poisons in combat. However, the Uzumaki had a feeling that once the puppeteer lost his puppet, it would be all over for him. His sister, though, Temari, was the complete opposite of her makeup-wearing brother. From what he had observed during her fight against Tenten was any indication, the Suna Kunoichi specialized in medium to long-range attacks, though her fan could easily be used as a melee weapon should her opponent close the gap between them. Question was, just how durable was that fan of hers, and how would she fare without it? Last of the Suna siblings was the youngest, Gaara, a Jinchuriki like himself. Without a doubt, the demented redhead was the biggest threat of all of finalists, especially seeing how he crippled Rock Lee during their bout in the preliminaries. It was laughable that Hataki thinks that his prize student will be able to do much against Gaara and his sand. If anything, the bastard was only inflating the Uchiha's ego before getting him killed in front of everyone. However, with the elemental techniques that Yuri had been drilling into him all week, Naruto may have a way around that annoying sand. Then there was Shikamu. While insanely intelligent, the Nara had one drawback. He was completely lazy and put in the very bare minimum of what was asked of him. Not to mention how effective his shadow techniques were heavily relied on the chakra of himself and the one he intended to capture and control. If his victim had more chakra than himself, then the Nara would be quickly overpowered. And even without Sif-chan, Naruto had chakra in spades due to his Uzumaki heritage, making this matchup an easy win for himself. Lastly, there was the Uchiha himself. While admittedly skilled compared to a majority of their graduating class, he still lacked self-control and discipline. He was prone to pushing as much chakra as he could into his jutsu, hoping to overpower his opponent, and if someone even so much of whispered Itachi's name, he would go into a rage. Then there is the Sharingan, the coveted bloodline of the Uchiha clan, and the primary reason the villagers and some shinobi pampered the arrogant prick. Regardless, it would be fairly easy for Naruto to counter his former teammate. Unlike the Byakugan, the Sharingan required a clear field of vision. Should that be obscured through fog, dust, or anything that would hamper the Uchiha's vision, the Sharingan was practically useless. Careful with being overconfident, Naruto-kun. Sif cautioned through his mind, sensing his thoughts. Arrogance and overconfidence has led to many of shinobi to an early death. I understand, Sif-chan. He mentally chuckled at his tenant's concern, not trying to sound arrogant or overconfident. Simply assessing what I know of the combatants in the finals, their weaknesses, and how I can exploit them. Still, you are forgetting one important aspect about those cursed eyes the Uchiha has. The Vixen pointed out, he doesn't need to be your opponent to steal your techniques, so be mindful of that during your matches. Naruto couldn't help but frown at that, though he wouldn't put it past Sasuke or even Kakashi in attempting to steal the other contestants' techniques during their respective bouts. Sasuke had already demonstrated his willingness to steal other comrades' technique for his own during his match in the preliminaries, when he copied Rock Lee's taijutsu against his opponent. While many of his own newer jutsu didn't require hand seals to perform, he didn't want neither the Uchiha nor Hitaki stealing and copying his taijutsu techniques. Quietly, he wondered if his mother had anything that could help him in her notes on Fuin Jutsu, since Yuri would have him start focusing more on the sealing arts for the final week, alongside his other training. I believe she does. Sif chimed in. Check the red and black book titled Ramen Heals the Uzumaki Soul. Of course, the name had to involve ramen somehow. Naruto blinked once, twice, and then once again, unable to fathom what his tenant just told him. He was made aware of his mother's love of the food when the Vixen had compared his own admiration of the dish, but even this was a bit much. Then again, it was rather ingenious, hiding in plain sight. So to speak, anyone rummaging through her notes would potentially dismiss it as a cookbook and thus not important, since a majority of shinobi were trained to watch for highly elaborate setups to protect one's secrets. Naruto-kun. A voice floated through the steam, breaking the Uzumaki from his thoughts. Over here, Tsubaki-sen. He called out, recognizing the voice of his first slave, indicating his location in the room. He had noticed that since their encounter with Jiraiya a week ago and the events that followed that night, she had taken to using the Kuin suffix with his name whenever she addressed him. The whiskered blonde wasn't oblivious to the reason for the change, while she never outright said it. He knew it began when he defended her from the perverted Sannin when he had attempted to buy her, and was later fully cemented when he came to her aid again that same evening and put a stop to Yuri Han intimidating the former Kunoichi, affecting ending the bullying from the Spider Mistress. Would you like me to wash your back, Naruto-kun? Tsubaki asked as she waded through the water, allowing him to see her. First thing he noticed was her attire, or rather, lack of attire. Normally, when she had offered to wash his back, she wore a bathing suit in order to hide her modesty. Now, though, she only had a single towel wrapped around her torso, just barely hiding her nether regions, while pushing up her modest C-cup breasts. Forcing his eyes not to linger, he sat up to allow the young woman to get behind him comfortably. Silence passed between the two as she quietly set to work scrubbing the back of the young blonde with gentle but firm strokes with the sponge. A ghost of a smile spreading across her lips as she had always fantasized about these small acts of intimacy when she had first started dating, with Mizuki of all people, allowing her to simply be a woman and not a kunoichi. The irony was not missed on her that she was now, more or less, carrying out that fantasy with the very own the disgraced Chūnin hated. Caught up in her imagination, Tsubaki closed her eyes and subconsciously began to lean forward, softly pressing her lips to the back of his neck with a teasing kiss as her arms wrapped around his stomach to embrace her blonde master. In doing so, she inadvertently pressed her bust up against his back. Tsubaki-san, Naruto questioned, as a small shiver of pleasure ran down his spine for where she kissed him. The sound of his voice broke her from her trance as her eyes snapped open, realizing what she was doing. Swiftly, she backed away, her face red with embarrassment. Sorry, she stammered. I didn't mean. It's okay, Tsubaki-san. The Uzumaki stated, interrupting the raven-haired woman and trying to reassure her that he was not upset at all. If he was being honest with himself, it quite enjoyed the feeling. It was different from the moments he shared with Yuri and Anko, where the two of them were a bit more forward and eager. This was more sensual and teasing. Well, isn't this a sight? Another voice sounded, making the two of them jump as Tsubaki's blood ran cold in her veins at the sight of the newcomer, Yuri Han, whom was sitting on a rock literally a leg's length away from the two. Meanwhile, Naruto was trying to comprehend how the woman was able to sneak in with him, literally looking towards the only door into the hot springs. Bold of you to seduce my fiancé. Yuri grinned as she eyed the raven-haired woman before turning her gaze to the whiskered blonde. Without warning, the spider mistress's right leg rocketed forward into the water at such a speed that the water didn't even ripple, stopping just in front of the poor blonde's crotch, forcing the young blonde to lean back in its Tsubaki in a futile attempt to avoid the strike. As a result of suddenly being jostled, the towel wrapped around the black-haired woman slipped down, exposing her bust that was now being firmly pressed against the whiskered teen's back. Before the Jinchuriki knew it, her delicate but strong toes had gripped his member between her big toe and index toe, eliciting a low groan from him as she teasingly flexed her toes around him. And you naughty boy, her grin becoming more sadistic, not even attempting to resist her charms. Before Naruto could form words to explain himself, in hopes of sparring himself and his ward permanent damage that the Widowmaker would no doubt inflict upon them, Yuri slowly, almost tormentingly so, began to run her foot up and down his hardening length, using her toes to squeeze it firmly. Slow, deliberate. The woman knew what she was doing and how it was affecting him, as she would stop her caressing just as his pleasure was starting to build, letting it die back down before she started again. However, Yuri commented, pressing her foot deeper into his crotch, just enough to mix pleasure with pain. I approve. Both Naruto and Tsubaki stared up at the deranged woman with a gobsmacked expression. What was Naruto's intelligent response? I don't understand, Suabki stated. Buffed, you've been giving Naruto Koi here the side eye for the past week. The spider mistress pointed out, prompting the woman to blush. I was wondering how long it would take before you finally worked up the tits to make your move. However, she continued, rubbing her foot up and down his length again as she licked her lips in anticipation. His virginity is mine. Tsubaki merely nodded in agreement, not wanting to challenge the woman to her claim. Meanwhile, Naruto suddenly found a small rock to his side, very interesting, and refused to meet the woman's eyes. Memories of a certain single mother in Nami no Kuni joining him in a shower flashing through his head. Oh, what's this? Yuri inquired, almost menacingly. Did you already give it away? Who is it? Anko-chan, the cute ramen waitress, or that shy little Hyuga that stalks you? No, and no. The whiskered blonde sighed, knowing he was going to have to come clean. Anko-chan and I didn't start dating until this month, and I view Ayami-chan as more of a sister than anything else. And how do you know about Hinata-san stalking me? Anko-chan told me. She shrugged. So, if not any of them, who was the lucky girl? Tsunami-chan, he revealed. She was the client's daughter from our first C-rank mission in Nami no Kuni. 2 weeks we flirted with each other subtly, even in front of her father, son, and the rest of my team. Made it kind of a game to see how far we could push it without anyone picking up on it. Finally, Naruto continued with a faint smile as he recollected what had happened during his time with the widowed mother. I guess the dam broke between all the teasing, innuendos, and just built up frustrations. I had just finished training and went to take a shower, and before I know it, Tsunami-chan had me pressed against the wall and well. He left the implications open. So you bag yourself a MILF, huh? Yuri stated bluntly. Suppose I will have to meet this Tsunami-chan once these exams are over, and see if she is worthy. She may only be a civilian, but she is not easily intimidated. Naruto pointed out, remember that the woman had boldly stood her ground against Gado's thugs when they were sent to kidnap her and her son to use as hostages against her father. Good. The spider mistress grinned. Good. The next morning, Konoha. Kakashi Hatake was in a fairly good mood as he navigated his way through the bustling main street of the village with his nose firmly in his treasured reading material, earning some glares from some of the women he had passed by. The training he had been giving the Soul Uchiha had been progressing exceptionally well, making the silver-haired Chūnin confident that his student would surpass all the other competitors. For the 2 weeks were dedicated to improving the raven-haired teen's speed and body conditioning in order to fully utilize the techniques that Rock Lee had demonstrated during the preliminaries against Gaara. The entirety of the last week had been devoted to building up Sasuke's chakra reserves and refining his control in order to prepare him for the final week of training. Learning his original jutsu, the Chidori. Though at the moment, he needed a capable sparring partner to gauge the Uchiha skills. Hence why the masked Chūnin had returned to the village in search of his blonde student. While not the most technical fighter, the whiskered Uzumaki had constantly held his own against his team made in the past. The only question was, where was his estranged student? He had initially checked the usual training ground, only to find it in use by a blonde-haired girl that strangely looked familiar and another crimson-haired woman in a suit, which struck him as odd. But the one he was looking for was not present. He had quickly vacated the area, lest he be accused of anything scandalous. Which is what led to his current destination, the Hokage's office. If anyone knew where Naruto was, it would be the old man himself. Arriving to his destination, Hatake pocketed his book and knocked firmly on the door, awaiting for the invitation to enter before entering the room. In doing so, he was greeted by the sight of multiple versions of the elder village leader looking over various documents accompanied by the Suna Chūnin. Kakashi-sen. The real Hiruzen greeted from his desk, turning the masked Chūnin's attention away from the clones and paperwork. What brings you here? Well, he stammered, a little embarrassed in what he needed to ask. I was wondering if you knew where I could find Naruto Uzumaki. I wanted to gauge their performance against one another. Hiruzen remained silent for a handful of seconds, puffing his pipe before he let out a long exhale of smoke. I would have figured as a sensei, you would be training him for the finals that are about to begin next week. The elder man commented, his voice and body language betraying nothing but still calmness. You have been training him as well, have you not? Oh well, he fumbled for an excuse. Since both Naruto and Sasuke advanced to the finals, I had thought it would be a conflict of interest to train them both at the same time. So I've been focusing on Sasuke, since we both have the Sharingan. The elder man merely nodded, almost as if understanding. I trust you found someone suitable to train Naruto-kun then? He inquired, eyeing how Hatake stiffened at the question. No, Kakashi admitted. I had approached Ebisu about training Naruto, but he couldn't commit the time required, and with Sasuke's opponent being as dangerous as he is, I had wanted to maximize the amount of training to prepare him for the finals, so you abandoned one of your students for another. Hiruzen finished for him with a disappointed sigh. I suppose it would be pointless to ask how your third student is doing, considering how abysmal her performance was during the preliminaries. Hatake remained silent, unsure of how to respond to being called out. Chūnin Hatake, you were supposed to be the sensei of the entirety of Team 7, not just Sasuke Uchiha. The elder village leader scolded. And now, after abandoning one of your students, you want him to take time away from his own training to be used as a mere measuring stick? I'm sure it would benefit Naruto as well. Kakashi tried to spin it as a positive exercise for his wayward blonde student. I cannot even begin to express how disappointed I am with you, Hiruzen stated, narrowing his eyes at the Chūnin before him. However, I am afraid that Naruto-kun is unavailable until the finals. After you failed in your duties, he found himself someone who has a vested interest in bringing out his full potential. This alarmed Kakashi, as he hadn't expected the whiskered teen to find someone to train him during the month-long break. Is there any way I can meet this person? Hataki inquired, trying to salvage the situation. Perhaps we could coordinate training for both Sasuke and Naruto. Not likely. Hiruzen shot down the suggestion, as he could only imagine the horrors Yuri would unleash on both the Uchiha and Hataki when they eventually met. They're only interested in training Naruto-kun, and have already taken him on as their official apprentice. Apprentice? Kakashi asked, his lone eye widening at the revelation. But Naruto is my student. Was your student? The elder man corrected. And you failed him, just as you failed your other student, Sakura Haruno. It seems the only one you truly care for is Sasuke Uchiha, so I'm going to give you what you want. Hokage-sama. The masked Jonin did not like the way this sounded. Bringing out a rolled-up scroll that had been sitting on his desk, Hiruzen tossed it to Kakashi, allowing him to open it and read its contents. With each passing line his lone eye widening even more as the masked Jonin felt a sickening feeling develop in the pit of his stomach. As of this moment, Team 7 is effectively disbanded. Hiruzen stated with authority. Sasuke Uchiha will be your only student. But, he stammered, looking to the Hokage in confusion. As stated, Naruto-kun has been taken as an apprentice by someone else, and Sakura Haruno will be placed into the reserves until an opening on a team is available or someone takes her as an apprentice. Hiruzen said, lowering himself into his chair once more. You are dismissed, Hataki. Silently, almost as if in a trance, the last surviving student of the Yondaime left the room, barely even registering the door being shut behind him while he quietly made his way out of the tower and just stood at the foot of the steps, his mind replaying the last encounter he had with his sensei's son. Know this, Hataki. Naruto turned his head, glaring at the silver-haired Jonin. Not only will I not be dropping out of the finals, I will crush the Hyuga prick beneath my heel and your precious Uchiha as well. And regardless if I get promoted or not, I refuse to stay on this farce of a team. That's a promise. He couldn't have meant that, right? Kakashi mentally asked himself, still in a stupor. No, I can't lose him. I can't lose my only connection to Minato-sensei. Slowly, the gears began to turn in his head. He had to find a way to locate the whiskered blonde and tempt him away from whoever is training him before they began instructing him on techniques he is not ready for. Maybe even convince him to drop out of the finals before he gets seriously injured or worse, killed. The only question was how to find him. While he was confident that the Hokage knew exactly where Naruto was, it was clear after their short, one-sided conversation that he would not divulge that information at any point in the foreseeable future, leaving the silver-haired Jonin to seek out other methods to track down the whiskered blonde. His initial idea was to stake out Ichiraku's, knowing the Uzumaki was a regular there, but decided against it. He had limited time and couldn't afford to waste time staying in one place. After a little self-deliberation, Kakashi decided it would best if he took a step back, so to speak, and go somewhere to clear his head so he could formulate a solid plan to locate, isolate, and lure his wayward student back to him, one way or another. With that in mind, Hataki set his destination for the local shinobi bar. What better location to subtly acquire information, since many others loosely talked about a variety of topics, while under the influence and with the Uzumaki's Jinchuriki status, he was still a much talked about topic of discussion and get a drink or two for himself as well. A short trek later, Kakashi arrived at his desired destination and found himself a spot at the bar counter and looked around, taking note of how empty the establishment was currently, making him doubt if he would obtain anything useful here. Then again, he shouldn't be surprised as most of those who would frequent the establishment were either training their own teams for next year or had been assigned various missions to carry out. After a few minutes, the silver-haired man was about to get up to leave when a heavy sigh from his left caught his attention as someone took a stool not far from him. Seeing who it was, Kakashi recognized the newcomer as none other than Irika Yumino, the academy instructor and an avid admirer of the resident snake mistress. You sound like shit, Irika-san, Kakashi stated bluntly, striking up a conversation. Let me guess, Anko-san turned you down again? Irika only gave a dry chuckle. Nope, he replied with a grunt. As it just so happens, she is officially off the market. This bit of information surprised the copycat, as the famed snake mistress was notorious of turning down, and sometimes even violently rejecting her would-be suitors, the scarred Chūnin next to him being on the receiving on more than a few times in his pursuit of the woman. Damn, sorry to hear that, Hitaki said as he moved over a stool. So, who's the lucky bastard that landed her? None other than that damned Uzumaki brat. Irika bit back, unable to hide his disdain from the whiskered blonde. Turns out, they hooked up 3 weeks ago. Kakashi was silent as he processed the information that Irika had just dropped on him. The one he was looking for was currently in a relationship with Anko Mitarashi. He was aware of the friendship between the two, but never did he expect them to actually hook up. Briefly, he wondered if she could be his new instructor, but dismissed it as despite the woman being skilled, she had her duties within the torture and interrogation division in the village. Still, this could work to his advantage, as Anko would no doubt know where Naruto was training. Well, don't give up hope just yet, Irika-sen. He turned to the scarred Chūnin, trying to encourage him. Naruto is still young and inexperienced. Only a matter of time before he makes a mistake, and she will be back on the market again. Irika merely grunted in response. Letting out a small sigh, Kakashi pushed himself off the bar stool and made his way to the exit, only to catch a glimpse of purple hair tied into a fan ponytail passing by not too far ahead of him. Taking it as a sign from Kami, he quietly pursued the snake mistress, ensuring he was well out of earshot of the bar before he called out to her. Hey, Anko-san. The named snaked mistress had to suppress a groan of annoyance as she recognized the voice that had called out to her. While a marginal improvement over Yumino, she really wasn't in the mood to deal with the masked bastard that abandoned Naruto-kun and told him to give up. What do you want to Taki-san? She all but growled out. Mama. He waved her aggression off with a masked smile. Word around the village is that you and Naruto are an item. By village, you mean you ran into Yumino-san? She sneered, knowing the sniveling Chūnin was still crying about her not giving him a chance. And how is who I am dating any of your business? No need to be hostile. Kakashi tried to placate the annoyed snake mistress. I just wanted to invite you for a few drinks where we can exchange stories about our mutual blonde friend. Hearing this, Anko narrowed her eyes in suspicion. Years of working beside Ibiki and Inoichi within the torture and interrogation division had trained her to subconsciously ready one's body language to determine if they were hiding something in their intent, and Hitaki's body language loudly screamed that he was after something more than just swapping stories. Meanwhile, Kakashi thought he had a foolproof plan. Swap a few stories about Naruto, exaggerate just enough to make it believable, while at the same time portraying him as unappealing and with the inclusion of some good sake, get her to spill where he is training. It was practically perfect. Wow, I am honestly surprised. Anko couldn't help but comment at the man's audacity. I had figured you of all people would be above using such a pitiful tactic to get into my pants. Hearing this, Kakashi turned a new shade of white as he realized how the purple-haired woman had interpreted his invitation for a few drinks and swapping stories. Quickly, he threw up his hands and waved them frantically while shaking his head negatively. No, it's not like that, I swear, he stated rather quickly, attempting to quell her anger, though it was evident that his attempts were falling on deaf ears. Listen here, Hitaki, the livid snake mistress announced. You can take your invitation and your drinks and shove them up your ass. Having said her piece, Anko turned on her heel and stormed off as the crowd that had gathered around them parted ways to avoid the enraged woman's wrath as she left behind a stuttering mess of a Jonin as he attempted to explain himself. Can you at least tell me where I can find Naruto? He called out in a last futile attempt. Go fuck yourself, was the response. Embarrassed and disheartened, Kakashi used his shunshin to get himself out of the crowd and onto a nearby roof and let out a long, drawn-out sigh. His goal of tracking down the whiskered blonde had ended in utter failure. Now, The only thing he could do was continue to train Sasuke for his match and hope he would get a chance to talk to his now former student during the finals and try and return everything back to the way it was. He could only hope that Naruto wouldn't get too severely injured. Additional author's notes, and done. Started off with a lovely private hot spring scene and allowed Tsubaki to get a little closer to her so-called master, some teasing and tormenting from Yuri, and a confirmation of something that was hinted at in an earlier chapter. Hope everyone enjoyed that bit. So yes, this does confirm that Tsunami will be in the lineup. As seen during the Wave mission on the series, Tsunami is not easily intimidated and will not back down and is not afraid to speak her mind, which is the kind of women that Yuri respects. We also got to check in with Kakashi and a bit of a look into his own personal endeavor when it comes to our favorite whiskered blonde. And while he wasn't intending to try and sleep with her, Kakashi was planning to drive a wedge between Anko and Naruto to isolate Naruto. Chapter 7. The atmosphere around the village of Konoha was brimming with excitement and anticipation as visitors from near and far filed into the massive central stadium. Some of the most notable were daimyo of various nations, both large and small, nobles and influential merchants, all of whom were eager to witness this promising batch of rookies, as there was a number of notable names that piqued their interest. Hyuga, Uchiha, and to a few that recognized the name, Uzumaki. Among them was one, Ino Yamanaka, whom was giddy with excitement for a multitude of personal reasons, some perhaps selfish in nature. Aside from the main event, as Maya and her had come to call it, today would mark the first day she completely removed her mask in public and showed everyone who she was and what she could do. More importantly, she could show Naruto. Yuri had already given her consent, if you could call it that, but under a strict stipulation. During the main event, Ino had to take down at least 50 enemies on her own. The Widowmaker then left her with a dire warning. Do not lie. Fortunately, the blonde fighter had no intention of doing such a thing, confident in her own abilities to handle the task with ease. If anything, she aimed to double that number, if not triple it, to prove her worth. To Yuri, to Naruto, and above all to herself. As Ino arrived into the stadium, she took a quick look around before she spied the unmistakable appearance of her teammates and their Jonin sensei, Asuma. A tinge of guilt washing over her as the trio of males were no doubt worried about her, since she did just kind of disappeared after the preliminaries. I probably should have at least checked in on them, she mentally berated herself, knowing she was going to get an earful from both Asuma and Shikamaru. Sure enough, once the bearded man had caught sight of her, he pierced her with a concerned glare mixed with a healthy dose of curiosity as to his blonde student's new attire. Soon after, both Shikamaru and Choji had noticed her presence, with the latter of the two waving his hands in a gesture to beckon her over. May as well get this over with. Ino sighed and made her way over to her team. Care to explain where you have been all month, Missy? Asuma inquired in a stern tone as she arrived. You just up and disappeared after the preliminaries without a word. Troublesome, Shikamaru sighed, but the word lacked the Nara's usual bored tone, indicating the lazy genius had been worried for her. We were all worried, especially since the last thing we heard was that you got into a big argument with your parents and moved out. Yeah, Choji piped in, his bag of chips forgotten in his hand, a very clear indication that the rotund genin had been worried about her. Now, Ino felt really bad. In between running high on emotions that night and overflowing with liquid courage, then getting caught up in her own personal training with Maya, she had completely forgotten about how her team would feel about her sudden disappearance. Look, I'm sorry about making you guys worry, the blonde replied and begun her explanation. It's just after the preliminaries I had a few drinks with. You were drinking? Choji exclaimed, earning an annoyed groan from the blonde Kunoichi. Seriously, was she the only one in the class that paid attention to the privileges upon officially earning their Heidi 8? Meanwhile, both Asuma and Shikamaru were giving her a disapproving look, prompting her to roll her eyes. Anyways, Ino decided to just move along. I ended up spending the entire month training with Maya-san and working part-time with S.I.N. Upon hearing the organization's name, Asuma couldn't help but frown. He was aware of the independent group and the rumors that surrounded it. Some good, some bad, as with all groups. However, he didn't like the fact that the group held no real loyalty to Konoha itself, instead, working for whoever paid. Who is this Maya person? The lazy Nara asked. She has been my training partner for the past month and is sort of my mentor in SIN. The blonde replied. And what does she do in SIN? The bearded Jonin inquired. Ino had to pause at this. She never really considered what Maya's position was within the network, only that she worked closely with Yuri and handled things the Spider Mistress deemed below her, making her a sort of second in command. Honestly, haven't noticed them use any titles or ranks within the network. She answered truthfully, but if I were to put a rank on her, she would be the second in command. Asuma narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. He already wasn't thrilled that Ino was working with the private network, even if it was only part-time, but to learn that she was also being mentored by the second in command, so to speak, made him uneasy. While he didn't want to believe that Ino could be a flight risk, he couldn't dismiss the possibility either. After all, no one saw Itachi Uchiha turning traitor either. Unknown to him, Ino had already been strongly considering resigning as a kunoichi to take up a more permanent position within the Shinobi Information Network. So what's with the new outfit? Choji asked, bringing attention to her change of attire. And when did you start using weapons? Maya-san convinced me to take up a weapon that would suit me. Ino replied, and it was true. When the two of them first started training together, the red-haired woman had spoke to her about expanding her options and choose a weapon that best fit her. As such, she chose the dual tonfa. Lightweight, durable, and it came natural to her. As for this, she gestured towards her new attire. It was something my cousin sent me a few months back. Didn't know you had a cousin, Shikamaru commented. She doesn't get to visit often. The blonde sighed in disappointment. The last time her cousin had been able to visit had been just before she entered the academy, and that was almost 4 years ago now. Her work keeps her busy in the outer lands. And what does she do for work? Asuma asked, fishing for more information. Can't say. She shrugged. So you don't know? The rotund Jinin questioned. No, I literally can't say. She repeated, knowing that Nina's work as a spy in the outer lands put her in more than enough risk, and the last thing the Williams sister needed was for Ino to run her mouth about her being a spy, bringing much unwanted attention onto her. Both Shikamaru and Choji shrugged their shoulders and settled into their seats, while Asuma stared at the blonde kunoichi a few seconds longer, weighing his options if he should continue to drill her for answers or just let it go for now. Opting for the latter, as it would do him nor the team any good if he let his own paranoia dictate his actions. As he was about to find his own seat, a figure moving behind the blonde caught his attention and made his blood run cold in his veins. Meanwhile, Ino subtly cocked her head to the side before allowing a faint smirk spread across her lips. Ignoring her sensei's reaction, she turned on her heel and stepped forward, bumping into a familiar dark-haired woman in purple doo-doo, practically recreating how they met a month ago. You know, it's rude not to excuse yourself after bumping into someone. The dark-haired woman grinned, licking her lips in excitement. Didn't your parents ever teach you manners? In Ino, Asuma stammered, his eyes darting between the two females that were eyeing each other, as he tried to warn her. Whatever you do, do not provoke her. She is extremely dangerous. Said blonde completely ignored her stammering sensei and kept her focus on the woman before her. The same could be said for you, Yuri Han. The young mind walker stated defiantly. Time seemingly stopped as a tense silence followed the blonde's retort. Both Choji and Shikamaru glanced between the two in confusion, unfamiliar as to who this woman was. While Asuma was silently praying to Kami that he would be able to intervene to save his student should the need arise. Suddenly, both women started laughing as they grasped each other's forearm in greeting, which threw the spectators around them off, having expected a conflict of some sort to erupt between the two, including one bearded Jonin who was now blinking owlishly between the two in confusion. Hundreds of questions flooding his mind, namely how Ino knew this woman. "Going to sit down here?" Ino inquired, gesturing to one of the seats nearby. "Nah, old monkey requested I join him for the main event." Yuri shrugged before grinning at the blonde. "Speaking of which, remember what I told you?" "Yeah, I aim to triple it," Ino replied back confidently. "Confident are you?" the Widowmaker asked, grinning madly. "Good, I will hold you to that." Instead of backing down, Ino only returned Yuri's grin. If anything, she felt even more excited by the challenge. Silently, Yuri departed the spectator area, passing by Asuma, who was still frozen in his spot, his half-smoked cigarette hanging loosely from his lip. With a mad grin, Yuri reached over and pinched out the cherry of the cigarette between her fingers before departing. Meanwhile, Ino calmly took her seat just in front of her two teammates, giving her a front row seat to the arena below. "Ino, how do you know Yuri-han?" Asuma inquired, snapping out of his stupor. "Bumped into her a month ago, literally." The blonde mind walker responded as she leaned back in her seat and crossed her arms behind her head in a relaxed fashion. "And we just hit it off. She's the one who introduced me to Maya-san." Not a complete lie. She simply omitted the fact that the deranged woman was her boss, so to speak. The bearded Chūnin could only let out a tired sigh as he took his seat behind his team. Meanwhile, as Ino turned her attention back to the arena floor, a soft thump sounded next to her, signifying that someone had sat in the chair beside her. Peering over, she saw the slumped-over form of Sakura Haruno. "What's eating you?" the blonde inquired, seeing her former rival not her usual peppy self. "Hokage-sama, disbanded Team 7." The pink-haired girl replied in a depressed tone, not looking up from the floor. "Right now, Sasuke-kun is Kakashi Sensei's only student. I got put in the reserves until there is a team opening or someone takes me as their apprentice. And I don't know what happened to Naruto. I haven't seen him all month." Ino frowned at this, feeling a sense of sympathy for her friend. She had heard from Maya that the team had been disbanded by the Hokage due to Hitaki's blatant favoritism towards the Uchiha, leaving the unfortunate Pinkette adrift in the wind in regards to her kunoichi career. Though, in a roundabout kind of way, this may be a blessing in disguise for her former rival. Since under the tutelage of Kakashi, she had been left floundering. Perhaps now Sakura would be able to grow unrestrained. "I just don't know what to do now," Sakura continued. "When Irika-sensei announced Team 7, I had truly thought that true love had conquered all, even if Naruto Baka was on the team, but now." The blonde mind walker said nothing as she allowed the teenage girl to vent. "Well," Ino pursed her lips. "Just keep moving forward, all you really can do." "Ow!" Haruno practically demanded, feeling a tad bit jealous of the blonde whom still had her team. Especially when just 2 weeks ago, she had thoroughly believed everything was falling into place. Ino, her biggest rival for the affections of the Soul Uchiha, had admitted she was never attracted to the dark-haired boy and was instead attracted to some unknown boy. "You're still a kunoichi, are you not?" the blonde asked, gesturing towards the Pinkette's Heidi 8 that was still firmly on her head. "Well, yeah," she responded with a slight scoff, feeling as her former rival was mocking her. "Then take this time to focus on yourself," Ino advised. "But what about Sasuke-kun?" "Forget about him, Sakura." The blonde sighed, really wanting to at least tone down the girl's fangirl mentality in regards to the boy. "Forget about him. Forget about Kakashi-sensei. And forget about Naruto-kun. Focus on yourself. You have practically perfect chakra control that can be applied to being either a genjutsu specialist like Kurenai-sensei or a medical specialist like the legendary Tsunade Senju." Sakura relaxed a little as she pondered Ino's words. With her perfect chakra control, she could pursue a more specialized skill set, and at one point she had been interested in learning medical jutsu before joining the academy. So perhaps she could expand her skill set to something more suitable for a support role. Perhaps then, she would impress Sasuke. "I guess," she replied, perking up slightly with her newly formed plan. "And when I show him how much I have improved, Sasuke-kun will confess his love for me, and then we can get Hokage-sama to reinstate Team 7. Ino had to bite her tongue to keep her from lashing out at the Pinkette and potentially physically assaulting the girl as well in an effort to knock some sense into her. Instead, focusing on the fact that at least she was nudged into bettering herself, and hopefully something would present itself to snap Sakura out of her fangirl mentality. Though, while the Mind Walker was on her own mental rant, Sakura had realized something else Ino had said. "Wait a minute," Haruno said, turning to look towards the blonde. "What do you mean, Naruto-kun? Don't tell me he is the one you have a crush on." "And what's wrong with that?" Ino challenged. "Well, it's Naruto Baka," Sakura replied back rather loudly, earning a few curious stares from those nearby. He's compassionate, charming, dedicated, and not to mention, easy on the eyes." The blonde interrupted her before giving a nod towards the arena floor. Sakura could only look at her, gobsmacked, before turning her attention towards the arena floor. It took her a second to find the aforementioned dead last, as she was looking for his standard orange monstrosity that he wore all the time, only to find him wearing a pair of black ANBU-style pants, which appeared to be held up by a belt of some kind as she couldn't quite get a good look at it. What surprised her the most was the fact that he was wearing a dark blue mesh top that did very little to hide his defined muscles, much to the enjoyment of Ino, whom was practically licking her lips at the sight, and a pair of fingerless gloves which looked to have protective plates on the back of their hands. Another thing that stood out about the blonde was the fact that he had grown his hair out a little, making him look a little like a younger version of a yondaime with whisker marks, now that she thought about it. Ino couldn't help but smirk as she watched Sakura's mind seemingly shut down as she took in the sight of her former blonde teammate, unable to put her thoughts to words. Who knew that orange monstrosity was hiding so much delectable eye candy? Arena floor. From his position on the arena floor, Naruto observed those around him. As he had expected, Dosu was nowhere to be seen, no doubt having already been executed by Orochimaru for failing to secure kin. He had already surmised that being a very likely possibility last week. He also noticed that his now former teammate was nowhere to be seen either. Though considering who was with him, it shouldn't come as a surprise. He honestly almost felt sorry for the lone Uchiha, as there was a very real possibility that Hitaki's tardiness could cost the raven-haired genin. Almost. Feeling a set of eyes on him, he peered over and saw his scheduled opponent, Niji Hyuga, staring at him, analyzing him as he had done to the others. A smug expression on his face, under the delusion that he had already won his match against the whiskered blonde. Poor fool was in for a rude awakening. Ahem! A voice broke through the quiet murmurings of those present, echoing across the arena. "Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, welcome all, and thank you for gathering here in Kanahagakure for the Chūnin exam finals. We will now begin the matches of the final round between the 8 candidates who advanced in the preliminaries." Hiruzen continued, eyeing the finalists from his position above the arena floor, noting that one Sasuke Uchiha was absent. "So please sit back and enjoy the matches. As you may have noticed, we are missing a few finalists," Hate stated from the arena floor, turning the attention to him. "So, before we begin, I have a few announcements." Pulling out a folded-up piece of paper, he opened it and showed it to those gathered before him. On it was the changes made to the matches, which only really affected Shikamaru as he had been slotted for 2 matches. Over the month break, Dosu Kinyuta has withdrawn from the exams, the sickly Jonin announced between coughs. Furthermore, I will make it clear right now, if Sasuke Uchiha is not here by the start of his own match, he will be disqualified. No exceptions. The disguised Orochimaru frowned at this, but had opted to keep his mouth shut, not wanting to bring any attention to himself just yet. There was still time, and perhaps the Uzumaki and the Hyuga could stall long enough to get the Uchiha prodigy time. In the stands, however, Sakura was not as quiet, making her opinion about the decision very vocal, much to the annoyance of those around her, and no doubt would have continued her rant if Ino had not firmly smacked her in the back of the head before reminding the Pinkette of her desire to better herself and that her former teammate had an entire month's notice. "Listen up, all of you, this is the last exam. Hate turned his attention back to the group of finalists in front of him. The landscape may have changed, but just as with the preliminaries, there are no set rules. You fight until one of you dies or admits defeat, unless I determine that a clear winner has already been decided. He paused for another coughing fit before continuing. In which case I'll stop the match, understand? Receiving confirmations from the contestants, or at least what could be considered as a confirmation from Gaara, he proceeded. All right then, let's begin the first match of the finals. The sickly Chūnin announced. Naruto Uzumaki and Neji Hyuga remain here. The rest of you proceed to the spectators' booths. As the others vacated the floor, the two soon-to-be combatants stared each other down. The Hyuga trying and failing to intimidate the whiskered blonde, much to his annoyance. Naruto, however, had a rather confident grin on his face. You look like you want to say something, Naruto stated, watching as Neji clenched and unclenched his fists. You should give up and save yourself from being humiliated, the Hyuga stated, flashing his Byakugan. Fate has already declared that I will be the victor. What? Was Naruto's reply, causing Neji to bristle slightly. I said that fate has. What? Fate? What? The whiskered blonde interrupted again, continuing to irritate the Hyuga branch member, which was becoming increasingly effective. You stand there and bend over for fate to fuck you in the ass, and it doesn't even have the goddamn courtesy to give you a reach around. The sound of a maddening cackle could be heard echoing across the arena, causing some to shudder in fear. Up in the Kage booth, Orochimaru was staring cautiously at the cackling dark-haired woman whom was seated behind the elder Kage. While he was aware that the woman was in the village, he had not considered her an issue as she seemed more invested in the Uzumaki brat, but now that she's seated with them as Hiruzen's guest, it made him uneasy. Still, she wasn't loyal to Konoha per se. Perhaps he could tempt her into aiding him killing the old man. Amongst the spectators, Ino was doing her best to hold in her own laughter, while both Sakura and Tenten were shocked that the whiskered blonde would say something crass so openly. The latter of the two feeling upset due to the crush she had on her teammate. While in another part of the stands, Hayashi's face was red with embarrassment as he had his hands firmly clasped over Hanabi's ears to prevent her from hearing such crude language. Face a Hyuga, Naruto continued. Your so-called fate is just an excuse you cling to because you're too weak to stand up and make your own choices. From his spot between the two, Hate glanced between both combatants, a subtle smirk on his lips as he listened as the whiskered blonde tore the Hyuga down. Peering to the other side, he could see Neji had already activated his Byakugan and was more than ready to tear into the blonde as soon as the match started. The sickly Chūnin was honestly surprised that the boy hadn't already lashed out. Deciding this had gone on long enough, he gave the signal for the match to officially begin. Immediately, Neji shot off his mark, rapidly closing the gap between the two, fully intending on crippling the Uzumaki for his hubris to mock him. As he neared the blonde, he aimed to strike right towards where his heart would be, a vicious grin spreading across his lips as he neared his target, only to be denied at the last second as the blonde snatched his wrist when his fingers were just mere centimeters away from his chest. Oh ho ho, hit a sore spot, did I? Naruto grinned before delivering a brutal side kick into the Hyuga's sternum, which sent him skidding back a good half-dozen feet with a dusty footprint on his chest. Neji didn't respond. Instead, he charged forth again, attempting to attack from a different angle only for the strike to be casually deflected, which only served to infuriate the Hyuga prodigy further, attacking again and again, only for each strike to be met with the same result. Spectators area. Both Sakura and Tenten could not believe what they were witnessing down on the arena floor. Neji Hyuga, the rookie of a year from the previous graduating class and prodigy among the Hyuga clan, was struggling against the supposed dead last. The aspiring weapons mistress was in disbelief, as she had figured none could compete with her teammate, with the exception of maybe Sasuke or the redhead from Suna. Yet here the Uzumaki was engaging him in pure taijutsu combat, and not even budging from his spot. If anything, it looked as if the whiskered blonde was bored as he deflected each strike with practiced ease, almost as if everything was moving in slow motion for him. From her perspective, Ino couldn't really blame him considering who had been training him all month. After a month of intense training with Yuri Han, fighting the QB in hand-to-hand combat would feel like a simple task, she imagined. Kami Almighty, Tintin exclaimed, looking toward Sakura. What kind of training did Kakashi-sensei give him? Sakura opened her mouth to answer, before slowly closing it. Realizing that she hadn't seen her former sensei since the preliminaries and had only caught glimpses of the whiskered blonde throughout the month still within the village. Meaning Kakashi-sensei couldn't have trained him, which left the question, who trained Naruto? Hataki-sen didn't train him. Ino spoke up from her seat, not taking her eyes off the match below. Taking note how Niji was becoming more sloppy as he grew more angry at his opponent. It wasn't missed how she referred to the silver-haired Chūnin, indicating that she did not respect his title. So, if Kakashi-sensei didn't train him, who did? The weapon's mistress inquired, only to receive a knowing smirk from the blonde mindwalker. Now, that will ruin the surprise. Ino finally commented with a coy smile. Kage Booth. From his position, Orochimaru was silently cursing as he watched the supposed dead-last pick apart the Hyuga prodigy, as if he were a fully-fledged Jonin fighting an academy student. He had been planning on the Hyuga boy to be the dominant one in the fight and drag it out to humiliate the Uzumaki brat, giving Sasuke-kun much-needed time to arrive, but with how things were going down on the arena floor, the match could simply end whenever the Jinchuriki got bored of toying with his opponent. Something on your mind, Kazekage Dano? Hiruzen asked, peering over at the disguised Snake Sannin. Oh, was just thinking. That blonde one, Uzumaki was it? Raza responded, snapping out of his inner musings. Wasn't he labeled the dead last of his graduating class? He was. The elder Hokage nodded in agreement, knowing that it was common knowledge and no small thanks to those like Kiba Inuzuka that had used the title to mock the blonde during the preliminaries a month ago. But recently he happened upon someone who was invested in bringing out his potential. Orochimaru glanced at Yuri out the side of his eye and felt a chill go down his spine to find she was staring directly at him with a vicious grin, licking her lips as if she were anticipating something. He could have sworn he saw the Shinigami standing behind her, staring at him, forcing him to focus on the match below. There is no way she can know, can she? He thought to himself in a panic as he still felt the woman's eyes on him. No, I accounted for everything. Even if the old fool has kin, she was never told anything of the invasion. Silently, he made plans to discover the whereabouts of the traitorous bitch and punish her. Initially, he had planned to just eliminate her and move on, but perhaps that would be too wasteful. After all, her body could give him so much more, either for experimentation or for breeding purposes amongst his more vital subordinates. A sickening grin spread across his face, hidden beneath the veil, as he imagined what horrible things he could inflict upon her once he killed the old man and razed Konoha to ruins. Meanwhile, Yuri's eyes had not left his form, a grin of her own playing across her lips. Arena floor. Enough, Niji exclaimed in frustration as he jumped back, panting for breath. His once perfect hair become frazzled from fatigue. Hakro Kujion show. Rapidly, in an even quicker succession, Niji began an onslaught of attacks, coming from every direction at increasing speeds. 2 palms. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. 64 palms. Niji stood there with his arm outstretched after the final strike, looking forward in complete disbelief as his intended target had caught him at the wrist with his fingers once again just mere millimeters away from his throat with complete boredom. He had blocked every single strike and had caught the last one to simply mock him. Is that it? Naruto quirked an eyebrow. Is that all the so-called prodigy can muster? The Hyuga was speechless as he could only gape at the whiskered blonde. That had been his trump card, and the supposed dead last had simply brushed it off as if it were a nuisance rather than an attack. How disappointing! The Uzumaki sighed before twisting Niji's arm, forcing him to lurch to the side and delivering another brutal kick to the Hyuga's midsection, sending him back another few feet. However, I have grown bored of this, so I'm going to end this now. Not giving Niji time to prepare himself, Naruto swept in low and sent a powerful kick into his jaw that sent him into the air a solid 6 feet before unleashing a devastating combination of strikes, mixing punches with kicks that kept the unfortunate prodigy suspended in the air and prolonging his reunion to the ground. Each blow impacted like an explosive tag, causing flashes of white-hot pain to rack his body before he finally fell unceremoniously to the floor in a broken heap. Silence hung over the arena as Niji struggled to get up only to collapse under his own weight, staring up at the sky before the face of the whiskered blonde obscured the view. Squatting down, Naruto looked him in the eye before releasing a sigh. You talk about fate dictating everything, that your victory was assured. Yet here you are broken beneath me. He spoke, echoes of mockery in his words, by also underlying seriousness. If fate truly dictated everything, then you would have submitted when you were matched up against Hinata-san. The blonde continued. After all, she is from the soak while you are of the bunk. You were meant to protect her. Yet, you attempted to kill her simply out of spite after the match was called in your favor. Up in the stands, Tintin frowned as she heard this, as it made her realize something terrifying about herself. She was a fangirl. Sure, she may have still taken her kunoichi career seriously unlike other fangirls, but she still blinded herself to her teammates' flaws and ignored the cruelty he had displayed during the preliminaries, something that she would have to work to correct in the near future. Furthermore, that technique is exclusive to the soak, yet you perform it so openly. All eyes were on the Uzumaki as he continued to dress down his fallen opponent. Isn't that a little hypocritical? Niji remained silent as he lay on the ground, though the blonde's words echoed through his mind. Seeing that the once proud Hyuga wasn't going to say anything, he continued. So what will you do now, Niji Hyuga? Naruto asked. Will you take fate's cock out of your mouth and stand on your own, or will you remain on your knees like a bitch? Saying his piece, Naruto turned to the proctor and gave a nod. Winner of the first match, Naruto Uzumaki. Hade announced loudly. At first, only silence permeated from the stands until a single slow clap begun, started by one Ino Yamanaka. Then others began to join in, regardless of their prior opinion of the Whisker Blonde. Meanwhile, up in the Kage booth, Yuri-Han grinned, exceedingly pleased with how her adorable fiancé and apprentice had performed, though the real test is yet to come. Chapter 8. Hiruzen looked down upon the whiskered blonde with a sense of pride. For the first time in over a decade, he felt as if he made the correct decision in disbanding Team 7 and placing young Uzumaki completely under the Spider Mistress's care. Despite her training style being absolutely brutal, Naruto thrived under that kind of pressure, and the results spoke for themselves. I must say, I am rather surprised at the brutal efficiency young Uzumaki-san displayed. Raza stated from behind his veil, his voice measured and controlled, in hopes of hiding his underlying interest in the Jinchuriki. Such a specimen would have made a valuable prize if he had the foresight to capitalize on it earlier. Perhaps he could approach the boy at a later time and entice the young Uzumaki to join his forces. With what his spy, Kabuto, had reported, the boy was not well liked within the village with the exception of a very few. Something that could easily be exploited by simply removing those few individuals from the playing field, including his former apprentice, as she has far outlived her usefulness. That he was. Hiruzen agreed with a nod. And to think he is still holding back. Just wait till the Real fight begins. Yuri commented with a dangerous gleam in her eye. The real fight? Raza inquired, raising a delicate eyebrow at the dark-haired woman seated behind the Hokage. Surely you know, Sand Viper. The woman grinned maliciously, licking her lips. her left eye subtly glowing under her bangs. When Naruto Koi will inevitably face off against your son, that is when you will what he is truly capable of. If Naruto Koi deems your son worthy, that is. Orochimaru wisely kept his composure, so as not to blow his cover. However, the exact wording the woman used was unnerving to him, almost too on the nose. Though he couldn't afford to act out over a potential coincidence. After all, he was impersonating a man who came for the desert region of Kaze no Kuni, a land where such snakes were common. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that the woman knew and was toying with him. Meanwhile, Hiruzen was wondering just what Yuri was playing at. He had wanted to keep his disgraced student in the dark that he was aware of the Snake Sannin's ploy. Then he realized she was baiting him with the intent of either forcing the man to oust himself or put him on edge with paranoia and allow him to unravel himself from the inside. Clever girl. The elder village leader couldn't help to think. Spectator's booth. After the applause, Ino lowered back into her seat, a satisfied grin on her face as she watched the retreating form of the whiskered blonde depart the arena floor, licking her lips slightly as she couldn't help but imagine how his muscles would feel. Though she forced those thoughts down, she had to earn her right first. I can't believe he was able to completely dominate Niji like that, Tintin stated, her voice barely a whisper, still in complete disbelief that the supposed dead last of this graduating year and completely trounced the previous year's Rookie of the Year. I know, Sakura commented, her green eyes following the form of her now former teammate. In a sense, it made it feel as if he was walking away from her, leaving her behind. Alone. Though she couldn't deny the skill he had just displayed, without a doubt, he had left her behind. And something tells me he was still holding back. Ino piped in, earning a shocked look from the other to Kunoichi. What do you mean he was holding back? The weapon's mistress demanded, looking to the blonde mind walker for an explanation. Ow! Was all Haruno could muster. Seeing Naruto brutally pick apart the Hyuga prodigy was already terrifying enough to see, but to learn that the whiskered blonde was still holding back. She didn't even want to imagine what more he could do. Well, considering who trained him all month, I wouldn't be surprised if we haven't seen Naruto-kun's full capabilities. Clearly you know something, Ino Pig, so spill. Sakura demanded, glaring at her now former rival for the Uchiha's affections. Yeah, Tintin added, pressing the blonde mind walker for information. Lee-san trains relentlessly for hours every day with Gai Sensei, with ungodly exercises, and even he was unable to beat Niji. Not much of a comparison there. Ino pointed out to the weapon's mistress, receiving a glare in response. The exercises that Lee-san does with Gai Sensei builds conditioning, not technique. Tintin had to concede to that, as all of the exercises that the two green Gladnut cases performed were focused on building up the body. It wasn't to say that Lee didn't know any techniques, but a majority of his training focused on his body. Whereas the Hyuga prodigy was always focusing on perfecting his clan's specialized taijutsu. Still, the Pinkette spoke up. When Sasuke-kun arrives, he'll be able to handle Naruto Baka. Kakashi-sensei has been training him privately all month. Ino failed to suppress a snort in response, though was heavily tempted to slap the pink-haired Kunoichi in the back of the head for relapsing into her blind fangirl personality. Though the young mind walker partially had herself to blame, having carried on her false persona for so long, which had only served to encourage Sakura in her pursuit for the Uchiha. That's even if Uchiha-san arrives on time. The blonde pointed out, knowing all too well how irresponsible Kakashi could be. And even if he does arrive on time, I doubt anything Hitaki-sen actually fully trained him. This caught the attention of those around the blonde woman, especially her own sensei, Asuma. What makes you say that? He asked, looking to the mind walker for some clarification. Kakashi-san is a highly skilled jonin. He may be a skilled shinobi, but he is a horrible and lazy teacher. Ino bit back. It was evident the young woman had no respect for the masked man, especially after what Anko had informed her and the others of his attempt to invite her for drinks at his place under the guise of exchanging stories about their history with one Naruto Uzumaki. Ino had to suppress a shudder at the thought, disgusted that he would stoop to such a level. Not to mention the fact that he only seemed interested in her due to her relationship with the whiskered blonde had sent a tidal wave of red flags about the man's intentions. It made her question if Hitaki would approach herself or any of the others under the same guise in the future when he learned of their connection with Naruto. Now, Ino, that is no way to talk about someone who is your superior. Asuma chastised in a firm voice. Besides, what makes you think he is a horrible teacher when you never trained under him? At this, Ino had to scoff before turning her attention to her former rival. Sakura, what was a typical training day for you? She inquired, putting the pinkette in the spotlight. WL, Sakura stammered a little, feeling a little embarrassed of suddenly being put on the spot. We were told to arrive at the training ground at 6 in the morning, but he wouldn't show up until close 9. So he was almost always 3 hours late. Ino pressed, earning a nod of confirmation. Seeing this, Asuma could only silently groan to himself, feeling a little embarrassed himself for defending a fellow Jonin, though he shouldn't have been surprised, given the man's reputation. When did your team learn surface walking? The Yamanaka asked, a knowing but subtle smirk ever growing on her face. When we went on our first C-rank mission to Nami no Kuni. The pinkette replied, right after our first encounter with Zabuza and the fake Hunter Nin. And that was a month since graduation, she stated, earning another nod of confirmation. What was Kakashi-san teaching you during that time? Sakura was beginning to feel as if she was being interrogated, but answered anyways. We mostly spent a few hours doing teamwork exercises and then did a few D-rank missions before he would dismiss us. She answered with a frown, seeing where Ino was taking this. Sometimes he would request for Sasuke-kun to stay behind to talk. Talk, Ino quipped in an irritated tone. So, in other words, give him private training away from you and Naruto-kun. This time, Asuma could not silence his own groan, feeling his own respect for the silver-haired Jonin decreasing. Beside him, Shikamaru frowned at this revelation. As troublesome as it was, their sensei had them practice it their first week after graduation and wouldn't let them stop until they could run up and down the tree continuously for an hour. That, Asuma-sensei, is why I do not respect Kakashi Hitaki, Ino stated with finality, turning her attention back to the arena below. For his part, the bearded Sarutobi could not fault the young Mindwalker. If that was how the man trained his team, it was embarrassing. He could see now why his father had decided to disband the team when he did. Though there was still the question. Who trained Naruto Uzumaki this past month? Arena floor. Next match, Hade announced in between coughs, his voice cutting through the restless noise. Shino Aburame versus Kankuro. After a handful of moments, the two that had been called made their way to the arena floor. For a brief moment, Kankuro debated if he should forfeit the match as planned originally or stall for time. With a nudge from his older sister, he had opted for the latter. From one end of the arena, Shino stepped forward. He moved with the same unsettling calm he always carried, hands tucked into the pockets of his long coat, dark glasses hiding his eyes, high collar obscuring his expression. If he felt the pressure of following Naruto's one-sided performance, he gave no sign. The faint hum of Kakachu insects stirred beneath his clothing, a living cloak of silent anticipation. Opposite him, Kankuro emerged with a low chuckle. A tough act to follow, he muttered, rolling his shoulders. His painted face twisted into a crooked grin as he glanced briefly toward the stands, where his siblings watched. Guess I'll just have to put on a better show. Strapped to his back, wrapped in dark cloth, was his puppet. Begin, the proctor called. There was no immediate movement. For a heartbeat, the arena held its breath. Then Kankuro leapt backward, fingers flicking upward in a practice motion. Chakra threads snapped into existence, thin, nearly invisible lines connecting him to the puppet on his back. Let's go, Karasu, he said softly. The bundle unraveled mid-motion. Wooden limbs unfolded with a series of sharp clicks, revealing the grotesque form of the puppet-jointed arms, hollow eyes, a painted grin that mirrored Kankaro's own unsettling expression. Karasu landed lightly on the sand, head tilting as if alive. Shino did not move. "You're not even going to take a stance?" Kankaro called, raising an eyebrow. "Or are you just that confident?" A pause. Then, in Shino's quiet, even tone, "Observation precedes action. Your weapon relies on deception." Kankaro's grin widened. "Then try and keep up." His fingers twitched. Karasu lunged forward. The puppet's speed was startling, its limbs jerking unnaturally as it closed the distance in an instant, arm extending with a hidden blade snapping out from its wrist. It slashed toward Shino's chest with mechanical precision. Shino shifted slightly. Not a full dodge, but just enough. The blade skimmed past his coat, slicing fabric but drawing no blood. Kankaro clicked his tongue. "Too slow, huh?" Another twitch. Karasu's arm split open, releasing a volley of sunbon needles that shot toward Shino like a swarm of steel insects. This time, Shino raised his arm. The air changed. From within his sleeve, a black cloud erupted as a large swarm of Kakashi poured forth in a dense mass. The insects intercepted the sunbon mid-flight, clattering harmlessly to the ground as the swarm absorbed the momentum. "What the?" Kankaro muttered, eyes narrowing. Shino lowered his arms slowly. "Projectile-based attacks are ineffective." "Is that so?" Kankaro's fingers danced more sharply now. Karasu's torso split open. A hidden mechanism triggered. A dense, purple gas burst outward, spreading rapidly across the battlefield. The poison cloud expanded with frightening speed, swallowing Shino's position whole. Those among the spectators gasped in horror, in concern for the combatants below. "Poison," someone shouted. Kankaro smirked. "Let's see you block that." The cloud thickened, obscuring everything within. For a moment, nothing. Then, from inside the haze, came the faint hum. It grew louder. The poison cloud began to distort, rippling unnaturally, as if being devoured from within. Black shapes churned beneath the surface, until the Kakashi burst outward. The swarm exploded from the cloud in a surging wave, dispersing the poison as though it were nothing more than mist. At the center stood Shino, untouched, his coat fluttering slightly as the last traces of gas dissipated. Kankaro's smirk faltered. "Impossible." Shino's voice remained steady. "My insects consume chakra-based substances. Your toxin was insufficient." "Then how about this?" Kankaro retorted. His hands moved rapidly now, far more aggressively than before. Karasu sprang back, its body contorting unnaturally before launching forward again, this time faster, more erratic. Its arms detached mid-motion, spinning through the air as bladed projectiles, while its torso opened to release a barrage of hidden weapons, kunai, wires, and smoke bombs all at once. The arena erupted into chaos. Explosions of sand and smoke obscured everything. From within the storm, Shino's silhouette flickered, barely visible. And then he vanished, seemingly fading away in the debris. Kankaro's eyes widened. "Where?" "Behind you," a voice whispered from behind. Kankaro spun to lash out at the bug user, but it was too late. A mass of Kakashi surged up from the ground at his feet, crawling rapidly over his legs, his arms, his torso. "What?" He jerked his hands, trying to call Karasa back to him, though was met with no response as more insects poured in, disrupting his flow of chakra before he could even form a solid connection to his puppet. "They're draining my chakra?" he hissed in realization. Shino stood several paces away, untouched, his posture unchanged. "You relied too heavily on maintaining distance," Shino said, "while your focus remained on offense. I prepared." Kankaro gritted his teeth. pushing as much chakra as he could to his fingertips in an effort to push through the insects that were blocking his attempt, before finally managing a successful connection to his puppet. Karasu jerked violently to life, its remaining parts snapping back towards Shino in a desperate strike. Not yet. The puppet lunged, but it slowed. Its movements became sluggish and erratic. The Kakashi had once again blocked the puppet user's chakra strings, ceasing all mobility from it. Damn it, Kankaro's voice strained. Move! Karasu staggered mid-attack, its limbs twitching uselessly before collapsing into the sand with a hollow thud. Kankaro dropped to one knee, breathing heavily, his body trembling as the last of his chakra was siphoned away. The insects receded slowly, returning to Shino's sleeves as if nothing had happened. I can't, Kankaro muttered, vision blurring. Shino stepped forward, stopping just short of him. This match is over, he said quietly. Kankaro tried to laugh, but it came out weak. I guess I underestimated you. His body swayed, then collapsed face first into the sand. Hate stepped forward, crouching briefly to check Kankaro, confirming that he was still alive before straightening. Winner, he announced, glancing toward the silent, composed figure of Shino Aburame. Shino Aburame. Shino adjusted his glasses slightly. It is customary that I extend my hope that we are able to spar again at a later date. He replied to his fallen opponent. Not that he was expecting a reply. And with that, he turned and walked away, the faint hum of his insects the only trace he left behind as he departed the arena floor to rejoin his fellow contestants and await the next match. Kage Booth. Hiruzen let out a soft puff of smoke from his pipe as he mentally gauged the conclusion to the fight that had just ended. There was no doubt in his aging mind that Shino had controlled the match from the very beginning, forcing Kankaro to move to his tune, turning the puppet user into a puppet himself. From what he had witnessed, the young Aburame was a very good candidate to become Chūnin. I must say, Hokudano, came the voice of the Kazekage. Your genin are truly remarkable. Able to lead my son on as he did is not small feat for all his brashness. Kankaro isn't easily fooled. Casually leaning back in her chair behind the elder village leader, one leg draped lazily over the back of Hiruzen's chair, much to the elder man's annoyance, though he remained silent. Yuri-Han watched Shino's exit with sharp, predatory interest. Her visible eye gleamed, the corner of her lips curling into something between a smirk and a grin. "Mmm, that was clean," she said, her tone almost playful, though her gaze remained intense. Efficient, ruthless in its own quiet way. I like that. Her fingers tapped idly against her thigh, as if replaying every movement in her mind. But, she continued, dragging the word out as her smile sharpened, it won't be enough. Her head tilted slightly, her gaze drifting not toward Shino, but toward the stands where Naruto Uzumaki sat. Not for Naruto Koi. There was a possessive warmth in the way she said his name, softened only slightly by the dangerous edge beneath it. He'd tear through something like that. Yuri went on, almost lazily. Bugs that drain chakra? Cute trick if your opponent depends on it. She chuckled under her breath. But Naruto Koi? He's got too much. Too wild, too uncontrollable, too alive. Her grin widened, pride unmistakable. How can you be so sure? Raza inquired, looking to the woman for clarification. All month, I broke him apart and rebuilt him. She grinned with a malicious gleam in her eye that shined through her hair. I took him to the edge of his limits and then kicked him off. None can hope to stand against him, though I do hope they at least put on a good show before he crushes them under heel. A dark, alluring chuckle escaped her lips, sending another chill up the snake's Sannin spine. While he was aware of the woman's interest in the boy, the way she spoke indicated something far more than he perceived, something intimate and possessive, making him reconsider his desire to acquire the Jinchuriki. I am curious as to what the next match will bring. Yuri inquired, peering down to the arena floor. Arena floor. The arena still bore the scars of the previous battle, cracked stone, gouged earth, and scattered debris where the puppet and insects had clashed in the match between Shino Aburame and Kankuro. A faint haze of dust lingered in the air, catching the sunlight and giving the battlefield a dry, worn look. The crowd murmured with anticipation as the proctor stepped forward. Hay lifted a hand to his mouth, suppressing a cough before speaking in his usual tired tone. Next match. He paused, glancing toward the stands. Shikamaru Nara versus Temari. Please come down to the arena. From her spot between her brothers, Temari didn't hesitate. With a confident smirk tugging at her lips, she stepped forward, her massive iron fan already in hand. With a light push off the railing, she leapt then seemed to float down, her descent slow and controlled, guided by a subtle manipulation of wind due to the massive fan she wielded. Her light purple, off-the-shoulder garment that extended halfway down her thighs, with a scarlet sash tied around her waist, fluttered around her as she landed gracefully amidst the broken stone, sandals touching down without so much as a stumble. She straightened, resting the fan against her shoulder, eyes already scanning for her opponent. But there was no movement from her opponent. Up in the stands, Shikamaru remained exactly where he had been, slouched lazily in his seat, one cheek propped in his palm, eyes half-lidded with boredom. Hate frowned slightly. Shikamaru, the arena. A long pause. Then Shikamaru exhaled, slow and heavy, like even breathing required effort. Yeah, about that. The crowd leaned in. I forfeit. Silence. For a brief moment, the entire arena seemed to freeze, then erupted into confused murmurs and outright shouts. Temari's expression snapped from calm confidence to sharp disbelief, her grip tightening around her fan. Up in the stands, Ino let out a quiet, amused chuckle, covering her mouth slightly as she shook her head. Honestly, just when I thought Shikamaru couldn't get any lazier, she mused to herself, eyes glinting with exasperated amusement. He doesn't even bother to stand up. Down below, Temari took a step forward, her voice cutting cleanly through the noise. "You've got to be kidding me," she snapped, glaring up at him. "You don't even come down here? What, are you that scared?" Shikamaru barely lifted his gaze to meet hers. Scared? Not really. That only made her angrier. Then what is it? Temari barked, her fan snapping open with a sharp clang. Too lazy to fight? Or is it that you can't handle going up against a woman? A few gasps and murmurs rippled through the audience, coupled with some chuckles at the poor Nara's expense. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head, looking thoroughly unbothered. "It's not that," he said, his tone as flat as ever. "It's just pointless." Temari's eyes narrowed dangerously. Pointless? He gestured vaguely toward the arena floor below her. "Look at it," he continued. "The terrain's wrecked. Cracked ground, uneven footing, barely any solid shadows to work with, and no cover for me to hide behind." He tilted his head slightly, analyzing the field even as he spoke. "You, on the other hand, specialize in long-range wind attacks. Wide area coverage. You don't even need to move much. You can just stay back and keep blasting everything in front of you." The crowd began to quiet, listening. Shikamaru went on, more focused now despite his lazy posture. "My shadow possession technique needs positioning, timing, and shadows to work with. With the ground like that, I'd have to spend half the match just trying to set something up. Meanwhile, you'd be controlling the entire battlefield from a distance." He sighed again. "I could drag it out, maybe even come up with something eventually. But it'd be a pain, and the odds aren't great enough to bother." His eyes drifted half shut again. "So yeah, I'm forfeiting." Temari stared at him, stunned for a split second, then her expression twisted into pure irritation. "You've got to be the laziest person I've ever met," she growled out. You're just making excuses because you don't want to fight. Shikamaru shrugged faintly. Believe whatever you want. A tense beat passed. Hate coughed softly again, stepping forward to reclaim control of the situation. His gaze moved between the unmoving Shikamaru and the visibly furious Temari. Since Shikamaru Nara has forfeited from a match, he raised his hand. The winner is Temari of the Sand. A wave of applause followed, though it was scattered and uncertain, many mumbling in annoyance. Temari didn't acknowledge it. Her fan snapped shut with a sharp crack as she turned away, clearly dissatisfied. Victory had been handed to her, but there was no pride in it, only frustration lingering in her narrowed eyes. TCH, what a waste, she muttered under her breath. Up in the stands, Shikamaru had already leaned back again, as if nothing of importance had happened at all, the roar of the crowd fading into the background like distant noise. Troublesome, he murmured quietly, closing his eyes. With Naruto. The Uzumaki couldn't help but blink owlishly at the sheer amount of laziness the Nara had just openly displayed. While the lazy genius had made a solid point as to why the battle would be less than ideal for him, he should have at least made an effort, if only to entertain the audience. Hope he realizes what he just got himself into. Naruto mentally mused, because Yono-san is not going to let this slide. Think it will be the frying pan or hard labor? Sif inquired with amusement. Having witnessed the temper of the Nara woman before, when Irika had informed her of her son's sleeping habits during his class. The resulting punishment had left the instructor mentally scared to the point that he kept his mouth shut and let the boy sleep during his class. Knowing her both, he snorted, though I suppose it removes an obstacle, though still leaves Shino-san. Begs the question, the QB began, her curiosity getting the best of her. Who do you think would win between the Nara and Shino? Naruto had to pause at the question and really think it over. While the match between the two strategists wouldn't be riveting, in a sense of action, it would be an interesting bout nonetheless. A reluctant genius against a pragmatic strategist. It would be like watching a high-stakes shogi game between two masters. Honestly, that's a tough one. He finally replied after a handful of seconds. The vixen's presence curled lazily in the back of his mind, her tails flicking with interest. Oh, how do you figure? Naruto let out a soft sigh and prepared to give his tenant a breakdown of this potential battle between the two strategists. Shikamaru's got the brains, probably the best tactical mind in the entire class, hell, maybe even among most Chūnin. Give him time to think, and he'll turn the battlefield into a shogi board. His eyes flicked toward the Nara again. His shadow possession technique is crazy dangerous too. If he catches you once, the match is basically over. He paused, then tilted his head slightly. But that's also his biggest weakness. Sif hummed softly. How so? He needs setup, shadows, positioning, timing, all of it. Naruto elaborated. And more than anything, he needs motivation. If he decides it's too troublesome, he might not even bother going all out until it's too late. A faint grin of amusement tugged at Naruto's lips, noting that they had already seen this firsthand when he forfeited the match just moments ago, without even trying. Shino is pretty much the exact opposite. Naruto's eyes shifted again, this time lingering on the Abure mare. That guy doesn't waste movement or energy and rarely allows emotion to dictate his actions. Everything he does has a reason. His voice dropped slightly, gaining a note of respect. Those bugs of his, they're not just for attacking. They gather intel, drain chakra, set traps, and the worst part? You won't even realize you're already losing until it's too late. Shino doesn't need a flashy setup. Naruto continued his assessment of the bug user. He's always setting something up just by standing there. The longer the fight drags out, the worse it gets for his opponent. However, he folded his arms, expression tightening as he weighed it more carefully. Sif leaned in mentally, eager to hear more. Yes. Shikamaru's the kind of guy who can figure out almost anything. Even Shino's bugs. If he gets enough time to analyze their movement patterns, their range, how they respond. Naruto explained. He could come up with a counter, something crazy, like using an explosive tag, smoke, or even his own shadow in ways nobody expects. The Naras are well known for the shadow techniques, but no one knows fully the extent of their control. He let out a small breath. But Shino doesn't give you that time easily. He pressures you without looking like he's doing anything. It's subtle, constant. Sif chuckled lowly. So it becomes a matter of tempo. Whoever can control the pace of the battle. Exactly. Naruto agreed with a mental nod. If Shikamaru takes control early and locks him down, forces the pace, he wins. But if Shino drags it out, keeps it slow, lets the bugs do their thing, then Shikamaru's going to run out of chakra before he even realizes he's in trouble. Naruto's expression grew more serious as he mentally played out the fictional battle in his mind. Then Sif's voice softened, thoughtful rather than teasing. And your final verdict? It'll be very close, he admitted. Way closer than most people would think. His eyes flickered between the two boys once more. But if I had to choose one to bet on, the whiskered blonde paused, contemplating his thoughts and weighing everything that had been discussed prior. I'd say Shino, but only barely. An educated response. Sif's tail swayed, a teasing tone in her voice. Good to see that the beatings your fiancé hasn't given you prolonged brain damage. Naruto couldn't help but roll his eyes at the playful barb the vixen had directed towards him. Still, if Shikamaru actually tries, he added, voice carrying a hint of anticipation, then all bets are off. That guy's scary when he's serious. His grin widened just a touch. And honestly, I kind of want to see that. Spectator's booth. Seriously, Shika, Asuma sighed, looking to his lazy student. You couldn't have at least tried. Troublesome, the Nara responded, not bothering to sit up from his seat. But like I already said, it would have been pointless for me. The match between the puppet user and Shino-san completely destroyed the field, giving my opponent an ever better advantage against me. Regardless, the bearded Chūnin stated, these matches are to simulate skirmishes during wartime, and you just made it look like Konoha would retreat at the first sign of trouble. Exactly, Shikamaru replied, earning a curious look from not only the elder Sarutobi, but also from those around him with the exception of Ino. These are mock battles to simulate war. As potential Chūnin, we should be able to gauge when the battle will go in our favor and when it will not, as not only our lives are at stake, but also those of our comrades. As such, we should be able to recognize if the terrain would put us at a disadvantage. He continued with a lazy sigh, gazing up at the clouds that drifted overhead. A good shinobi would charge in without question. A smart one will know when to retreat and engage the enemy later in a more favorable battlefield. Ino silently hummed in agreement at her teammate's assessment, while the others contemplated his words. For far too long, many viewed these exams as a means to show off their skills and fancy jutsu to wow the spectators and potential clients that may be viewing the matches, all the while downplaying the actual purpose of the entirety of the Chūnin exams. No doubt, it was probably the reason so few were ever promoted from the exams themselves, instead earning a field promotion down the line when the realization dawned on them. Wu finally made it. A boisterous voice sounded from behind them, alerting those nearby that the rest of the members of Team 8 had arrived, accompanied by Anko. Sorsoru, Kitakun. Hinata apologized, feeling at fault for the delay, as she had a severe coughing fit from the internal injuries she had sustained only a month prior. No, it's not your fault, Hinata-chan. The Inuzuka rapidly waved his hands, realizing how his words sounded. I just hope that bastard got what was coming to him. The Hyuga heiress frowned slightly at this, unseen by the others. As much as it hurt physically what her cousin had done to her during the preliminaries, she still couldn't bring herself to desire to see any harm befall him. You missed a hell of a show, Ino commented as she looked over to the snake mistress with a teasing grin. Yeah, figured. Had some last-minute shit I needed to take care of. Anko grumbled as she took the empty seat next to the young Mindwalker. So what did I miss? Naruto-kun completely dominated him, and even verbally broke him down with some rather crass remarks that you could be proud of, Anko-chan. The blonde Yamanaka gave a brief overview. With any luck, hopefully he knocked Niji's head from his ass. Language. Asuma chastised, earning himself a dismissive wave from the blonde Kunoichi. How did you do, Shino? Kurenai inquired, knowing she had missed her own student's match. My opponent gave a valiant attempt before I claimed victory. The Aburame declared in his usual monotone, adjusting his sunglasses. I believe I performed satisfactory. Kid's not wrong, Asuma added, turning to his secret not-so-secret girlfriend. He was matched up against a puppet user from Sunagakure. Shino here set the pace of the match from beginning to end. I wouldn't be surprised if the old man wasn't already considering him for promotion. I see. The Jinjutsu mistress smiled, turning to her student. Congratulations, Shino. So, Ino spoke up, looking to those around her. Anyone want to take bets? Bets? Tintin inquired, looking to the blonde. On what? Who is going to win the finals? Well, we could bet on that, but I already know who is going to win. The Mindwalker grinned, knowing full well that Naruto would dominate the exams. But I was thinking more on if the Uchiha will be late or not. Wah. Enko let out a chuckle. Come on, that's a sucker bet considering who he is with. That's not fair. Sakura snapped to the defense of her crush and now former sensei. Kakashi sensei just values his time differently. Kiba snorted. Yeah, by wasting everyone else's. Akamaru gave a supportive bark. Tintin covered a small laugh with her hand. Kakashi sensei does have a reputation. Reputation? Anko grinned, sharp and mischievous. That's a polite way of saying the man's chronically late. If punctuality were a jutsu, he'd fail it. She's not wrong. I've witnessed Kakashi-san miss entire briefings. Asuma exhaled smoke, and then stroll in at the end without a care in the world. Kurenai sighed softly, though there was a hint of amusement in her expression. He's consistent, at least. Statistically speaking, Shino adjusted his glasses slightly. The probability of both Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke-san arriving on time is significantly lower than either arriving late individually. Hey, Sakura protested again, though weaker this time. Sasuke-kun is serious about this match. He wouldn't risk being late, and Kakashi-sensei wouldn't let that happen. Anko arched a brow. You're putting a lot of faith in a guy who can get lost on a straight road. That earned a louder round of chuckles. I think maybe Sakura is right. Hinata fidgeted beside them, her fingers twisting together. Sasuke-kun wouldn't want to miss his match, so maybe they'll come on time. Kiba glanced at her, surprised, then grinned. You're betting on them too? Hinata's face flushed instantly. And no, I wasn't, She shrank slightly, voice fading into a whisper. I just think it's possible. Tintin smiled gently at her, then looked back to the group. All right, let's make it official then. Ino clapped her hands together, delighted. Perfect. Bets are open. Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke. Late, Kiba said immediately. Late, Anko echoed, not even hesitating. Late, Asuma added with a shrug. Kurenai gave a small nod. Late. Late, Shino confirmed. Tintin tilted her head, then smiled. Late. All eyes turned to Sakura. She hesitated, just a fraction, feeling a little put on the spot, before lifting her chin, determination flickering in her eyes despite the odds stacked against her. On time, she said firmly. Both of them. Oh, going solo, huh? Ino's grin widened, predatory and pleased. Bold move, forehead. Sakura huffed and crossed her arms defiantly. You'll see. Anko stretched lazily, clearly entertained. All right, Pinky, I almost feel bad taking your money. You won't be saying that when they show up right on time, Sakura shot back, though her confidence wavered just enough to be noticeable. Asuma glanced toward the arena again, smoke curling into the air as the tension subtly shifted. Well, guess we won't have to wait long to find out. What? Sakura looked to the bearded Jonin. Why? Because Uchiha-san's match is next. Shino replied. Arena floor. The fourth match is about to commence. Hate announced loudly. Will Sasuke, Uchiha, and Gaara of the Sand please come to the arena floor? Without hesitation, the red-headed genin from Suna disappeared in a flurry of sand and reappeared on the arena floor. Though an expression of irritation present on his face due to the fact that his so-called opponent was nowhere to be seen. Sasuke, Uchiha, the sickly proctor called out once more. Report to the arena floor within the next 5 minutes or be disqualified. Silence followed, as those in attendance silently watched, looking for signs of the raven-haired genin to make his appearance. Up in the stands, Sakura was quietly praying to every deity she could think of to spare her wallet and allow her crush to arrive. As the silence lingered over the stadium, a small gust of wind stirred across the arena floor, just opposite where Gaara stood, prompting the redhead to tilt his head ever so slightly. It began as a whisper, barely there, curling over the packed sand like an unseen breath. Then it grew, threading through the arena with a strange deliberateness, lifting grains into the air in a slow, spiraling dance. The crowd, already tense from the long delay, leaned forward as one. Cloaks rustled. A murmur rippled through the stands, uncertain and swelling. Gaara did not move his feet, but his gorge shifted almost imperceptibly, sand within responding to his will or perhaps to something else. His pale green eyes narrowed, fixed on the forming swirl as though recognizing a presence no one else could yet see. For the briefest moment, a silhouette seemed to stand within the shifting veil of dust. Chapter 9. Silence hung over the arena as practically every set of eyes was focused on the cloud of dust that had kicked up on the opposite side of the arena, just across from the red-headed Suna Jinchuriki, waiting for it to settle. Many were silently praying that the Uchiha had arrived, as they had cast massive bets on the lone prodigy to not only defeat his opponent, but to also win the entire tournament. Though the Whiskered Blonde's performance earlier against Niji Hyuga, another prodigy, had cast a shadow of doubt on their hopes. Seconds seemingly slowed to hours as everyone waited with bated breath for the dust to settle down. Sakura's heart sank into her stomach as the cloud cleared and exposed nothing. No Sasuke-kun, no Kakashi-sensei, just an empty space. A chorus of groans of disappointment echoed across the arena. No, the Pinkette whispered as she slowly sunk into her seat. Though she really shouldn't have been surprised. The masked Jonin was never on time for anything as far as she could recall. She had hoped that he would have deemed Sasuke-kun's match important enough to be on time, but apparently her former sensei thought otherwise. Beside her, Ino couldn't help but offer an apologetic pat on the back, though her blue eyes carried a knowing look she was wise enough not to voice. You know, Pinky, Anko began, resting an arm on the back of Sakura's seat with the casual ease of someone who had seen far worse disappointments in her career. I'm going to let your debt slide, since it was a blatant sucker bet, and leave you with a piece of advice. Always bet on a sure thing. The snake mistress continued, not waiting for the young Kunoichi to reply. I don't care about your infatuation with the Uchiha, but don't let it blind you to reality. If Itachi is late for everything else, he will be late for this too. His flames of youth. The sudden explosion of volume from Lee's direction caused no fewer than 4 people in the immediate vicinity to jump clean out of their seats. The boy was half risen from his wheelchair, one fist thrust toward the sky, his expression one of absolute, unshakable resolve. The flames of Sasuke-kun's youth have been dimmed by the unyouthful tardiness of his sensei. I, Rock Lee, cannot allow this to stand. Lee, Tenten started. I will find them myself, and personally reignite the fires of Lee. Tintin's hand came down firmly on his shoulder and pushed him back into the wheelchair with a practiced efficiency that suggested this was far from the first time she had performed this exact maneuver. Your leg, Gara, shattered, remember? Lee froze. A long, trembling beat passed. His fist was still raised toward the sky. I remember, he said at last, sinking slowly back into his seat with the deflated solemnity of a man who had just been reminded of his own mortality. His fist lowered. He stared at his hands. I remember. Good. Tintin exhaled and straightened up, smoothing her sleeve. Seat. From Lee's other side came a sound that no one in the group had ever quite heard from the man before. It took a moment to identify it, mostly because it lacked any of the volume or theatrics they had come to associate with him. It was a sigh, a long, quiet, genuinely tired sigh, the kind that carried history in it. Kakashi, Guy murmured, his deep voice stripped of its usual bombast, his eyes fixed on the empty platform below. My eternal rival. Even now, in a moment that could have defined this young man's path, your unyouthful habits cast a shadow over another's flame. He shook his head slowly. I had hoped you would be different today, that the fire of competition would move you to arrive on time for once. The group sat with that for a moment. Somehow, a quiet guy was significantly more unsettling than a loud and boisterous one. That is the saddest thing I have ever heard, Kiba said, after a respectful pause. Akamaru whined in agreement. Relax. Kurenai spoke up before the conversation could drift further into melancholy. None of us are taking your money, Sakura. But Kurenai-sensei, Kiba tried to protest, having already made plans on how he would spend his winnings. Akamaru, perched on his head, let out a small yip of solidarity. None of us are taking her money, she repeated, fixing her feral student with a glare that left absolutely zero room for an argument. As Anko-chan said, it was a sucker bet. Fine. The Inuzuka groaned in reluctant agreement, slouching back in his seat with his arms crossed. Akamaru whined again, this time with considerably less conviction. Think he's going to get disqualified? Tintin inquired, craning her neck toward the Chūnin of the group. He better, Anko quipped. The bluntness of the snake mistress's response earned a shocked gasp from the Pinkette. But that wouldn't be fair. Sakura tried to argue, straightening up in her seat. This match was important to him, and Sasuke-kun has been working so hard. He deserves the chance to. If it was so important to him, he should have been here on time. The snake mistress interrupted, fixing the Pinkette with a glare of her own. And what did I just tell you about your infatuation blinding you to reality? Sakura shrunk at this, finding the floor far more interesting than the faces around her. A beat of silence passed before Ino released a quiet sigh. Honestly, if he was only late by a few minutes, it wouldn't have been a big deal, she added. She wasn't twisting the knife, simply stating the obvious, which somehow managed to sting worse. But there has already been 2 full matches and 1 forfeiture. He had time to arrive before his match. 3 opportunities, Shino agreed from the end of the row, his voice low and unhurried, his eyes hidden, as always, behind the dark lenses of his glasses. He had been quiet long enough that more than one person flinched slightly at the sound of it. 3 separate points at which they could have made their arrival without disruption. They used none of them. Real comforting, man, Kiba muttered. Shino did not dignify that with a response. Hirano opened her mouth to respond before slowly closing it. She didn't want to admit it, at least not out loud, but her former rival was right. Sasuke and Kakashi both had plenty of time to arrive before his match. The match between Naruto and Neji had lasted nearly 30 minutes itself, mostly because her now former teammate was merely toying with the Hyuga prodigy, drawing it out with a patience that had surprised nearly everyone in attendance. Then there was the battle between Shino and Kankuro, which lasted another 35 minutes, running the clock past the hour mark. And that wasn't even counting the time it took Shikamaru to calmly, methodically, and with characteristic laziness explained exactly why he was forfeiting his match against Temari before it had ever properly begun. Much to the Suna Kunoichi sire. All in all, short of being summoned by the fire daimyo himself, there was absolutely no reason the two of them could give to excuse this tardiness. "Do you think something happened to them?" she finally asked, her voice smaller than she intended, stripped of its earlier defensiveness. It was a genuine question. The group exchanged a glance. Even Anko's expression shifted slightly, not softening exactly, but losing some of its edge. "If something had happened," Kurenai said at last, choosing her words with the deliberate care of someone who understood how much weight they carried, "we would have heard about it through official channels by now. The village doesn't keep that sort of thing quiet during an event like this. I'm afraid they are just late." It should have been the more comforting of the two options. Somehow, in this moment, it didn't entirely feel that way. Beside her, Lee had been uncharacteristically still since Tenten had returned him to his wheelchair, his chin resting in his hand, his eyes fixed somewhere in the middle distance. Then, quietly and with great feeling, he spoke. "I will get stronger," he said, to no one in particular and everyone at once, "so that when his flames are dimmed again, I will be there to reignite them myself. On my honor as a shinobi of the leaf, this I swear." "I know," he declared, volume fully restored, tears already streaming freely down his face. "It is because my own flames burn with the heat of 1,000 suns from my fellow youth." "And there he is," Kiba said to no one in particular, rubbing his ear in irritation of the volume. "Kage's booth." Hiruzen let out a long, disappointed sigh as the minutes ticked by, the sound of it barely audible beneath the restless murmur of the crowd below. Listening to the groans of disappointment echoing across the arena, a deep frown etched itself across his aged face, carving deeper into lines that had seen too many disappointments across too many decades to count. He had hoped, genuinely hoped, that Kakashi would surprise him today of all days. That whatever misguided sense of dramatics or personal ritual kept the man perpetually late to everything would, just this once, yield to the weight of the occasion. Apparently not. He tapped a single finger against the armrest of his seat in a slow, measured rhythm that betrayed more frustration than he would have allowed himself to show in any other company. Beside him, the attending ANBU remained still as statues, but the Hokage had worked alongside enough of them over the years to recognize the particular quality of silence that meant even they found the situation quietly embarrassing. Beside him, Yuri had her leg hooked lazily over the back of his seat, arms folded, expression caught somewhere between boredom and mild contempt as she observed the empty platform below. She had said nothing since the dust settled, though the slow drumming of her fingers against her own forearm suggested she had plenty of opinions she was simply choosing to hold in reserve. On the other side of the booth, the figure of the Kazekage sat with his hands folded neatly in his lap, his expression unreadable behind his robes and headdress, his face hidden behind his veil. He had said nothing either, but Hiruzen noticed the faint tension in those folded hands, the slight forward angle of attention, a sign of growing impatience and annoyance. After a couple more minutes had passed with no sign of either the student or the teacher, a lone Jonin approached the Kage booth, kneeling down smoothly beside where Hiruzen sat, head bowed at the appropriate angle. "Lord Hokage," the Jonin spoke softly, "we still haven't heard anything in regards to Sasuke Uchiha or Kakashi Hitaki." A brief pause. "What are your orders, Hokage-sama?" The arena noise seemed to dim slightly around the booth, as though the question had drawn a quiet perimeter around them. Several of the attending dignitaries in the neighboring seats shifted their attention toward the old village leader, some with curiosity, others with the thinly veiled impatience of people who had paid considerable sums to witness something that was currently failing to materialize. Hiruzen took a deep breath, held it for a moment, and slowly exhaled through his nose. He looked at the empty platform one more time. as if Kakashi might finally appear at the last possible second out of pure spite. He did not. There's no other choice. The elder village leader sighed, the words carrying the particular weight of a man who had long since made peace with making unpleasant decisions, especially decisions that upset the masses. As the rules dictate, Sasuke Uchiha will be eliminated by forfeit. The disguised Orochimaru's eyes widened behind the concealment of his robes. Mentally cursing his sensei, he not only needed the Uchiha to compete as a signal to ready the invasion, but also to gauge precisely how much the boy had grown in the short month between the preliminaries and now. A month of focused training under Hitachi's direct supervision with no distractions and a Sharingan awakened, with the motivation to surpass his brother burning in him like a furnace. He was deeply curious to see what had been cultivated. He could not allow the old fool to simply close the curtain before the performance began. Hokage Dano. His voice came out measured, calibrated, carrying just the right weight of diplomatic concern without revealing the urgency beneath it. He allowed his gaze to drift toward the elder man with the unhurried ease of someone raising a reasonable point in polite company. I ask you to stay the declaration of the Uchiha's forfeit just a bit longer. The attending Jonin's head lifted slightly, a fraction of a degree that on a less disciplined individual might have been a full turn. With all due respect, Kazakasama, the Jonin spoke up, voice carefully neutral in the way of someone who had chosen their words before opening their mouth. Shinobi who lack punctuality are not competent to become Chūnin, unless we can provide a clear-cut explanation to satisfy the visiting daimyos and nobles. I see no reason why he should be given special treatment. Several of the dignitaries within earshot exchanged glances. A few nodded in quiet agreement. None of them spoke, but the collective shift of attention toward the Kazakage was pointed enough to constitute commentary on its own. Oh, but there is sufficient reason. Raza pressed on smoothly, turning his gaze from the Jonin. A majority of the daimyo and nobles here, myself included, came specifically to observe this match. He let that sit for a beat, allowing the implication to do its work. Not to mention, this boy is the last of the Uchiha clan. Surely the circumstances surrounding his lineage warrant some small accommodation. It was a reasonable argument. Even Hiruzen couldn't deny that, despite knowing his disgraced student's true agenda. Hoopty shit. The leg that had been hooked over the back of Hiruzen's seat swung down. Yuri unfolded herself from her lounging position and rose into a crouched stance in one fluid motion, forearms resting on her knees, eyes fixed on the figure of the Kazakage. Flat and unimpressed, an expression of sheer boredom. A bunch of rich pedophiles came to jack off to one boy, she continued, her voice carrying precisely the right volume to be heard by everyone in the immediate vicinity and absolutely no further, a skill that suggested it was not accidental. Tough shit. Little bastard had more than enough time to arrive. She tilted her head slightly, her left eye glowing a faint purple, creating a sense of unease in the snake Sannin. I say disqualify him. The silence that followed was of a very specific variety. One of the attending dignitaries developed a sudden and consuming interest in the arena below. Another cleared his throat at a volume that communicated nothing and everything simultaneously. A third had gone the color of old chalk and appeared to be conducting a private internal debate about whether he had actually heard what he thought he heard. The AMBU guards remained motionless, though it was evident to Hiruzen that they were struggling to maintain professional conduct and were quickly losing the battle. Beneath the veil, Orochimaru silently seethed. The woman had completely dismantled his argument to give the boy more time, and she had done it by being so comprehensively blunt that responding to it further would only serve to make those around him more suspicious than he wanted them to be. So he said nothing. Hiruzen did not bother to look at Yuri. Instead, focusing his attention at the arena, silently contemplating what course of action to take. Should he continue to lead Orochimaru on and postpone the boys' match, under the risk of it being seen as favoritism, which could potentially lose the village possible clients, or be firm and fair and have the genin disqualified. Despite the crudeness of her comments, he said at last, his voice controlled and level as he came to his conclusion. Yuri-san is correct. He turned toward the kneeling Jonin with the finality of a man closing a door. Sasuke Uchiha had ample time to arrive. To ignore this would be seen as favoritism. Inform Hayate-san that Sasuke Uchiha is disqualified for failure to appear. The Jonin bowed low, rose, and disappeared in a swirl of leaves without a word, carrying the Hokage's orders back down into the arena with quiet efficiency. The booth settled back into the particular silence of a decision made. Around them, the arena began to stir as officials moved toward the platform below, and the murmur of the crowd rose in response, threading upward through the warm afternoon air. Yuri lowered herself back in her seat, rehooked her leg over the armrest of Hiruzen's chair as though nothing of consequence had occurred, and resumed watching the arena below with the same flat, unhurried expression she had worn throughout. Orochimaru looked at the empty platform, at the red-haired Jinchuriki waiting with his arms folded and his eyes half closed, and recalculated. Annoyed by this setback, subtly, he signaled his hidden spy to await his signal. There were other ways to take a measure of the boy. The Chūnin exams were not the only stage available to him, and Konoha, for all its walls and its watchmen, was not a difficult place to move through unobserved when one knew the right people to bribe or impersonate. He was, if nothing else, a patient man. When it suited him. Arena floor. Sasuke Uchiha has been disqualified for failure to appear, Hayate announced, his voice echoing out across the arena. Gaara of Sunagakure will proceed forward. He ignored the cries of protest and jeering. If they had such a problem with it, they could take it up with the Hokage, or better yet, take it up the Uchiha that failed to show. While the irritated red head disappeared in a flurry of sand and appeared next to his siblings in the stands, Hayate then proceeded to his next announcement. This concludes the first half of the Chūnin finals. The sickly Jonin stated, waiting for the crowd to quiet down. The first match of the second half will be between Naruto Uzumaki of Konoha against Temari of Sunagakure. Will both combatants please come to the arena floor? Naruto had wasted no time in vaulting over the railing of the contestant both and landing on the arena floor with a confident grin. He wore black ANBU-style pants held up by a sturdy belt with a striking silver buckle of a kitsune head surrounded by 9 flowing tails, a clear reference to what was sealed within him. His dark blue mesh top clung to his athletic frame. The fabric stretched over well-defined muscles across his chest and abdomen. Leather gloves with armored plating on the backs of his hands completed the outfit, and his spiky blonde hair was slightly longer now, giving him a more mature, wild look. Across the arena, Temari stood ready, her massive iron fan already unfolded and resting on her shoulder. She had watched Naruto's earlier fight against Neji very closely. The way he had toyed with the Hyuga prodigy without taking a single scratch or breaking a sweat had left a strong impression. She wasn't going to underestimate him. "I'm not holding back," Temari declared firmly, eyes sharp, not even for a second. Naruto rolled his shoulders casually and flashed her a foxy grin. "Good. Wouldn't be fun otherwise." The proctor raised his hand. "Begin." Temari immediately went on the offensive, refusing to give Naruto any breathing room. Wind style, wind sickle. She swung her giant fan in a powerful arc, sending a razor-sharp crescent of wind screaming across the arena floor toward him. Naruto didn't react nor put up his arms to block. Instead, he swayed effortlessly to the side at the last moment. The wind blade tore past him and smashed into the far wall, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. "Not bad," Naruto called out cheerfully, "but predictable." Temari's eyes narrowed. She leaped high into the air and spun, bringing her fan down with force. Wind style, great breakthrough. A massive, howling gale of pressurized wind roared toward him like a horizontal storm. The ground was shredded in its path. Naruto moved like flowing water. He dashed straight through the edges of the wind current, his longer hair whipping around his face as he closed the distance in the blink of an eye. Temari tried to create space, swinging her fan again, but he slipped inside her guard and lightly tapped the flat of the fan with a gloved palm, redirecting the entire attack upward into the sky. The crowd gasped as the redirected wind blast tore through several overhead banners. "You're swinging too wide," Naruto said with a teasing smirk, now standing just a few feet away. "Leaves you open every time." Temari spun into a powerful kick aimed at his head. Naruto ducked smoothly under it, then lightly tapped the back of her supporting leg with just enough force to make her stumble for half a second. Frustrated but determined, Temari unleashed a barrage of smaller wind sickles. Naruto weaved between them gracefully, occasionally slapping them aside with the armored back of his gloves, turning lethal blades of wind into nothing more than strong gusts. From the spectators' stands, the Konoha group watched intently. "He's toying with her," Ino muttered, a small, knowing smile playing on her lips. "Just like against Niji. Her training really paid off." Anko grinned widely, a hint of possessive pride in her eyes that only a few would catch. "Gaki's got style. He's barely trying. Can't wait till he gets serious. Then it should be really entertaining." Back in the arena, Temari planted her fan into the ground and performed rapid hand seals. Wind-style gale palm. A violent vortex of wind erupted around her as she charged forward, using the wind at her back to rocket toward Naruto with a crushing overhead strike. Naruto finally pulled one hand from his pocket. As the fan came crashing down, he caught the edge with a single gloved palm. A visible shock wave rippled outward, cracking the ground beneath his feet, yet he didn't move an inch. Temari's eyes widened in disbelief. "See," Naruto said calmly, his voice carrying across the arena. "I could end this whenever I want, but I'm enjoying the dance." He pushed gently. The controlled force lifted Temari off her feet and sent her skidding back nearly 20 meters. She managed to stay upright, breathing heavily, pride burning in her chest. For the next several minutes, Temari poured everything she had into the assault, relentless wind blades, cutting gusts, and high-speed aerial maneuvers. The arena became a chaotic whirlwind. Naruto remained in complete control. He evaded most attacks outright, redirected others with precise palm strikes, and closed in repeatedly to deliver light, stinging taps to her shoulders, sides, or the flat of her fan. Never enough to seriously injure her, but always enough to show he was holding back. At one point, he ran up one of her own wind currents, flipped gracefully over her head, and gave her fan a playful kick from behind, spinning her around comically. After nearly 10 minutes of furious effort, Temari dropped to one knee, fan planted for support, chest heaving with exhaustion. Naruto stood a respectful distance away, barely breathing hard. A light sheen of sweat glistened on his exposed arms and mesh-covered torso. "You fought really well," he said sincerely, "but you're done." Temari forced herself up for one final desperate charge, screaming as she swung her fan with everything she had left. Naruto sighed softly. In a flash, he stepped inside her guard, placed a single palm against her stomach, and released a controlled burst of chakra. Temari was lifted clean off her feet and sent tumbling across the ground. She came to a stop near the edge of the arena, conscious but completely spent. The proctor raised his arm. The winner of the fourth match, Uzumaki Naruto. The arena erupted in cheers and thunderous applause as the proctor declared Naruto the winner. Temari lay near the edge of the field, exhausted but conscious, staring up at the sky with a mixture of frustration and reluctant respect. Spectators' booth. Up in the spectator stands, the Konoha group was buzzing. "Holy crap," Kiba exclaimed, leaning over the railing. "He made it look easy. She went all out from the start, and he still treated her like a warm-up. Tintin nodded rapidly, eyes wide with a mix of awe and fierce satisfaction. That was insane. He redirected her wind attacks like they were nothing. And that last palm strike controlled power like that is no joke. She clenched her fists tightly in her lap, a sharp memory flashing through her mind. During the preliminaries, Tintin had faced Temari herself. She had gone in confident, launching wave after wave of weapons enhanced by her own futon-infused scrolls. But Temari had dismantled her completely. The Suna Kunoichi's giant fan had generated overwhelming gusts that blew away every kunai, shuriken, and explosive tag Tintin threw. In the end, Tintin had been slammed into the ground by a brutal wind pressure attack, left bruised and humiliated while barely landing a single hit. A small, vindicated smile crept onto Tintin's face. He just toyed with her, she said quietly, almost to herself. The same way she toyed with me. This feels kind of like payback. Naruto really avenged me out there. Asuma exhaled a long stream of smoke, frowning thoughtfully. The kid's completely different from a month ago. Who the hell has he been training with? That kind of taijutsu precision and instincts don't come from nowhere. Ino leaned back in her seat with a small, secretive smile, saying nothing. Anko, lounging casually with her arms behind her head, let out a low chuckle but kept her mouth shut as well. Her eyes, however, sparkled with clear pride. Sakura, still processing everything, suddenly turned toward Ino with narrowed eyes. Ino, you know something, don't you? It's written all over your face. Who trained Naruto this past month? He disappeared after the preliminaries, and now he's this. Spill it. Ino met Sakura's gaze evenly, her expression calm and unreadable. She simply shrugged. Sorry, forehead. I don't know what you're talking about. Sakura pressed further, leaning closer. Don't give me that. You clearly know more than you're letting on. Just tell me who it was. Before Ino could respond, Anko cut in with a lazy grin, waving a hand dismissively. Oi, Pinky, ease up on the princess. It's not Ino's place to tell. If Naruto wants people to know who trained him, he'll say it himself. Kurenai turned her sharp gaze onto Anko, raising an elegant eyebrow. And yet you seem awfully defensive, Anko, almost like you know something as well. Anko's grin widened, showing a hint of her sharp teeth. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Either way, it's not my secret to share. The group fell into a tense, curious silence. Kiba groaned loudly in frustration, while Hinata simply watched the exchange quietly. Naruto, still down in the arena, caught the commotion in the stands and simply waved with that same foxy grin, refusing to give any answers. He helped Temari to her feet respectfully before walking back toward the contestant area. The crowd's curiosity only grew at their continued silence. Annoying, Asuma muttered. That definitely knows something. Sakura bit her lip, eyes flicking between Naruto's retreating figure and the empty space where Sasuke should have been. The contrast in their situations stung more than she wanted to admit. Arena floor. Next match. Hey, Gecko called out, coughing lightly into his hand. Shino Aburame of Konoha versus Gaara of Sunagakure. Shino walked calmly onto the arena floor, adjusting his high collar. Gaara stood opposite him, sand already swirling aggressively around his feet, teal eyes burning with bloodlust. The Aburame heir observed Gaara for a long moment, then raised his hand. I forfeit, Shino stated plainly. A ripple of surprise went through the stands. Gaara's expression twisted into clear annoyance. The sand around him churned violently. Coward, mother is thirsty. Shino remained unfazed. After what you did to Rock Lee in the preliminaries, continuing would be illogical. I have no effective counter to your abilities at my current level. There is no shame in recognizing an unwinnable fight. Hate nodded. Shino, Aburame forfeits. Gaara advances. Gaara glared at the departing Shino, sand slowly settling. Being denied yet another fight clearly irritated the Jinchuriki to no end. Final match of the Chūnin exam finals. Hate announced. Uzumaki Naruto of Konoha versus Gaara of Sunagakure. The entire stadium seemed to hold its breath as both combatants made their way to the arena floor. Naruto emerged first. His blonde hair shifted in the breeze as he rolled his shoulders, a wide, eager grin spreading across his face. His eyes burned with excitement. Finally, he would be able to go all out and truly test himself. Gaara stepped forward, gourd on his back, sand drifting around him like a living aura. For once, a faint, unsettling smile touched the redhead's lips. Finally, Gaara rasped, "A worthy opponent who won't run. I've been waiting for this." Naruto cracked his knuckles, stance relaxed but ready. "Same here, Gaara. I've been holding back all day. This time I get to go all out. Let's make it fun." The tension between them crackled. The crowd leaned forward in anticipation. Even the Kage box was watching intently. Hate stepped between them, raising his hand. Are both combatants red? Poof! A cloud of smoke erupted dramatically in the center of the arena, right between Naruto and Gaara. As it cleared, Kakashi Hitaki stood there with his usual lazy posture, hands in his pockets, while Sasuke Uchiha crouched beside him, Sharingan already activated. Kakashi tilted his head, visible eye curving in a smile beneath his mask. "Are we late?"